completed the formalities of the registration. If you have still not done so, you may kindly do it in the tea break post the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to all our distinguished participants, guests, and all our eminent speakers who have joined us today for this summit. We are waiting the arrival of our special guest of honor. Would request everyone to be seated. Meanwhile, be comfortable, all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead with the proceedings of today's summit in a moment from now. Meanwhile, once again requesting everybody to be seated, all mobile phones kept on to silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good morning and a very warm welcome to the AI India 2023 Summit. We would like to begin the inauguration of the summit by the ceremonial lamp lighting. And to do the honors, I would like to request our special guests of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay ji, CEO CDOT and BIF's Chairman for New Technologies Committee. Special guest of honor, Shri Arvind Kumar ji, Director General Software Technology Parks of India, STPI. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Shri N.G. Subramaniam, Chairman TSDSI and CEO TCS. I would invite Dr. Aruna Sundararajan, IAS, retired Chairperson BIF, Mr. Ashwini Rana, Vice President BIF, Chief Public Policy Officer ZUPI, and Shri Shashidharanji, Managing Director Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, and please put your hands together on the ceremonial inauguration of the summit today. Thank you. I would request all our eminent dignitaries to kindly come together for the group photograph. And may I now invite everybody to kindly grace the stage with their esteemed presence. Inviting our special guest of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Shri Arvind Kumarji, Shri N.G. Subramaniam, Mr. Ashutosh Chadda, Srimati Aruna Sundararajan, Mr. Ashwini Rana, and Mr. Shashidharanji to kindly grace the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome all our distinguished dignitaries on the stage for the inaugural session. Thank you. Namaskar and good morning. Special guests of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT, and BIF's Chairman for New Technologies Committee. Special guest of honor, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director General Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MITI. Special guest of honor, Mr. N.G. Subramaniam, Chairman TSDSI and CEO TCS. Mr. Ashutosh Chadda, Director and Country Head, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft. Eminent dignitaries on the days, special invitees, senior officials, representatives from the industry and academia, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the first AI India 2023 Summit, which is being organized by Broadband India Forum and Bharat Exhibitions on the theme Key Challenges AI-Empowered Blockchain Applications, AI Ethics and Governance in India, and AI-Enabled 5G and 6G Ecosystems. The AI Summit 2023 is a platform for industry leaders, researchers, and practitioners to come together and discuss the latest advancements in AI and its applications in various fields. The conference will provide comprehensive overview of AI, its ethical and governance implications, and its impact on various industries. And the objective of the summit is to explore the role of accelerating the growth of the economy to reach the ambitious $5 trillion mark through AI's role in India's digital transformation and the preparedness of India in embracing emerging technologies like the AI. The deliberations are aimed to assess strategies to enable effective utilization of AI-powered blockchain technology and the critical role of AI-enabled 5G and 6G in the future. By fostering collaboration among industry, academia, and the government, the summit serves as a catalyst to unlock the full potential of AI and drive the digital transformation across various other sectors besides telecom. And ladies and gentlemen, the presence of such eminent dignitaries is a source of inspiration for all of us. I would now request Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our guest with a floral bouquet. We welcome our special guest of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, with a floral bouquet. A warm welcome to you, sir. And thank you for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. We welcome our special guest of honor, Mr. Arvind Kumarji, Director General Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome our special guest of honor, Mr. N.G. Subramaniam, Chairman TSDSI and CEO TCS. May we welcome our industry speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Chadda, Director and Country Head, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request Mr. Ashwini Rana, Vice President, BIF Chief Public Policy Officer, ZUPI, to kindly begin the proceedings with his welcome address. Mr. Ashwini Rana is also the Chief of Public Policy, ZUPI, a leading skill-based online gaming company. He's doing tech policy work for decades in internet, telecom, gaming, social media, and the OTT industries. He has been actively involved at various levels towards formation of government policies in this space. He did policy and regulatory work for Meta and Airtel for around 2 decades before joining ZUPI. And let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ashwini Rana for the welcome address.
Thank you very much. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, Shri Arvind Kumarji, DG STPI, Shri N.G. Subramaniam, COO TCS, Shrimati Arna Sundarajan, Chairperson BIF, Shri Ashutosh Chadda, Head Policy, Microsoft, Shashi Dharanji, MD Bharat Exhibition. Distinguished representatives from government, industry, media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you, and we welcome you to this inaugural session for this event of artificial intelligence. My heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for your kind, valued presence and participation in this inauguration session. This event, whose theme is AI for accelerating $5 trillion USD economy of India. As we all know that artificial intelligence is growing at a very fast pace, as the fastest growing emerging or new technology, and is likely to touch our lives. So most of us have experienced this chat GPT and talks happening that AI will be part of any new innovation happening globally. It is not something which is far away. Already we are seeing those applications happening in day-to-day appliances we use at our homes as well. So AI is something whose time has come globally. And in my opinion, India is placed, especially at this juncture where this trinity of, I'll say, digital infrastructure of having 1 billion smart handphones in the hand of Indian, with the UPI interlinked to that, and digital identity. So which makes us a, I'll say, special case for using AI for building services. Those may enhance user experience or bring new experiences or solve some big problems which size of our country is grappling to deal with for ages. So that's what I think AI can be a game changer for India. And we can leverage AI to grab global leadership in this emerging tech space. There are developments happening globally, how to enable AI innovation related product and services. At the same time, how it can pose threat to user safety, harm, biases. Those may be inbuilt and may have consequences after a decade or so, which we may not be able to see right now. So those are areas where lots of deep thinking is required from policymakers, from academia, from industry, that we should be mindful of the long-term consequences of any decision which is being taken today by building algorithms for their biases inaccuracies, harms. So that's, I'll say, one area we need to be careful. Benefits are exponential, no doubt about it. How to deal with that is something what we have done in the past in tech space, especially in the US, where it is driven by a kind of self-regulatory mechanism, which is named in the US best practices based model. So one company cannot compete and survive unless they follow something better than others, which is more user-friendly, more transparent, more accountable. And governments also need to support that kind of environment in India also. We have a itch to jump for regulating something which is growing fast, which we need to, I'll say, control and give more space for innovation to happen. Collective responsibility, industry, academia, government, as I'm saying, but at the same time, focus should be to allow growth by keeping some kind of guardrails to control. I'm here to listen to experts. Those are knowing more than many of us and learn from their experiences. And from BIF side, I want to assure that we are going to support anything which is happening in AI space, artificial intelligence, mixed reality, which is going to be built on AI primarily, and anything which is pro technology, because India is poised to become a global power. Already we are, but if we want to continue this march, we need to be doing something better than others to excel and achieve that edge of leadership in this space. So wish you all the best. Thank you very much again, all the participants, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and we look forward to listen to you and learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those kind words of welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the inaugural session is AI for acceleration to a 5 trillion economy. And we have the privilege of having with us for the introductory address, Srimati Aruna Sundararajan, who's the former Secretary Telecom, Department of Telecommunication, Ministry of Communications, and Chairperson BIF. She is the retired officer of the Indian Administrative Service, served as a secretary to the Government of India in the Ministries of Steel, IT and Telecom, and retired as chairperson of the Digital Communications Commission in July 2019. During her tenure, Ms. Sundararajan pioneered various important tech policies and initiatives across the domains of telecom and hardware manufacturing, e-governance, digital payments, data protection, cybersecurity, and tech startups. Post her retirement, Ms. Sundararajan serves on the boards of leading companies including Delhivery Info Edge and Bharat FIH, India's National Bank of Infra Financing and Development NAB FID, Cochin International Airport, and neo-banking startup Digi Vrithi. She is also an active member of various tech mentoring and angel financing initiatives. And I have the privilege in inviting you, ma'am, for the introductory address. Please put your hands together to welcome.
Thanks for that introduction. Dr. R.K. Upadhyaya, CEO, CDOT, Shri Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, Shri N.G. Subramaniam, our special guest of honor, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft, Mr. Ashwini Rana, Vice President, BIF, Mr. Shashidharan, MD Bharat Exhibitions, distinguished invitees, friends from the media, my colleagues from BIF who have worked hard on organizing this conference, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, a very warm good morning to all of you. It's not often that we see such a full house, so I don't know whether to compliment BIF and the organizers or the team, because the theme is one that is not merely very topical, but it is something which is beginning to impact all of us. And I think the gathering here reflects the kind of interest and engagement that all of us have with this topic. So as was mentioned, today's theme is on AI for acceleration to a 5 trillion economy. And as we all know, that the government has already declared that it would like to see the digital economy become about $1 trillion. And we are already seeing that India is well on its way to becoming one of the most digitalized nations in the world. It is already exporting ICT services of a very significant magnitude. It has also started recently exporting hardware, thanks to the Make in India and the PLI programs. And it is expected that in India, the core digital sectors could double in size by 2025, and that each of the several digitizing sectors could actually contribute anywhere between 10 billion to 150 billion USD of economic value. And that to exploit the new opportunities that are going to be offered by digitization, around 65 million jobs are expected to be created by 2025. And about 45 million workers are estimated to be retrained. We already know that the digital economy is growing 2.5 times faster than the rest of the economy, and that it constitutes 15.5% of the global GDP. We saw post the pandemic, especially since 2022, when we started coming out of the pandemic, that the pace of technologies has accelerated. By now, I think every child knows about ChatGPT, Web 3.0, all the new technologies. And as far as India is concerned, we have seen the emergence of new sectors like the gaming sector, blockchain, and so on. Now, backing the vast majority of these technological advancements, and in fact, enhancing a lot of the digital technologies, has been the development of machine learning technologies and artificial intelligence. Because artificial intelligence is again becoming like a platform technology. It is no longer just a standalone segment, but is getting integrated with everything. So whether we are speaking about 5G or 6G, or we are speaking about blockchain, or we are speaking about immersive reality, or more functional aspects of digital manufacturing, e-commerce, the things that impact us on a day-to-day, we are finding that AI is becoming integrated as we speak. So when we speak about AI, it is no longer something futuristic. It has already happened, and further progress, it looks like it is irreversible. Certainly, whenever we speak of AI, we know that because of the extraordinary potential it holds, the extraordinary complexity and scale that it can address, this is a technology that has huge beneficial potential, and it also has key challenges. Now, neither the opportunity nor the challenges are unique to India. But what is unique to India is that we are probably going to have the largest number of citizens who are going to be using these technologies. And what makes India unique is that we are also becoming one of the fastest digitizing. These two cast a special responsibility upon both Indian policymakers, but also all Indian stakeholders who are involved in these technologies, to make sure that we chart a roadmap that harnesses the best of these technology, but also puts in place the necessary safeguards. We know, for example, that a number of companies, in fact, some of the companies with whom I associated have already started doing deep tech work. We often imagine that, in India, we're only consumers of technology. That, I'm happy to say, is a thing of the past. Today, in many, many sectors in the digital world, Indian engineering capability, Indian R&D capability, manufacturing capability is beginning to work on some big problems and on deep issues of technology. And therefore, this is perhaps the most appropriate time for us to initiate a larger debate and discussion around this, and a larger effort to bring together all stakeholders. And I think that is what BI has been consistently trying to do. Bring together all the stakeholders on a common platform so that we can be aware of what are the advantages and disadvantages, and work closely with the Indian policymakers to ensure that we chart a roadmap that is both safe and optimal for the country. I'm happy to say that whenever BIF has extended an invitation to our colleagues in the government and public policy space, they have always been most generous with their time. Similarly, leading corporates, we have all of them represented here, and I'm sure that you are going to hear many of them speak about various aspects in which they have expertise and knowledge. So this conference, as you have seen in the program, it is going to look at what are the trends and key challenges, what are some of the ethics and governance issues, how do we go about addressing them, what will it mean for blockchain, 5G, other emerging technologies. And as one of the speakers was mentioning to me, we are past the stage of, generally asking questions. Today, we have 100 things to actually address, actual challenges, which are emergent challenges. So what is AI going to mean for enterprises? What is AI going to mean for the government? What is it going to mean for users? What do we mean by responsible AI? As one of the speakers eloquently put it, what do we mean by a responsible algorithm? Who is going to design those responsible algorithms? Who's going to define what is responsible? Clearly, all these are collective responsibilities. As we know, the Indian government has already spelled out that the main prism through which they'll be looking at AI is the issue of user harm. And any innovator in India is free to innovate so long as they do not impinge on user harm. That policy statement has already come out from the government. They have also said that as far as jobs are concerned, we do recognize there's going to be a major restructuring, but it's also going to open up new jobs. So can we retrain people so that they can benefit out of this? And the last point on disinformation and misinformation. So while AI amplifies, the basic characteristic of AI is that it amplifies both good and bad. But we have also seen that it is beginning to be used massively to counteract the bad. And therefore, there is no doubt in anybody's mind that AI is here to stay, and that AI is going to impact all of us exponentially in the future as well. And therefore, each of us cannot afford to be disengaged from this subject. So with these few words, let me once again add my words of welcome as Chairperson BIF to all of you. And I'm sure that this is going to be a very engaging, valuable, and insightful conference. And I do hope that it will pave the way for all of us to continue to intensify our efforts and work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for the introductory address and setting the context for today's summit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the voice of the industry today, we have with us Mr. Ashutosh Chadda, Director and Country Head, Public Policy and Government Affairs, Microsoft. In his role, he works closely with key audiences in the government, academia, industry, as well as the multilateral to help frame policies and enable the deepening of technology usage, driving digital inclusion and growth, and ensuring innovation and safety of the digital ecosystem. In a career spanning over 35 years, Mr. Ashutosh has worked at MasterCard, Wipro Limited, Intel India, Shell India Private Limited, NIIT, and the National Dairy Development Board. He has spoken at events hosted by WB, WTO, UNICEF, UNESCO, and national and international academic institutions, is passionate about advocating the use of technology for the socio-economic development and improving lives through education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Involved in mentoring startups and coaching students and executives, is also a certified level 2 NSNLP executive and a corporate coach. In his spare time, loves to read, listen to music, and travel. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our eminent industry speaker.
No. Sorry, I can. Yeah, this is the one. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you, distinguished guests on the dais. Sorry. Sometimes technology needs to work. Anyway, till they fix that. So, distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to be here today to sort of represent the voice of the industry in a way, in terms of this important topic on the value of AI taking India to a $5 trillion economy. One of the points that I want to make here is very clearly that while AI is going to obviously, and emerging technology are definitely going to make a great case as far as economic growth for India as well as the world. I think so this is also an opportunity for India, given the leadership it has in telecom technology globally, to actually stake a claim to looking at what should be the responsible use of technology going forward. And as Ma'am Sundarajan very eloquently talked about, that there are lots of benefits of technology and the emerging technology, but we all have a responsibility to take certain very informed decisions in terms of how do we make sure that we don't allow the harms of technology to come forth. Which is why what I'm going to be talking about is the case for governance of AI, right? Possibly since the invention of the printing press, we are at the cusp of a situation where we have most probably a technology which is going to change everything as we know of it today. And that obviously puts a lot of responsibility on us. We need to be optimistic about what this technology can do for us. But at the same time, we need to be responsible about how we can bring technology, policy, and society all together. What we've seen over the last 4 to 5 months, ever since ChatGPT or OpenAI or whatever came on the firmament, we've seen so many things happen. At the very base level, you can use this technology to reply to letters and emails. At a very complex level, you can use this technology to actually generate code. You can use this to generate pictures. You can use this to do multiple things. And if you just go out onto the internet, every second day, there is a new application that you see. There's limitless generation of or ability as far as this technology is concerned. All that it requires is your creative imagination. And very rightly so, this technology needs to be looked at that way only, as a supporter to what you can achieve.
What we've seen, for example, and I've seen a couple of examples, is we've always talked about in one of my favorite areas, and I know Madam Sundarajan's favorite area, education. We all know there is lack of teachers available. There are situations when children are unable to go to school. There are situations where you have first generation learners and parents who are supposed to explain certain complex concepts to their child. Imagine if you have a mentor or a personal tutor in ChatGPT or in an OpenAI, which can enable that for students. So what do you have? You can actually converse with the computer using OpenAI. And as a student, if I'm a child who has missed a class, let's say yesterday in thermodynamics, I can actually converse with the computer to ask it to explain to me thermodynamics. I have a one-on-one tutor, which can talk to me in my language to the depth that I want to. I'm a parent, my daughter has missed her class yesterday and I want to explain to her thermodynamics. I don't know what it is. I can ask the computer to explain it to me so that I can then at least give her some guidance and she doesn't think I'm a fool. And I'm a teacher who's taught thermodynamics yesterday and I want to possibly create a quiz. You have an assistant on the side. So what do you have? You have the same technology acting as a one-on-one tutor for a child, as a mentor to the parent, and as an assistant to the teacher or the faculty. That's the beauty of this technology. It can mean many things to many people. But at the same time, we need to meet this AI moment head on. There are policy imperatives. The policy imperatives is we need to have regulatory attention on AI to prevent the harms. We need to look at diverse perspectives. So it's not just the government alone. It's not just the industry alone. It's not just the civil society, academia alone. All of us need to come together to bring our perspectives which can help shape proper regulations. As industry, who's on the forefront of innovation and using this technology and creating solutions, we need to come out with our AI experiences. We need to share what's worked, what's not worked, because it's from the what's not worked that we'll be able to come up with those right regulations. And finally, the framework should need to be based on risk-based, what it could be the impact, what could be the good impact, what could be the bad impact, and outcome focused rather than input focused. The aspiration, obviously, is that AI should be built and used responsibly and ethically. It needs to advance competition and competitiveness, and at the same time ensure national security, personal security, and it should serve the society broadly. As Microsoft, we have had for a long time, and AI is nothing new, we've had these principles. It needs to be fair. It needs to ensure reliability and safety. It needs to be private. It needs to ensure your privacy and security of the data, and it needs to be inclusive. You need to ensure perspectives of every person and from every diverse walk of life, depending upon irrespective of their abilities and capabilities. It needs to be transparent, and there needs to be accountability. You cannot allow AI to control things. The human has to be always at the center of it and have the ability to control it. Which brings us to the case of that there needs to be a collective direction to actually control or drive governance for AI. All of us need to come together. We look at it from a 5-point blueprint to look at how do we govern AI. We need to build upon all the government-led AI safety net formats that are and frameworks that exist today. We need to also ensure that there are safety breaks in place when AI is especially applied to critical infrastructure or information or areas. And what do we mean by safety breaks? Let me take you back to the creation of the first elevator or lift, as we call it. People initially never used to take the lift because they felt that when they go up to the third floor, that time it may be only going up to the third floor, it'll fall down because it's a machine and you don't have control on the machine. But the minute you put a handbrake on that lift, and that is what happened many years ago when the lift was first created, people got confidence and trust that there is a control which is there with someone. Similarly, when you apply artificial intelligence or technology to critical areas, whether it's in health or safety or anything of that sort, you need to make sure that the human is still in control. You cannot allow technology to run riot. At the same time, you need to also develop a broader legal regulatory framework for the technology architecture which supports AI. And I'll come to that in a moment. And of course, ensure transparency and in public access and academic access to AI tools, technologies, data, information. You cannot allow just the industry, you cannot allow just the government to work on it. And finally, it needs proper, great, big, bold public-private partnerships to work together to address societal problems. To the third point, when I'm talking about building a legal framework, if you really look at the technology stack which supports artificial intelligence today, it's really fundamentally the applications and the APIs which are front-facing, which all of us as consumers get involved in. You have the powerful pre-trained AI models or large language models, which become the basic language, which many people call it as the middleware. And then and the acceleration software. And then you have the infrastructure, the cloud and the data centers on which all of this technology runs. We need to ensure that all the applications, etc., comply with existing laws and regulations, which exist in every geography. We need to ensure that all these language models which are being created are released through very rigorous security testing protocols. And then once they have been, they're licensed to be run and used in public domain. The technology on which they run, the data centers on which they run, needs to be trusted. Who uses this large language models? Also, you need to know. Who are the customers who are using it? You need to know. So there needs to be a certain amount of licensing which needs to come into the picture. And finally, the data centers and the infrastructure which is used to power all this, you need to make sure that those data centers are trusted, safe, reliable, and secure. As a private sector, I think it's incumbent upon us to actually ask for this governance. We cannot allow technology to run riot. Self-regulation is important. Yes, we agree to self-regulation, but there needs to be a certain amount of frameworks and guardrails to ensure, as all of us want to do, that AI can be used for good and we can protect the bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have as our special guest of honor today, Mr. N.G. Subramaniam. He is the Chairman, Telecommunications Standard Development Society, India, TSDSI, and is also the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director of Tata Consultancy Services, Chairman of Tata Elxsi Limited, Chairman of Tejas Networks Limited, and a non-executive director on the board of Tata Communications Limited. Has been a part of TCS and the Indian technology industry for the past 40 years, has played a strategic role in several landmark initiatives that TCS overtook across banking, telecom, and public services globally. He has in-depth knowledge of technology, operations, product development, business and transformation, and change management. As a thought leader, he has spoken at global conferences and actively interacts with shapes opinions among industry analysts. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Sir for the special address. Let's once again have a huge round of applause in welcoming him.
Namaskar. Srimati Aruna Sundararajan ji, dignitaries on the dais, my industry colleagues, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I want to compliment BIF for choosing this topic, which is quite futuristic. And I think we all have the responsibility, as Madam said, to deliberate on the future of it. When Sri Ramachandran of BIF asked me to come and speak on this topic, I accepted it with some amount of trepidation because there is so much rhetoric around AI. And so many people are saying so many things. And you know for sure that you have not understood it. And when you don't understand it, when you have not understood it, or you have a feeling that you have not understood it, it's better not to speak about it, right? And Sam Altman rightfully said, when he, I think a month ago, he tweeted, I quote, that if you think you have understood AI, you have not understood it. If you think that you have not understood it, then perhaps you have understood it. And that's exactly what Kshatriya Upanishad says, right? When it talks about Vedanta, right? So I kind of figured out that Sam Altman is reading about Vedanta, or he's learning Vedanta. And Satya Nadella is talking about literature and poems. So I think we should all be doing something really different than what we are doing right now. So the rhetoric means that, clearly it seems that AI is everything and everything is AI. And then what is artificial about it anymore? If that is true, then what is artificial about it anymore, right? So what I'm going to cover today is a few things that I have come across in my journey with in this industry and within TCS. And I'll try to be as brief as I can. And if I exceed my time, please someone stop me, right? Now, my journey with artificial intelligence started with TCS in somewhere in 1985-86. And that time, Mr. Kohli was there and he licensed what we called as a N-expert object at that time to understand more about neural networks and neural experts. In 1990, around working for about 2 years with that, we launched a system for Indian Airlines for their crew management system using an expert, right? Because the crews come and then it's one of the most complicated things. If you really look at the airlines crews, how much time they should spend, what is the break that they should have. And, they're all in different parts. And then you need to make sure that the crew come on time, who can fly where, how much time, and what must be the resting duration they should have. So many of these things, Mr. Kohli felt that we should employ artificial intelligence and learn both the technology and this complex algorithm. So we did roll out that system, and it did work very efficiently for at least for a few years before they felt that that cannot be dealt with anymore, and then the people shut it down. And then, it has been there. AI was first, I think, invented in 1956. So it's been long there. But what has become nice about AI is that it has reached the masses in the last 3 months or 4 months, right? And because it has reached the masses and every one of us have tried to use it and then got amazed by what it is doing, I think it has taken a different shape, and everybody is realizing its potential. And I just feel that, look, it's another technology and we should be cognizant of the technology. And great thing about it is that, look, if we are all as humans, is that we are the most advanced when it comes to the question of accepting change. Very fast to accept the changes. As it comes, we take it, and especially people from India. We don't say no. We just quickly absorb everything that comes our way, right? Now, I'll come back to this topic of why we should embrace it, how we should embrace it. But then about 6 years ago, we have a Tata Research Design and Development Center in Pune, where about 700 plus scientists are working on many areas, including software, right? And then they came and told us that, look, artificial intelligence is going to come and in a very big way, about 6 years ago. And then these people came and made a presentation to all of us as a management team in TCS. And they said that, look, it's maturing fast. There are many things. They cited the research that we are doing with some of the foreign universities and their own work that they have done in Pune, how algorithms are becoming easy to develop thanks to languages like Python and a few other things. They built something called AI Playground, where you could go and play with it and then quickly see how you can learn to build algorithms. How do you automate yourself? Many things they presented to us and taught us. When I saw that, I said, look, this is very interesting. And maybe, we should see its applicability in our own business. And I kind of figured out, and I openly said that, look, this is going to mean that maybe 30–40% of what we are doing may have to be done by machines. We don't have to do it by humans. That kind of a thinking start developed. So to get to know more about it as a management team, we all traveled out. We went to Israel, we went to China, we went to Finland, we went to New Zealand, we went to US, looked at a lot of AI companies, spent time with MIT, spent time with Google, spent time with Microsoft, many companies. Then we came back with a convincing feeling that AI is for real. I'm talking about 6 years ago, right? AI is for real, and we have to do something about it. Then we very quickly launched what we called as a machine-first paradigm. Whatever we do, we should give technology or the first right of refusal in doing everything that we are trying to do. The machine-first paradigm meant that creativity and empathy, these two are for the humans. Creativity and empathy. And rest all can be converted into algorithms. Whether you want to convert it into algorithms or not is a different question, but rest all can be converted into algorithms. So creativity and empathy will continue to be with humans. And people claim that emotions can be with the algorithms, but I don't believe so, right? I think creativity, empathy, emotions, the art of decision making, taking some of this into consideration will continue to remain with humans. So on that note, we developed several initiatives within TCS, and we are in fairly advanced stages of trying out many things. And I'm proud to say some of those work that we did came in handy during the COVID times. We worked with several municipal corporations and including the central government in building models. For example, where the curve is going to go. When we all used to see it in the newspapers and news items and various websites. But then behind that, looking at all the analysis, and then particular area needs to be closed, or what the DNA sequencing tells us. I think some of those algorithms that we have built to predict and control the spread of the pandemic was I think 10–15 of our scientists were part of that overall team. I think almost the industry, government, academia all came together in building those systems and processes, but we were proud to be part of that. And And some of the municipal corporations like Pune and a few others, they actually relied on TCS models to predict where the business is going. So it taught us a lot of things. Right? So it is powerful. AI is powerful. AI relies on data. AI relies on our ability to feed the right data and our ability to build the right algorithms which will learn, right? So AI, I don't want to call it AI, I want to call it more as machine learning and deep learning. So machine learning and deep learning is the integral part of it and is the backbone on the AI thing. And under that, if you take a machine learning or a deep learning, then what is inside is an algorithm. So algorithm is the core of everything, right? So having said all of this, then, what is it about this AI is unnerving us? Right? There's something that is, we all like it, but then something, tells us that, look, it's also problematic. And especially when someone goes and says that it's going to destroy the humanity. And someone says that, look, all the outsourced programmers' job is not going to be existing in 18 months or 2 years' time. And by the way, I went and asked, when I saw that article, when I asked ChatGPT, his programmer's job is going to be go away. I said, no way it will go away. So I'm quite comforted by that, right? So I think, what is it that is unnerving us? Now, there is an inherent thing that when we go and when we travel and board a plane, we go and do it, but there is a risk. But then, we trust it. We trust the pilot. We trust the plane, right? We go and board the plane, right? When we go and have a breakfast, we assume that it's okay. And it's not going to spoil my stomach or is not poisoned, right? Or when I go and walk in the street, we believe that there are rules. So that is a thing that you look, or when I go and switch on that light or when I touch this, I feel that I'm not going to be electrocuted because there are conventions, there are rules. I think my previous speaker spoke eloquently about governance. And there is a thing that is governed and there is a feeling that we are all safe with respect to this. But and which leads to the fact that, look, when you speak to somebody, for example, when I speak to Mr. Shakya, there is a trust. We trust. That's why we talk to each other. And we trade with each other because we trust. There's a trust. And then we express ourselves freely because there is a trust that, look, I'm permitted to express this. Right? So the trust is a very important thing, right? So when you replace the human being in all of this, supposing if I have to interact with the AI on the other side, will you feel the same trust? Right? If I go to a bank and ask for an investment advice, if you are the person, if it's a human who is telling you, sir, you invest in this, you buy in this, you buy this, you sell this, you have developed a trust with the person, with her, or with him, and then you work towards this. But when you know that there is a AI which is going to advise you on this, will you have the same trust? Or what will it make you to feel it the same trust? I think that's the question that we have to ask ourselves, right? Or when you say that, look, there is an AI who is interacting with your child, will you be comfortable? Do you trust this? Or what will make that trust happen? Right? And I think, these are essentially, the trust is very important. For example, if I go in a crowded street, there is a camera and then your face is captured and there is an algorithm which matches your face with that of a faces in the crime database. Or if you are employed in a company and the company is having systems in place by which, they watch every keystroke that you do, your eye movements, and then decide based on this and assess your performance and decide whether you want to continue, you have to continue, or what they should be doing with you. Now, these are all possible, maybe happening. Will you all be comfortable with that? So there's an element of privacy. So trust is very important. So what is this? So trust is a very powerful word, right? So, and the trust is something that we have to get, right? So I will probably give 2 or 3 examples and wind up my speech, right? One of the things that we have done is for a medical device company. We all know that we have a hip surgery. Some people have hip surgeries and the hip joints. So one of the things that we have done is that based on the data that we get, the scans, the x-rays, images, then how it is broken, and what is the adjacent areas, how soft it is, how hard it is. Do that analysis and then come up with build that model, and based on the DNA and very other information, create that joint which will perfectly fit, so that someone who has the hip surgery can walk and climb stairs in a day. And typically we do this, and then we have done this and we print it in 3D and then deliver it just in time for the operations. No, power of AI, nothing else, right? Same thing with, digital twins, whether it is a aircraft engine or a boiler or your own heart, you could create a digital twin, and using data on your own lifestyle, you could predict how your heart or kidney is going to function. And then, on my personal side, I have written some algorithms by which, I don't write my weekly reports anymore. I get it generated using my interactions, meetings, and one of this week's reports will go saying that I spoke proudly about AI in this meeting, right, conference. So there are many, many such advancements, but I think, the power of AI is simply outstanding, and it's immeasurable. And I think he used the word limitless, if I'm not mistaken. I think, it's limitless, right? But it's up to us to use it responsibly and make sure that we use it for the right reasons and benefit from it. And I think it's going to make the world a better place. And it's going to give us enormous amount of productivity gains. And in a $1 trillion economy, it is, I think McKinsey's report recently cited that, look, they have looked at some 65 use cases. In those 65 use cases, they predict that it's going to add something like $3.1 to $4.5 trillion to the GDP. So there's a huge potential. Let's all benefit from it, and wish you all the very best. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, Mr. Arvind Kumar, who is Director General Software Technology Parks of India, MITI, is working for the promotion of IT, ITES, and ESDM industry along with the tech startup ecosystem pan-India. He is working for the dispersal of IT industry to newer cities to balance regional growth and create entrepreneurial opportunities for the youth of those regions. Before joining STPI, he was working in the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India since 2004. After having worked since 1997 in the Indian government-run Premier Technology Center, CDOT, in various capacities, he also worked with International Telecommunication Union, ITU, on the issues related to migration to next-generation networks, including OTT, cloud computing, security and privacy-related issues. Shri Kumar holds a MTech degree from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi, India. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our special guest of honor for the special address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. CEO CDOT and BIF Chairman for New Technologies, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. Chairperson, Broadband India Forum, Srimati Aruna Sundarajan ji. CEO TCS, Mr. NG Subramaniam. Director and Country Head, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha ji. Vice President BIF, Mr. Ashwini Rana. Other distinguished guests in the room, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate BIF, especially TV Ramachandran ji, who has organized such a wonderful conference on very contemporary issue of artificial intelligence. And it's my great honor and proud privilege to be part of this very event on AI. Importance of AI, I think, and use cannot be overemphasized. I will put forward two statements of our Honorable Prime Minister. First one is, which he says, quote, artificial intelligence is a tribute to human intellectual power, unquote. The second statement, so this shows how much important this very artificial intelligence is for human power. Second statement, which he says, we need to make artificial intelligence in India and make artificial intelligence work for India. This gives assignment to all of us. In fact, we are passing from the most exciting time of the technological era. There is always technology changes. It keeps happening its own pace. But after 10 years, 15 years, there is a big technological shift. I think this is the time which we can say, now we are going to shift from something today, computer with internet is sufficient. Maybe tomorrow, computer with internet could be the dumb terminal. Today, computer without internet is the dumb terminal. Tomorrow, computer with internet will be the dumb terminal without any artificial intelligence. So this is technology shift we are going to see in next 3 to 5 years. It is not that artificial intelligence come today. In fact, when we were almost all are the same era, when we were doing our bachelor in technologies, then there is a book on artificial intelligence. So everybody used to read, remember some theorems of the artificial intelligence and used to pass the paper. But there was no use of artificial intelligence at that time because there was no data by which you can learn some machine. And there was no such computing power which we today get. Today, computing power has been increased by million times what we used to have in maybe in 2000. This computing power, availability of data, and algorithm is nothing but converting data into artificial intelligence. This is what the artificial intelligence is. And fortunately, we have all three. That is why we can say with a confidence that yes, in artificial intelligence, we can lead to this world. For 50 years around, maybe 1956, first time this whole artificial intelligence concept came till 2006. There was a fight whether artificial intelligence should be on first order logic basis or it should be on neural network. But finally we found, yes, since data is available, now we can think in terms of the neural network. There is no need to go for the first order logic. Now we can have the deep learning, we can have the machine learning. And the best part is this, now machine can learn from itself. This is the biggest achievement we were able to do in last maybe 3 to 4 years. As I said, we have all three ingredients, especially algorithm development. I'll tell you, before Y2K problem, we don't know what is the computer, what is the IT software. It was the thing of some developed countries. When Y2K problem came, there was a need of a lot of manpower who knows the English. And all Indian youngsters jumped on that problem. They understood the whole system. And today we are leading in software services in the world. We have around 200 billion US dollar software export from this country. Because we are good in algorithm, we are good in English, we can develop good softwares, and that is what is required for artificial intelligence. And our government of India has already created such a good digital public infrastructure in this country. When the Digital India program was launched, in fact, when I was in TRAI, we can think Digital India program in terms of connecting to the villages. IT ministry was thinking something else. Any ministry is thinking into. Nobody thought, I think Honorable Prime Minister maybe had that vision. And Mrs. Aruna Sundararajan was at the front of it. She was at the time heading Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, then DOT. I think she was the instrumental that today we have such a good digital public infrastructure in this country where we can be proud of. This whole Digital India program, this was not a small program. It was a very thought-provoking process for all our Indians. And that is why we have today such a big digital public infrastructure. Every country wants to copy it from our country. First language which when I was in BTech electronics or computer science, so there was a paper on computer science. The first language I was studied is called Pascal language, which was very close to English. And this is the only language in computer. It was very close to English. So when you start, it says begin, right? So begin is like English word, and it was an end. I don't know how many people have learned that Pascal language. So then I went to my professor. I says, sir, this is when this computer can understand the Pascal. Why should I read the Pascal? Why it cannot understand the English language itself? He says it is a machine. It has the limitations. When you speak like anything. It would be like any syntax. So you need a structured syntax, and that is why these programming languages are there. Today, I think this boundary has finished. AI has become an English. English is an AI. So that means anybody in this country, anybody in the world can become the coder. Now, no need to read the Pascal. Your English language itself is the coding language for artificial intelligence. We need good computing facilities. I think Government of India has already launched 10 billion program. This is called Semicon, and we are working towards that. Government has also created this India AI portal for artificial intelligence in India to all the development to be at one place. This artificial intelligence has multiple uses. Like, I think how many people are following Twitter. One of the person has put there, they tweeted, he says, I got my diagnosis of my dog at the ChatGPT. So what he did is he put all his reports of dog. When he went to number of doctors, he was not able to diagnose that what kind of the problem he has. And he put all his papers on ChatGPT, and they were able to get diagnosis. Then he went to doctor, and then that dog has been cured. So this kind of today, somebody is speaking. Now I can have the AI tool by which I can say, okay, please create a speech for AI Summit. But that speech may not be useful for me unless such a AI tool is available. I say, please create AI speech as per my organization, which means there is a requirement to the AI tool where all my seniors who have spoken on that very subject, it compile all so that we are consistent with our seniors, be consistent with our organization, and then create a speech for me. That speech could be more useful than today what we look from the Google. So AI could have multiple uses. Now we have created very wonderful startup ecosystem in this country. As a STPI, we are also supporting around 1,000 startup in this country. And those domain-specific Center for Entrepreneurship we have created. 3 Center for Entrepreneurships are fully dedicated to artificial intelligence. One is at Mohali, we call it as a Neuron. Another is IMAGE, which is at Hyderabad. Third one we have at Agartala, which is on data analytics and artificial intelligence. So these 3 Center for Entrepreneurships are working exclusively on artificial intelligence. There are a number of startups who is working there. But I will tell you, we have 22 Center for Entrepreneurships, which are domain specific, like we have on Agritech, which is at Akola. We have at MedTech, which is at Lucknow. There are a number of blockchain at Gurgaon. But all startup which is enrolled in our startup, they have one element or another element of artificial intelligence. So it's very difficult to say that which Center for Entrepreneurship is devoted to artificial intelligence. Now all startups which they are working, they have some sort of element for the artificial intelligence. Anybody who wants to run their startup, they want to enroll it. We have multiple schemes for the startups. Like we have one scheme is called Next Generation Incubation Scheme, wherein we provide a seed fund of 25 lakh rupees to startup. They can enroll it. They can come to us. In this manner, I can say that AI has the potential to propel India's growth to new height. I think let us seize this opportunity. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, BIF, for inviting.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, special guest of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Chief Executive Officer and Chairman Board CDOT, an ITS officer, has earlier served in key positions in Prasar Bharati, Department of Telecommunication, BSNL, DRDO, and TRAI, having worked on various issues including infrastructure spectrum, pricing, broadband, NGN, interconnection, indigenous telecom equipment manufacturing, etc. He is a winner of several awards, including J.C. Bose Award by Ministry of Defense, National E-Governance Award, CIO 100 Award by IDG, and Deepak C. Award by IIM Bangalore. He holds a PhD in Corporate Strategy and Policy and MBA from IIM Bangalore, MTech from IIT Roorkee, and a certificate in International Public Policy from Syracuse University, USA. He is a governing council member of TSDSI, BIF, TEPC, and TCOE, is the chairman of the New Technology Committee of BIF and member of TSDSI Standing Committee on Standardization and Transposition. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay for the inaugural address. Please put your hands together to welcome him.
Can I put it down? Can you put down? Yeah.
Chairman BIF, Madam Aruna Ranjan ji, DG STPI Arvind Kumar ji, CEO TCS Subramaniam ji, Director and Country Head Microsoft Chadda ji, Vice President BIF Ashwini Rana ji, and MD Bharat Exhibition Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you. First of all, at the outset, I would like to thank BIF for inviting me to this wonderful, timely workshop, which is jointly done with Bharat Exhibition. And the theme AI for acceleration to 5 trillion economy. I think this is the wonderful theme. We all know AI is poised to disrupt the world. I think a lot of articles are coming. I mean, a lot of debate is happening around artificial intelligence. A lot of changes will come because of artificial intelligence in the way we work, the way we live. It will impact multiple sectors. It may destroy some jobs. It may create some jobs. It may create some challenges. Just for example, many universities are now, debating the impact of ChatGPT, that how, because all our education time, we have been given a homework, go home and do this assignment. Now ChatGPT, if ChatGPT does this assignment, how do you take care of that? Definitely, it is a very opportune moment for us to discuss the opportunities, the challenges, what it means for our country. Is highly relevant, very contextual. I see in the audience many experts, also from the detailed agenda, that many experts will be speaking on AI. I am not an expert in AI. To discuss that how we can take this AI forward for our country. Definitely in terms of economic perspective, we are the 5th largest economy of the world. And Honorable Prime Minister has already said that we will become 5 trillion economy by 2025. And the digital part of this economic growth, at least 1 trillion has to come from the digital economy, and that will be powered greatly by AI. There are estimates that out of 1 billion digital economy, at least 4 billion will be powered by AI. Is it really, can we do it? Given the 3 factors. One, we are the most populous country now, talent factory of the world, IT power, established IT power in the world. So given these things, we should be able to actually make gains out of this technology and be a supplier to rest of the world. Looking at its importance, I think Government of India, somewhere in 1819 budget speech, Finance Minister had told Niti Aayog to come up with the national strategy on AI, and Niti Aayog did come out with a document on AI in 2018, which said that we will focus in certain critical sectors first. And of course, as the previous speakers have said, the AI will impact not only limited sectors, but almost every sector. But in this document of Niti Aayog, the sectors which were mentioned were healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, mobility management and transport, because these are the key things which will actually help human beings to, be better. I mean, prior to AI, we need to definitely do a lot of work on our infrastructure. Healthcare, for example, how do we provide efficient access to the healthcare, modern healthcare? A lot of telemedicine projects are happening and AI can help. We also demonstrated during IMC some of the health cases. I can just quote one simple example which we have implemented in MP. You just using a mobile, you just click the photo of your eye. 2 seconds, any non-expert can click. The image goes to the AI engine, and AI engine tells you you have cataract or you don't have cataract. If you have cataract, it's 20%, 30%, 40%, and the results are quite accurate. Just think that using this AI, you don't need a smart doctor in the villages. Just click. This is already implemented. We did in Vidisha in MP, and now we are talking to, how to leverage it further. Same way, agriculture, for your crop monitoring, for your soil testing, now your IoT sensors are available. Using these sensing data, can I predict productivity? Can I predict yield? Can I predict, insurance? So agriculture is another important area because this has been one of the key factors for our economy. How do we increase the farmers' income? Education is very, very important. That is a building block. If education is missing, no AI will come. I mean, for AI, using AI also, we need education. So education is another key block. We experimented using some startups wherein the gamified learning apps are coming nowadays. Gamified learning apps means if I want to learn maths, I just play that app. It first tells me very basic concept. Then it will test me whether I learned. If I didn't learn, it will again explain. If I learned faster, it will jump next. So depending upon each student, it will give you the result. And slowly using games, because studies, nobody is interested, especially children, if you tell them go and study. But if they have to play games, they will do it more easily. So gamified learning can help education in a big way. Smart cities, a lot of urbanization is happening. So if the urbanization is happening, how do we take care of cities so that the cities, the growth happens very orderly? Same way, traffic. For example, today when I was coming, at least there was a 10-minute jam near. So can we use AI? Because we have traffic lights, we have the vehicular movements. People are like, Google is using it in a very nice way in your GPS. It tells you when the road is red, when the road is blue, without even using the data taken forward. So can we use it for solving our congestion problems? Use of AI is happening in military, for example. Nowadays, there are robots which go to the field well equipped. They can strip bombs, they can see the images, they can analyze the threat and give the intelligence backward. Threat monitoring, target monitoring. AI can also be used into, confusing the adversarial system. Enemy system can be confused using AI. UAVs are using AI. So there are many, many sectors where we can actually make use of AI and, contribute to the economy, not only for our country in terms of, solving our problems, we can solve the problem of the globe. Now, coming from the telecom background, because I had an R&D, I have to talk about telecom also. See, telecom also, many AI applications are being used. I don't know how many of you read that BSNL has launched its indigenous system beta launch they have done in Punjab, 4G, 5G. It uses a world-class Synops, which is developed by Tata's. The Synops, what it does, it takes data from all the EMSs, infrastructure EMS, RAN EMS, core EMS, and combines the data, and using all combination of data predicts what is likely to happen, which node is likely to fail, where the power is going, where the battery will create problem, where the diesel has not gone. So the complete AI engine is used and that dashboard can be at any place. That will save many, downtimes, will predict maintenance requirements much early. The other thing I saw what TCS developed was SON. Now, earlier when we used to put another BTS, we used to configure it. Now, what is the new neighbor relations? Now you put the thing, the AI automatically checks what are the nearby BTSs and configures data automatically. You don't have to do anything. You define new BTS, it will automatically draw the neighbor list, put the parameters. It also will tell you what will be the RF coverage, where you will have gaps. So if you need to tilt some antennas of the other side because of this side coming, all is done through AI. So in terms of network design, in terms of the another good application, I can think of indoor coverages, because as we all know, 83% of the mobile communication happens when you are static. Only 17-18% happens when you are mobile. So what happens to indoor coverages? Indoor coverages based on the data from the mobile, it can predict that what kind of device and which location you need. If each of this hall is monitored where the call drops are happening, where the signal is not coming. So it can use in network design. Energy consumption, today we are able to switch off the BTS if the load is not there. So like motion sensors are there for the lighting. When you move, then the light comes up. Same is coming in the BTS. I mean, Tatas have done that work also, that the BTS will power it off. You don't need all the sectors, or it will consume, run only one sector, run one carrier. So the another use is spectrum. Now, as we know that as we are moving to 5G and 6G, more and more software is coming, and more software means more and more AI is coming. 5G, a lot of AI is being used. 6G will be completely on AI. Because a lot of this, because all the kind of network in 6G will be combined into a single network. Therefore, AI will be used. Quality of experience is another way that how the user is actually interacting. For example, you have a broadband. Whether you're getting speed, you're not getting speed, some sites you're getting, some sites you're not getting. Using the algorithms, the QE parameters can be known, and that can be taken forward to the operator who can make any corrective decisions. Now, there is, there are certain challenges if we have to leverage AI for our country. One is lack of expertise, lack of research. I think a lot of research is happening in the government, and that need to accelerate. Private sector also need to come up. Access to data. A lot of data we generate, but are we giving access to data? We are not giving. The cost, awareness, adoption, privacy and security. Even if I give data, what is the way I can, be sure that the data is secured, privacy is not breached. And you know that privacy bill is coming soon, and that will open up, some ways for us to utilize the data. Collaborative approach is very, very important. All of us, all stakeholders need to work together so that we can leverage the power of this AI. Before I end, I would definitely like to say how we have used AI in CDOT. One of the typical application which I will say which has been used and which was a problem in India, cyber fraud. Cyber fraud was one of the major problem places like Jamtara and places where very openly, without any fear, were using this. So we were not able to catch them. They will, they use SIM, make 100 calls through the SIM, use another SIM, make 100 calls through SIM. Put this handset, after this handset from Jamtara, move to Calcutta, then move to Rajasthan. Using AI, now since the data is available, using AI, we could catch all these people. You may be seeing in the latest, very recently, many FIRs have been put. Odisha itself, 52 FIRs have been launched. Because we are correctly able to tell, this is the guy who is doing the cyber fraud. One simple rule of AI. If I'm putting in this phone, in a day, 30 SIMs, that is an aberration. I catch him, I take his location, I see he is stationary. Then we can reach out to him. We disconnected recently 40 lakh phones using this AI. 40 lakh phones, such phones we rejected. We not only deleted their numbers, we disabled their IMIs also. 40 lakh IMIs were disabled. We could, using AI, find out their bank account. We frozen their bank accounts. So this is one great example of using AI in a great way. The second example I'll tell you, we had the, because for locating these guys, we also use the facial recognition thing. We found one guy is using one photo 100,000 times, 800 times, 900 times to take connection. The eligible connections are 5 or 6, there he's taken 800 connection in his name. So we developed this facial recognition technology, and that was used, when the Balasur accident happened, there were a lot of dead bodies in the mortuary, and government announced ex gratia. Now many fraudulent people came and my husband, she's my wife. How does government decide? This particular application, which was used for detecting cyber fraud, was actually used to find out from the dead body photos. We got the dead body photos at night, 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. The whole night we worked, and by morning, we could tell this dead body is this guy, using the facial vectors. Because when the person took the connection, that time he may be young, but when he died, he may be, but the facial vectors normally don't change. So we could identify, you would have read in the paper that many dead bodies were actually identified using AI. We have cyber security today. cybersecurity, one of the biggest challenge in our country, because a large number of attacks do happen. And tomorrow, if any kind of warfare happens, it will be cyber warfare, which will overtake the physical warfare. Cybersecurity, every day you read in the newspaper, this site is hacked, this is hacked. So we have used AI, which can detect in advance that these are the IPs of these foreign adversaries which are trying to attack your machine. And we can give advanced information to the user, because if somebody steals something from your house, it doesn't happen in a second. First receive is done, then he finds what kind of locks are there, when you are going out. The same thing happens in cyber attack also, we have seen. People come, sit in a machine for some time, they understand, then they put a code, then they attack. So we are using it into cyber security. Even within the organization, a lot of machines are being attacked. Ports are open, passwords are not good. So we have developed what we call ESOC, Enterprise Security Operations Center. A small agent sits in a machine. This is able to, using AI, is able to tell when your machine is being attacked, and it passes all this information to the dashboard. So there are multiple ways. One particular application we use very recently, we have the disaster management system, wherein we give alerts to the cyclone or flood or lightning or earthquakes. So sometimes some of the things like tsunamis or lightning or earthquakes, you don't get enough of time, and you need to tell the customer in his language. So we use the, if the message is prepared by using AI in English, then it is converted into Odia or Bengali or using the machine learning. So there are a lot many things, intrusion detections, so many applications are being used, and there is a lot of scope. We being CDOT, we are, working collaboratively with industry. We also help startups. So any of these startups who would like to work with us, we have funding. We have been funding, big funding, small funding, all kind of funding. We have our Aviskar scheme. We have our CCRP, CDOT Collaboration Research Policy. We have TTDF, Telecom Technology Development Fund. All this fund is available, close to 1,000 crore per annum fund is available for research. So we invite the industry, startups, MSMEs to join hands with us. So in conclusion, I will say that I would say that I must first thank the organizers for arranging this event, timely event. It will give us food for thought. Still, we have not really learned full potential of AI. We are in a learning stage, as Subramaniam Saab was also saying. Together, being the smartest, most talented factory of the world, I think we should be able to use this AI. I wish the workshop very success. I think we have got very enriching sessions coming up throughout the day, and I'm sure it will enrich all of us how to move forward. In terms of governance, I think government is already working in terms of privacy bill, bringing other part of governance, and I wish this particular day workshop a huge success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, now to convey our gratitude, I would invite Mr. Ashwini Rana, Vice President, BIF, to kindly present a token of gratitude, a memento to our dignitaries. We present to Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and that wonderful inaugural address and the offer you extended to all the startups. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you, sir. We present to Shri N.G. Subramaniam, Chairman, TSTSI and CEO, TCS. And we present a memento as a souvenir to our industry speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Chadda. Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly close the proposed proceedings of the inaugural session by proposing the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Bharat Exhibitions and BIF, I would like to thank each one of you, especially to Ramchandranji, who could not be here due to his health. We missed him in this conference. As you know, he's an expert in the industry. I'd like to special thanks our chief guest, Shri R.K. Upadhyay. He took out time to be joined with us, and he has already said that he have a lot of fun to do the research. So those who are looking for funds, do join with CDOT and STPI. He's also have a fund. He's also having a fund. So both of you, and with experts, Subramaniam ji from TCS. Thank you, sir, joining us. Thank you, Ashwini ji. Thank you, Chadha Saab, joining us with us. And special thanks to Aruna Madam, Chairperson, BIF, and each one of you. The hall is full. I just sent a message to a team that do we need to put in extra chairs on the back? It looks like we need to put maybe in the next session. The hall is full. Thank you so much. And we'll have a quick tea break and we'll come back as the chairman of the next session, Sumit Chaudhary, is already here. The speakers are here. And I also would like to thank all the partners of this event, especially to BIF, Iveros, Astricos, TechBridge, and Communication Today, our this thing, and to Meta, who are our partners for this event. Thank you very much. Do have a quick break and join us back. Thank you.
May I request for a group photograph for the dignitaries on the dais, please? And ladies and gentlemen, we only have tea break, about 10 minutes for the tea break. We would request everybody to be quick in having their cup of tea. You may kindly carry your cups back to the tables so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session in time. Thank you once again for joining us. Looking forward to some very interesting sessions ahead in the day at the summit. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, check.
Hello? I think there is a tea break.
Hello, mic check again. Nima. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Chinmay.
Okay. Oh,
Chinmay.
Chinmay. Oh, okay, you can hear me, right? Okay.
Yeah,
They
I
are
can
not
hear
able to
you. I
hear
think
me
there
on
is a
that
tea
side.
break. There is a tea break.
Oh, okay. So, hello, Dr. Chinmay. Yeah, actually, I was speaking to the
Hello.
organizers
Hello.
there on. Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. But who else is?
Okay.
Hello,
Hello?
Yeah, is that
David, can
Nima?
you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me? Uh, okay, they are. So we can hear each other, but they can't hear
Correct, but
us.
somebody is also trying to talk there.
Yeah, that is Nima actually. She's the organizer.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, she just called me up, but then there's some issue.
Hello, David, can you hear me?
Very well.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes.
great, great. Can you also please check the camera?
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Yeah,
Am I
okay.
audible now?
Thank you.
Okay.
Am I visible? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
यहीं से प्ले होंगी सारी।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everybody to be seated, please. May I request everyone to kindly be seated? We are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session.
Thank you. Thank you.
डॉक्टर विक्रांत
ये रहा, है ना? तो आप आगे उसको कर दोगे?
डॉक्टर विक्रांत गुप्ता का
विक्रम गुप्ता है।
विक्रम गुप्ता
हाँ।
वहाँ से नहीं कर सकते, यहीं से करना पड़ेगा।
मैम सब यहीं से ही बोल रहे हैं कि यहीं से करो।
नहीं तो फिर हम दोनों जगह रख लेते हैं ना।
मैम दोनों जगह रखा हुआ है हमने, लेकिन मैं तो वहीं पे लेके चला गया था कि हम वहीं से ओपन कर देंगे यहाँ बैकअप के लिए। तो कह रहे हैं कि यहीं से ओपन करो। मैंने ये खोल के रख दिया उनका फर्स्ट वाला। कोई नहीं, इसको ऐसे कर देते हैं आप।
मुझे नहीं चाहिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated, please. May I request everyone to kindly take their seats? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to the Artificial Intelligence Summit 2023. We are now all set to go ahead with the first technical session, which is on artificial intelligence, current trends, and the key challenges. And I have the proud privilege in inviting distinguished chairperson for this session, Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary, founder, chairman, and MD, Gaya Smart Cities. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our distinguished chair, Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary. Inviting eminent speakers, Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder and CEO, Everos. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Dr. Chinmay Hegde, a managing director, Estricos Consultings Private Limited. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO TechBridge. Warm welcome. Inviting Colonel Surendra Kumar Rohila, Joint Director, TSG, Directorate of Standardization, Department of Defense Production. A very warm welcome. And inviting Mr. Debjit Ghatak, Center Head, Bridge Disa Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, IIMA, and who's going to present on AI readiness. Once again, requesting all our participants to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, on the dais we have with us our session chair, Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary, and our eminent speaker, Mr. Vikram Gupta, inviting Dr. Chinmay Hegde, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, Colonel Surendra Kumar Rohila, and Mr. Debjit Ghatak. May I request our support staff to kindly inform the organizers and the speakers to join us on the stage for the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are already running behind schedule, we would like to go ahead with the proceedings of this session. and our speakers would join us eventually. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome to technical session on artificial intelligence, current trends and key challenges. The time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour, 30 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair, presentations by all our eminent speakers for approximately 15 minutes each, and we shall have question and answers in the end after all the presentations are over, if the time permits. And before I hand over to our distinguished chairperson, I have the proud privilege of saying a few words of introduction. Eminent Session Chair, Dr. Sumit Chaudhary, is founder, chairman, and MD, Gaya Smart Cities, is an Indian entrepreneur, business executive, and an author currently. He serves as the managing director and founder of the Gaya Smart Cities, in IoT and AI company focused on telecom and ICT solutions for smart cities and smart sites. He's working with several cities in India to define their smart city solutions and building propositions to solve urban problems in the cities. He's also the technical advisor of BARC India. He was also contracted as a CTO of Brookfield Properties in India. He's also the founder of Sesovera Inc., a US incorporated edge compute AI platform and solutions company. And I would like to inform our chairperson that our other two speakers would be joining us on the virtual platform, sir. The other two speakers will be joining us virtually.
Online, yeah.
So with those words of introduction, once again requesting everybody to kindly be seated. We are going to begin with the technical presentations. If we could have some little more order inside the hall, would really help all our eminent speakers in not distracting our eminent speakers. So may I request the exit doors to be closed, all mobile phones on silent mode, everybody to be seated, please. Thank you. And may I now hand over to our chairperson for the opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Can I have some silence in the back there? Folks standing at the Aviros and the TechBridge counters. Thank you. Can I have the doors closed? I'm just taking over. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be associated with this first AI session. I have the privilege, I would say one of the few who started working on AI in my undergrad days when neural networks was just papers and articles in journals. That's when I did my first, my undergrad project at IIT Kanpur was using neural networks to predict load forecasting in power transformers. You know, that problem of trying to find out and predict what is going to be the load, electrical load 24 hours in advance was a problem then and is a problem now. And it remains something that the industry has been working on for a long time. As was said by Mr. Subramaniam in the previous session, data was not there before. So everything had to be written by hand and coded. It was a 1,000-line C code at that point in time. And today, all of that can be put into a microprocessor the size of a small 1 centimeter cube chip. And the whole thing can be done at the edge. You don't even need to bring the data. We should be able to predict with triple-digit accuracy the load on a transformer on the edge of the network itself. So the network itself becomes very intelligent. Now, what you heard in the morning, I'm going to contradict a whole bunch of it. That is how I do my sessions. I make it controversial. I'm going to poke fun of everybody over here so that we remain active and not fall asleep during the day. Everybody said anything that happened in IT was AI. That wasn't AI. Every automation is not AI. Everything that we could do on paper, we suddenly do on a computer and we start calling it AI. That is also not AI. So what is AI? What is intelligence? I think if we start with the understanding what is intelligence, we will know what is artificial intelligence. And I think if you do a quick show of hands, I'm not going to do it because it's going to take some time, is to say how many of you knew what AI was 5 years ago? We said in 2018, there was a paper from Niti Aayog on AI. That AI is very different than the AI that we are talking about today. Very, very different. Niti Aayog had no idea what AI was or what today's AI was 5 years ago, because when Niti Aayog was writing that paper, they were writing about AI that was in 2014. Right? So I'm sorry, but that's the speed at which things have happened in the last 6 months, or maybe I would say 8, 10 months, has been phenomenal. The whole word AI, everybody is now talking about AI. Everybody is using AI. Now AI is incorporated into everything. The people on the stage over here actually have used AI in their products for the last probably 6, 7 years, 8 years now. It is embedded into their product. That means they have been working on it for the last 10 years. Those were all vertical AIs. They were solving a particular problem. They were solving it very well. And it was there sporadically in multiple technologies. What has happened in the last 6, 7 months is now AI is everywhere. And it has become mainstream. It has become democratized at the lowest level. So you and I are also being able to use AI. Otherwise, we needed PhD programmers from Carnegie Mellon to write AI, right? That is what he is, by the way. Now, even your child who's about 8 to 10 years old can go into a program on the internet and can start playing around with building models, can start seeing the impact of conversational interaction with computers. What we are seeing today is our ability to interact with data in a very different way than we did before. Earlier, we had to first get the data, structure the data, clean the data, put it there. 90% of the effort of doing AI was getting the data ready. Right? The actual algorithm was simple. It was already available in papers that have been published for a long time. And we were just applying it. Speech recognition, voice recognition, movement recognition, everything that you're seeing today, doing categorization, all of it came down to us having to understand and store data in a particular way for AI to work. That was most of the effort. Today, what has happened is that that data has become ubiquitously available. Our ability to understand data without having to specify it completely, without having to clean it up completely, our ability to take incomplete information and start deciphering information, which is what we humans do. When we do intelligence, when you and I do, we don't wait for the whole universe to completely clear in front of us before we start taking decisions. We are able to take decisions. Intelligence is about being able to come up with judgments before all that information is available. Machines required absolute precision before they could take a decision. Now, artificial intelligence is helping bridge this gap, that we are being able to take decisions when everything is not very clear. Software is being able to fill the gaps and make that information available for decision making. I think that is the major leap that has happened. Today, we have got some very distinguished companies who have been working in India, working on very specific solutions in cybersecurity, in vision algorithms, in standardization of this. And India is a major contributor. You heard all the speakers talk about it. The government is giving a lot of push on AI, not just generative AI, AI in general, for us to make significant progress in the areas that were talked about, healthcare. The focus areas that were identified by Niti Aayog was actually something that we have done quite a bit of work. I do consult with most government departments as part of my role as the CTO for the Wadhwani Foundation. I go and see what is actually happening on the ground. Agriculture, lot of AI has already gone into agriculture and helping the real farmers on the ground today. Education, and urban cities. I mean, what we are doing in terms of almost all of you would have got a challan so far. It's all AI. So please blame AI for all the challans that you have got so far. That is AI. Algorithmic decision making is probably not. So I'm going to call on my speakers to give their address through. Do you have a presentation, Vikram? Yeah. So I'm going to my first speaker is Mr. Vikram Gupta. He's the founder and CEO of Aviros. And his topic today is large-scale video AI app deployments, which they have done at Aviros. He's the co-founder and chief executive. He holds a dual PhD, as I was mentioning before. in electrical and computer science from Carnegie Mellon University. Vikram, the stage is yours. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Sumit, for the kind introduction. And it is an honor and a pleasure to be here in this august company. I think being a speaker among all of you is an honor that I don't think startups like us generally get, but we are extremely fortunate to have this opportunity. And to add to Dr. Sumit's point on how AI is being conflated with any digital technology in general. But going further, what we want to bring today here is that how large scale AI on the ground can be deployed and what are the next steps to look forward to in making AI work at a large scale. But before that, I would like to start with a sarcastic question. So what do you call an AI that keeps making mistakes? Any shout outs? So a machine that is learning, right? So it's a bad joke, not a very good one. But the good thing here is that actually I asked ChatGPT, what is an opening joke for an AI summit? And that is what it came up with. So with that, of course, now as Dr. Sumit was telling, right, we have seen that AI is actually going to touch each and every person's life in a way that probably no other technology has done in several decades, I believe. People have been thinking about it from 50s onwards. Carnegie Mellon, and actually I'm again pleased to say that I'm a junior to Dr. Sumit from the university. So Carnegie Mellon has been at the forefronts of AI research from 50s and 60s, but I think they will be proud, whoever came before us, to see what AI is at today. And what we are building and what I'm going to talk about today is how Aviros and the R&D in this space is helping large scale video AI. So by video AI, we have a stall at the back, you can actually see. So video AI means understanding video with AI. Video is something that we see with our eyes, right? But whenever we are looking at something, we are seeing and collecting that information and making decisions based on that. If we can automate some of those or many of those decisions, a lot of our automation problems can be solved. And that is what we are here to do. AI and video are both massive technology domains. 80% of all data, no matter where, internet, everywhere, is video. The growth of AI as a technology has been exponential. Everybody knows, we know that 1 teraflop of compute in 2000 was probably anywhere between $7,000 to $10,000. Today, this number is from 2020, but 2023, that number is less than $40. So there is nearly 200 times reduction in the cost of 1 teraflop of compute. And that has changed the way software is written. That has changed the way technology can impact our everyday life. That has changed the way how AI can bring us closer to its applications. And one of the exciting, so this is a chart from OpenAI and Economist, right? We all know about Moore's law, that compute power will double every 1.5 years or so, right? AI has broken this down by miles. The growth in AI compute power, compute ability, complexity, training data, whatever we call it, any parameter that we take, at least until end of 2022, that scale of doubling was 3.4 months. I believe, personally, I think if we see this paper maybe 1 year down the line, that scale probably will be 2.5 months of doubling of compute capacity. So we are at a unprecedented inflection point of how AI, compute, and technology can drastically change our interaction with its good things, I would say. So with this, what we bring to the table and what we are focusing our R&D efforts on as Aviros is, there are diverse video AI apps that can solve our problems, whether it is in factory, if there are a few things that are supposed to happen in a factory are happening in the right way or not. Then let's say, monitoring the quality of assets. I will come to some of these examples in more detail. Object counting or making sure whether the Flipkart package that we ordered actually has all the phones that we ordered or not. It's not carrying a brick. So that quality control can happen in warehouse itself or in a large gathering like a Kumbh or any public event. Is the crowd density manageable by the ground authorities or not, right? So all these are video AI problems. What we have seen or what we had seen so far as Aviros and technology company in this space, that AI is a lab technology. It is not available for us to deploy in production at scale. Today, there are enough tools available for a BTech student to go online and build a fantastic demo tray. We have covered that journey where when I was doing my BTech, training a small digit recognition model took us our small Pentium computer 3 days to train, and still it was pathetic. Today, that can be done in probably 15 minutes of effort by, it's probably like a subtext in a second year AI course assignment, what we did in 2007 as a BTech project. So that transition has happened. So AI in lab is fantastic today. We can see it doing phenomenal work in social media. We see that all the time. But when we talk about bringing it to production, production means, so this is an actual screenshot from one of our deployments in Bangalore city, 10,000 cameras across the city. They are all looking at our roads. They are all looking at our markets. They are all looking at our areas where we need AI to help us. We need AI to help the law enforcement. We need the AI to help the municipality and so on, right? Getting from that lab to that production environment is still a challenging journey. It is not democratized to the level which could help large-scale adoption as we would want it. This is where Aviros and our R&D efforts are coming in. We have built a platform with a marketplace, which has today more than 70 apps, which can solve problems in diverse use cases from the get-go. So it's like having our app store on the phone. We need a messaging app, we go to the app store and we get it. We need a social media app, we go to the app store and get it. The same thing we are trying to do for video AI. You need an app, you go to the app stack and get it. And that can be deployed in production at scale. This is one of the fundamental changes we are trying to bring as a startup in this ecosystem. One of the examples of its success story is we are fortunate to work with a Bangalore Safe City project with Bangalore Police, where more than 7,000 cameras and 12 AI apps are deployed at a scale of a city where you can see the granularity of cameras and different applications, including public safety, traffic, any kind of night threat, or let's say vehicle tracking and so on, right? Traffic management. So all these applications are available out of the box, which are deployed in Bangalore as we speak. And several other details, for example, any kind of traffic violation, parking violation, collection of municipality use cases, how human behavior is in a public space, any kind of garbage for municipality use cases. And we all went through COVID, whether mask compliance has been done or not, social distancing compliance has been done or not. So all these are problem statements that can be solved with video AI. And all these instances that we are showing are from real production deployments. So one of the things that we are doing fundamentally differently is to take cutting edge AI, which is in a lab, to large scale production using our platform. That platform is built in-house at Aviros, and we'd love to take you through this journey. Similarly, we are fortunate to work with CDAC and NEC on Delhi Safe City project, where more than 12,000 cameras, it's a bigger scale than Bangalore itself, 120 large scale servers are running more than 15 video AI apps for Delhi Nirbhaya project. And many other such problem statements can be solved with the video AI. So one of the other exciting problem statements for a German customer is tracking and locating packages within a large warehouse. These distribution centers are massive. How to find where a package is when a truck has to go from, let's say, one city to other city. Find 10 packages that are supposed to go on that truck. Instead of having to spend 1 hour, you can do it in 10 minutes because you know where the packages are, because that QR code on the package can be read by a camera on the ceiling. One of the most exciting projects, and I think which we are definitely proud of, and we are we made a difference at the world stage. Our product with Pratt & Whitney, an aircraft engine manufacturer, was launched at Paris Air Show in June 20, where using a mobile phone, the video from a mobile phone, we can check and tell whether any part that is supposed to be there on the engine, aircraft engine, are there or not. So this is used for maintenance and logistics purposes, not for engine on the flying time, but maintenance and logistics, so that the quality of engine and the logistics became seamless whenever engine moves from one end to the other. With that, we have more than 40 large customers where this technology has been deployed. We are looking forward to collaborations with all the August audience here. Anything that we can do to solve your problems, anything that we can work with you to bring AI at large scale to a large population is something that we are deterministic to do. Our platform is a 100% Make in India platform, which can do what we have aimed to do large scale video AI deployments for the world. Thank you. And I will be happy to take any questions after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Yeah. Our next speaker today is going to join us online, Dr. Chinmay Hegde. He's the Managing Director of Astrikos Consulting Private Limited. Dr. Chinmay Hegde is a subject matter expert in the areas of smart things, cyber network security, and with an experience of about 20 years in the industry with global security giants such as McAfee, Symantec, and Cisco. And he has been heading the application detection and FinFra research for Acquaintance Inc. before he started his entrepreneurship career, where he co-founded Netocall Group, India and Singapore, and sold it. And then he also did Interactive Spectrum in the past. At present, he's the Managing Director of Astrikos, a strategic consulting expert organization for smart cities, smart infra, and security in India. Astrikos Consulting is currently working on multiple critical ICT infrastructure projects across the country. Dr. Hegde possesses an intellectual properties in the areas of security and analysis, security compliance, enforcement, dynamic insider reputation rating. And so he's going to talk a lot about the use of AI in security. So over to you. I would request the team to get him online. Welcome, Chinmay. Over to you.
Hi. Hello, Dr. Sumit. So slide. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Dr. Chinmay, I can hear you on the bridge, but not sure about there.
I don't think the audience is able to hear me.
Yep.
Able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So a slight change, not just only in security, more of I will consider smart infrastructure rather. So that's my area for today. And just let me put the screen on. This is visible on, right? Is my screen on for everybody?
Yes. You're on.
Well, perfect. So can I go ahead with the permission from the moderator? Thank you. Thanks the organizers, and well, that's a nice view for me also. The topic for the day is role of AI and ML in infrastructure operations management. So when I say infrastructure, definitely Dr. Sumit touched upon about the expertise areas that we are working in, that is smart things, smart infra, smart cities. Yes. So all of us call smart. Definitely there is no possibility of having the thing smart without intelligent decision making, right? So that is the the preamble that I would want to start with. So just a brief introduction about our company. We have interventions mainly in the platform that's Astrikos AI software platform, which is in various different infrastructures. So everybody else, I believe today are going to touch base on camera or video based AIs or telecom AIs or any maybe robotic process automations and all of them. However, I'm going to talk about more of a stick to basic necessities, that is infrastructure, which is our utility network, our manufacturing networks, or it could be the data centers where all of our data is hosted, or the cities where urban governance, improvement, all of them, and some examples I'm going to show. The challenges in infra management is quite obvious, where all of us know is the lack of collaboration, right? So like the way in earlier session, I think Dr. Upadhyay was mentioning that the collaboration is quite important, right, across the stakeholders. So that's one of the major challenge in infra management. And there is a particular discrete management, which is another issue out there. The discrete accountability and responsibility will leave, like, there are a lot of catches which are dropped between slips, right? So 2 slips. So that's the major issue. And it's your problem. So the ball goes to the boundary. So high cost in the maintenance aspect, because everything has to be, reactively maintained. So like the way Dr. Sumit was mentioning, just automating is not necessarily the artificial intelligence, right? So there is more intelligence required in, automating things too. And the global phenomena right now, or the global buzzword right now, is a sustainability impact, right? Because first and foremost is unintelligent operations, and there is lack of standardization. That's the root cause for this. Then the energy management in the sustainability itself is a big area. Also, the complexities involved in the compliances, global standards. How do we, where are we right now, and where do we go further in terms of meeting certain goals? That's another, headache for the infrastructure operations or infrastructure management. Apart from that, the planning, forecasting, capacity management, all these things lack predictiveness, and forecasting measures will fail because of lack of such kind of data-driven operations. The tangibility is missing. How to bring the tangibility? That's the biggest challenge. So current global traction is Sustainable Development Goals, and there are many pillars which are related to the basic necessities, that is good health and well-being, clean water, sanitation, affordable and clean energy, industrial innovation and infrastructure, and sustainable cities, or the sustainable urban infrastructure, and climate action, so on and so forth. Just brush up on this, moving ahead, where India is, furthering right now. India is moving towards a big opportunity, that is the investment in infrastructures. Why I have shown this particular picture is because everybody can easily know what is this project all about, right? So there is a big industrial corridor across the Golden Quadrilateral is being created. Smart cities, which has been the initiative. Now the smart industrial parks are another initiative, smart water, smart sewage, and now the new thing is the next generation data centers. So all these are the large infrastructures, right? So this is the context where there is a particular planning which has gone in for next 1 decade to 1.5 decades in India. Large amount of infrastructure and investments are being made, but how to safeguard this without, maintaining them in an intelligent way? That's a big deal. Solution statement is like, okay, I have some solutions where the smart unified operation management is one, and second, at the same time, the reduced maintenance intervention, because it is important to reduce the intervention of manual errors. That means manual intervention has to be cut down ultimately, right? So the manual intervention has to be cut down, and hence we have to automate more intelligently and not just reactively, proactively, right? So to bring the proactiveness. Proactiveness can be done with the help of the data which is getting generated, and data can induce the operation in an automated way, but proactive way, such as the biggest challenges in infrastructure is asset management or asset maintenance, right? Maintenance of the assets, where there are lot of issues which get created where the mean time to respond to the issues is very high. It is important to reduce them by 40%. That's what I'm talking right here. And that is possible too by means of proactively maintaining the large infra assets. And next comes the self-assessment framework, like the way in the problem statements I spoke about sustainability is the issue. The sustainability, proactive inspection and carving out the roadmap, which is machine driven ultimately, such as machine suggest. So in simple, creating all these things, including the energy conservation by analyzing the IoT, OT and IT data, because there is a large, ICT intervention which is happening. So the infrastructures are typically governed by standard operating procedures, but these standard operating procedures have become like, patrolling, simple patrolling, but simple patrolling would not necessarily bring you the result. Of course, it may be just a part of the process, but the process, if it is, the data driven, at the same time, it is guided or the, informed, then it becomes more and more intelligent. So that's the importance. And of course, there is a detailed, patent which is published internationally by Astricos.ai. We can, you can take a look at it for your academic interest. So cognitive super diligence platform, everything. What are the infrastructures that we are addressing is data centers, urban infrastructure analytics, industrial infrastructure analytics, utility infra analytics, healthcare infra administration, campus infrastructure. Like, of course, one of the very important projects that we are doing right now is Central Vista, where all of you are in Delhi right now, right? So the Central Vista's integrated command and control center is going to be the intelligent command and control center, where this is going to be the the forward for setting up the sustainable campus operations overall. So that's one of the best example, which is going to be, of course, it's in the initial stage. As you few years down the lane, you will see the results of them. Moving ahead, how do we do this? We do through a rapid application development model or a deployment model, where we have the templates which does all the brings various different features, which deploys, any infrastructure can become intelligent in a fast track mode, which I can say I may be boasting about. You may be thinking that I may be boasting about it. It is 3 to 6 months roadmap. Of course, the data is necessary, right? So the data is necessary, but we have a ways to figure out that too, as in tandem with the infrastructural development. Now, a simple example I want to show. This is a video from one of the projects which we are implementing, which is a smart city command and control center, which is made AI and ML advisory oriented command and control center from simply integrated command and control center. The revolution which which is starting from bringing just integrated operation to AI/ML driven advisory oriented command and control center. I'm just going to showcase this for a couple of moments. And as I keep on explaining, here you are seeing this is one of the cities near Pune, Pimpri-Chinchwad, where there are multiple, the IoT equipments which are, deployed, where such as solid waste management, and also CCTV intelligence. Of course, we do not do camera feed based intelligence, but we do the alert intelligence. Especially we take the alert as the data from CCTV system, and when the system has to be maintained. Now I'll just take a simple pause out here. Okay, as I move ahead, right? So the traffic and all of them, we do a kind of an intelligence driven asset maintenance out here, because asset will call you and tell that I may have an issue in future, right? Not necessarily reactively like the traditional way it happens. Here, if you see the advisory which is thrown on the screen, which says analysis shows that the CCTV the feeds have been inconsistent. So the manual, because see, it has been inconsistent, is not necessarily the asset is totally broken down, right? So there is a manual intervention required or some kind of an advisory. It could be automated, work order creation on the respective, service contractor also. And also the system will throw some more lights into it that what do you want to do, right? You want to do this, you want to create a work order, or you want to create a maintenance ticket, or you want to ask somebody to go and check, or you want to replace the asset. Maybe such kind of a scenarios, if I have to explain, 8 weeks down the lane, the asset may break down, but I know that today, right? So that's the way it has been innovating it. And also it is not just based on only, just throwing the advisories, but there is a data evidencing based on the machine learning models, statistical as well as mathematical operations, all of them, where there is a evidencing that why they have to do this, right? So it's important to tell the administrators that why they have to do something, right? So similarly in various, such as in case of this, I would take a little bit of a rewind here and show one example, which is even, So certain advisories would show, 1 second, I'm sorry, I think it is moved fast, quite fast. Yeah, right. So classification, yes, out here, the data evidencing and zone-based complaint analytics, all of them, such as, which are based on advisories. As I move, I can also show in which signal there can be, what is the speed, average speed people are, maintaining at what point of, time in the day particular, what part of the time in the day. Also the attention would be called out, and if there is a necessity, only then the respective action is called for. This is an example. As we move further, right, all the kind of advisory system would throw and system would call for an action. Now, where it can go in future, let us see that. So as some of the simple dashboards where it is, where we cover, and similarly, more and more use cases out here, what can be the AI and ML driven platform interventions. One is into the smart cities. Similarly, the AI ML powered data center operations management, centralized project monitoring platform for the performance measurement of various different contractors associated with the project. Similarly, the water networks and urban analytics is another one where integrated management can come into the picture. Similarly, workforce management for O&M operations of telecom or any other infrastructures, and cloud services operations in a sustainable and transparent manner using the power of the data, and EV charging and all these things, manufacturing systems. Very important case has been one of the cases where we are working with very well-known cement giant is ML-driven industrial knowledge manager, where it can completely, innovate their knowledge management system in the manufacturing units by also guiding them to the world-class manufacturing KPI standardization, which is totally based on the AI-driven advisory-based operation innovation. So similarly, the disaster management, building like a green building indices or the green campus indices and healthcare infrastructure. These are some of the applications based on which we are working. Of course, this is about our organization. We are moving ahead. The growing organization where you can contact me for any of questions if you have, maybe after the session or whatever it is, any doubts. Of course, I have joined virtually, but I'll be there online. Dr. Sumit, thank you, and thanks organizers for the opportunity. Over to you, Dr. Sumit.
Thank you so much, Chinmay. Appreciate your presentation. We will take, it'll be good if you can stay online, Chinmay, and take the questions if it comes at the end.
Of course.
Our next speaker is Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. He's the CEO of TechBridge. His presentation theme is how to quantify the contribution of AI in the enterprise cybersecurity space. Having graduated from IIT BHU in 2000, he has since worked in reputable organizations like Wipro, Sonos Networks, Huawei, Alcatel-Lucent, etc. In his career spanning 22 years, he has traversed challenging domains, taxing experiences, and extremely educative projects, working across various geographies across the globe. In 2016, he founded TechBridge. He's a true businessman at heart. His persistent and determined nature has brought him success in his field. He believes that the acceptance towards change and adaptation is good mindset to have, leads to excellence. He believes in the Indian enterprises should be reliant on Indian companies for software solutions. So make in India. Go for you, TechBridge. Go. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, it's not in here. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Sumit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sumit, for a long introduction, and it's a great event, and it's an honor for me to address this audience here. And as rightly mentioned, in my career span, I have worked across very great MNCs, and they have helped me to learn a lot. But at the same time, I always believed from the whole journey of my corporate experience that Indian companies should be self-reliant, and we should be developing very all the solutions in India. And fortunately, we have current leadership in India, which is very much promoting Make in India concept. And that has really helped us as a morale and as an industry, to develop our solutions. And overall, as an acceptance in the Indian ecosystem has grown very much, and that has helped us, to generate and develop solutions in-house in India. And as we come on the topic of AI, AI is something, as rightly mentioned in the previous instances today, that we used to work on neural networks, and we had the technology in our colleges. We used to work on them. And then, yes, data was not there. And over the period of years, it was a hallucination kind of thing that, yes, we will have some AI kind of things and neural networks. And then eventually today, as we speak, in last 6-7 months, the world has changed dramatically once the OpenAI came with the solution, right? And as Indian companies with the digitization, I'm very proud at many times when we see that Indian context has become very, at par with the global levels from across various things, and including AI today. And I'm coming from that experience that a couple of years ago, we were talking about technology taking certain number of years to travel from American market to European markets, and then from European markets to Indian markets. And there has to be a huge gap, and we Indians were always looking, to US and European companies for solutions, and we were always longing to, buy those products and everything. But today, as we speak, Indian enterprises are at par. Our brains are developing solutions in India, and we are competing with at the global stage, and it's a very proud moment for us. And as a company, TechBridge, we carry that motto, and I will talk about what advanced things are happening in AI. AI, like applications are there all across. The only thing is that we pick some area, we identify those things, and we do automation and AI as the next steps. Okay. So today, as I have taken this topic, cyber security. Actually, anything today is generating millions and billions of terabytes of data. We have data all around, and we as normal human beings cannot actively respond on those data points. So we need automated systems to actually, work and jostle about the data, as even Vikram talked about videos, or Chinmay talked about automation in infrastructure operations. Ultimately, it's all about data. Various sources of data are coming in, and even security is nothing but it's a part of the whole fabric of and the ecosystem. So today I have taken a topic which is very hot today in the global and Indian market context. It is cybersecurity, and how AI is going to help And ultimately, as businesses, they want to see that how AI can help and quantify the whole investment, and in the area of cybersecurity. Okay. So, as that a brief agenda about like today, we will talk about how AI helps in cybersecurity, some use cases and examples, and the quantification of those things which we are talking about. And I'm sure this session which we are discussing, it's very useful in the sense that we will see the quantification numbers and how we are leaping forward in terms of using the intelligence, the artificial intelligence one thing, but ultimately it is intelligence, which is how to interpret, read the data points, and then come up with something quantifiable. Actually, that is very important for everything. Okay, so basically, when we talk about one thing very critical, we have to understand is that everything cannot happen at the core. We are making the edge as intelligence, as the core it is. So security, as we take it to the edge, is very, very critical. And ultimately, AI is helping to make that edge intelligent. AI is helping to control or identify the security incidents at the edge itself. So we see lots of cameras or lots of things, devices across. They are taking the intelligence to the edge, and that is very, very important. As we talk about advanced threat detection, proactive defense, and intelligent edge. Similarly, ultimately in cybersecurity scenario, it is very important that we have intelligence in the system set so that threats are detected as early as possible. Because when you talk about cybersecurity, it's see, we have incidents everywhere. Many things get noticed, but most that gets unnoticed. So using intelligence, we can detect them as early as possible, and that will ultimately help us to mitigate any risk that pose to the systems. Systems can be anything. So AI helps us to take that intelligence to the edge. It doesn't, you need not take the data to the center and then work on them and then respond. Ultimately, probably we'll lose some important time, the critical time in that. So the synergy of AI and enterprise security, cybersecurity is very critical, and that AI is very important in that part. Okay. As we speak about one very important aspect of AI is self-learning, actually. So AI models, they keep on evolving with every day and night as they keep on learning what is the new things are happening around. In security, I take a very common example, like when I talk to people about intelligence. Like you have a house, you have one milkman who is coming to your house or probably your street every day, and he's just roaming around. Probably he's doing a recce also. Now you cannot say that he's a good man or a bad man or what he might do, good or bad some other day. But slowly, you as a human being will observe such a person, and then someday he might break your windows also. Now, till the time he didn't broke the window, he's a good man. And the day he suddenly decides that I am going to be a bad man, he enters your house, ransacks it, and go away. Now, that's what is security about. AI will make sure that such movements are tracked and they can take an intelligent decision. So that is where is cybersecurity and AI is contributing there. So identifying such incidents, and out of the blue, such incident has occurred. So ultimately, artificial intelligence or AI, that the learning models, self-learning models, automated learning models will help to identify such incidents. It's a very common example I have taken, but this is true. So cybersecurity uses AI very, very proactively, and without that, it cannot work because it's a huge, immense data which has to be consumed, digested. So it's a very, very, very critical use case which I have taken and the way it happens. So enhancements like brought by AI to cybersecurity. And this is what is a very, very important contribution AI is doing in the area of cybersecurity. Okay. Now, as I spoken about certain use cases, or I took one example, and as we speak, a couple of use cases of enhancing cybersecurity is like we see a very AI-powered intrusion detection system, which is very useful and very critical across the buildings and even infrastructure, which are very critical infrastructure. Power ecosystem, our defense ecosystem, our critical even enterprises or government ecosystems. We need to have automated intrusion detection systems. Then very another important thing is behavior anomaly, behavior-based anomaly detection. Now, someone is it is useful, the behavior anomaly detection. It can be like, as I said, example of a milkman doing a recce of your house. Similar kind of person can be doing a recce of some very important establishments. Now, he can be a genuine person. For example, take another example. I'll take, you do a customer complaint. You call a service center and your voice is normally very high. You have a high pitch. Now, you are a normal person. So, when you speak in various tones, the customer care person has to understand, oh, Mr. Sumit is speaking loudly, that is his normal voice. I don't have to react on that. Wherein when he's shouting very loudly, that means actually he's very angry. So that is a user behavior. So AI helps us to learn these models and evolve these models. So even cybersecurity has a very big component of such learning models, and it keeps on evolving based on various user and their behavior analysis. Even you would have seen Amazon, etc. They ask you various passwords or various authentication mechanism. If you change your laptop or if you change your location, even if you change the browser on your PC, things like that. So such behavior anomalies and detections is they cannot be happening without AI. And it's a very critical role in Indian context and in global context in the new advent of cybersecurity across. So as it is written here, machine learning, malware detection, and user behavior analysis. These are the various areas which are very you can say important. They use AI very drastically, and cybersecurity has great use cases for AI being used. And today it's a very proud moment for India and companies who are developing such technologies in India. Okay. A brief over the contribution of AI quantification. That is, lots of cost is being saved, enhanced detection and response. Accuracy has improved. We are the rate of removing false positives has gone down. Scalability and efficiency, return of investment analysis, and customer satisfactions. Using artificial intelligence in all of these solutions across, it's in day-to-day thing, like even as Vikram is doing video analytics using AI. So ultimately the user experience in terms of challenge or anything around, they ultimately improves the user experience. And that is for like security, cybersecurity, these are various things, but yes, the contribution is immense. A couple of points about the future of AI, like AI backed by cyber defense. So we have like smart learning, which means actually spotting the threats and improving performance through data analysis. Adaptive security, which is like learning from the past incidents and adjusting defenses to counter new threats. Learning from simulated attacks, enhancing and transfer learning. Basically, if we have knowledge gained across one use case, we do the transfer of that learning for another use case. There are various examples of this. And ultimately, as a quantification, we have lots of savings which comes into this. Savings not in the terms of even cost saving, but lots of opportunity loss, the loss which would have come across if the incident occurs. So lots of saving in that way is there in cybersecurity. In couple of numbers, if we see, 61% of the organizations believe AI is necessary to combat cyber theft effectively. As per Accenture study, AI tools respond 10 times faster. That is true, and we have seen across, and I am sure the experience will keep on increasing. Up to 50% cost saving in detecting and responding to cyber attacks. A study is there, let's say, which shows around almost 4 to 5 times growth in terms of cybersecurity market using AI, and around 63% organizations are using AI or machine learning in the cybersecurity. So these are a couple of numbers, and these numbers indicates that AI is being used in cybersecurity, and we have seen as a company and as a users that lots of such investments are happening, and ROI is also decent and lucrative enough in terms of use cases and the customer behavior, customer consumption, I would say. Okay. Just to conclude briefly on this topic, see, basically AI is quantifiable as in contribution, and we cannot ignore that contribution. Effectively, it's going to help our consumer ecosystem, our public ecosystem, and as an industry also, we all see like AI is helping immensely across. So that is our take on this topic, and as a company, we are investing a lot into this area in our solutions and products, and we believe that we will be able to serve the society through this endeavors of ours. Thank you, everyone, listening on this. And anyone has any questions, maybe in this session or post session, we are always here.
Thank you, Saurabh. Yeah. Our next speaker is Colonel Surendranath Rohela. He's a colonel in SDA, Director of Standardization, Department of Defense Production, MOD. He's going to talk about artificial intelligence and some key challenges that he's seeing in his military career over 29 years. Colonel Rohela has served across a wide spectrum of operations areas and tenanted a host of important command, staff, and instructional appointments, including the United Nations, as a military observer in peacekeeping operations. The officer is qualified on disaster management, cyber law, ethical hacking, cyber security, and artificial intelligence. He's a master's in military technology, master's in artificial intelligence, and MPhil in cyber warfare. Technology enthusiast, he has used his technical skills to enhance operational efficiency. He has vast experience, especially in the field of electronic warfare, geointelligence, and cyber warfare. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Sumit sir, and to the chair, to the dais, to the organizers, BIF and Bharat Exhibition, and to the esteemed guests who are here. In front of these giants, I'll just try to match up. The topic which I shall be speaking upon is key challenges. Now, to understand the key challenges, we also need to understand the human evolution. As humans evolved, so did their intelligence. And thereafter, this intelligence was being transferred to the machines. And the debate that who's better, whether the man or the machine, started. So we were on this, the debate, whether man is better or the machine is better, or the intelligence of the machine or the man is better. So today, as on date, whether it is chess, whether it is Go as a game, or whether it is the modeling of the folding of the most complex item in chemistry called the proteins that the machines are able to do better. Now, we have been hearing this AI. AI has translated into every aspect of our lives. And if it has affected every aspect of our lives, it is also landscaping the technology landscape. It is shaping up how the technology of today and tomorrow will evolve, how it will affect all of us. It has been defined by the US in very clear terms that for a given set of human-defined objectives, make predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing real or virtual environments. And they are basically for perceived, real, or virtual environments, abstract such perceptions into models through analysis in an automated manner, and use model inference to formulate options for information or action. Now, the various types of AI are there. We'll just limit it to the basics. There are 3 types. And these are from machine learning to machine intelligence to machine consciousness, where it would reach the artificial super intelligence stage, which would match the intelligence of the human brain. As was earlier brought out, that data is at the heart of artificial intelligence. Machine learning being part of the entire ecosystem is being extensively used for various decision-making, analytics being thrown out of the data being thrown inside. Nothing is new about AI. It has been there for quite some time. But it came as a splash. It took the world by its horn by something called the new industry revolution. And that was the ChatGPT. Since November 2022, it has been one of the most extensively used application available on the web. Whether it is reducing weight, whether it is doing your homework, whether writing an essay or programming a seminar, it is everywhere. So it brings out us to the main topic. What are the key challenges? Now, I will walk you through as fundamental key challenges, back to basics. First is the data quality and availability. We have all heard of this term GIGO, which is garbage in and garbage out. How does it affect us? Traditional, modern, we have huge sources from where data is coming in. We just heard that video AI is also coming in. This data needs to be processed. A simple classification, male or female. Over 180, male. Under 180, female. If weight 80 kgs, then female, or the white is a male. Is it so simple? We come to this problem. Is it cold? A simple binary solution or a logic? Yes, no. Within those parameters of 0 and 1, there are so many responses which will be thrown if we use the fuzzy logic. Maybe cold, slight cold, little cold. Then what is bad data? Bad data is one which is inaccurate or not sufficient enough or doesn't have the missing values are there. How does it impact us? Taking a simple image recognition. Now we see something on the screen. What do we all see? Can anybody tell me, please? Sorry? Yeah, very correct. And what about next to it? Sorry? Absolutely correct. Now, if I improve the image, it becomes much clearer. So we have seen 3 images. We'll see another image. Can anybody tell me what is there on this screen? polar bear. We improve the image, we improve the data, and this is what emerges in front of us. Can anybody tell what is there on the left side, the A side? Owl. What else? Sorry? Apple. And what is there on the B side? Absolutely. What else? Muffins are there. What else? Dog. There's a puppy. So we can now see how data makes a big difference. And what is the process? How is it processed? Data comes in, you work onto the data, you train the machine, and thereafter you validate, you do the testing, and if it passes, the predictions or the results are given, the analytics are given. This is what the process is all about. And you keep iterating. As was earlier brought out, 15 minutes it takes with today's computing power to do an epoch of say 1,000 or much more than that. But then if the data is not correct, or if there's an issue of the selection of the model, there could be a problem of overfitting, underfitting. It could lead to a bad decision. Hence, the completeness of the data becomes an important aspect for this whole artificial intelligence. The analytical pipeline has to be correct. The data which is being fed in, the model selection which is being fed in has to be correct. You cannot have poor data set with a perfect model giving you a good prediction. It definitely is going to have a false positive or a false negative impact. Whatever model you may use thereafter, the analytics which are required out of it will not be delivered to you. So bad data gives you bad decisions. Coming to the next challenge, integration with the existing systems. There are legacy systems and there are modern technology. How do you integrate these? We have archives, we have archival data, most of the data in ledgers. How do you transfer the data? Yes, today modern systems are throwing up, social media is throwing up, surveillance cameras are throwing up. But what about those data which are there? How do you do the integration? Is there a data roadmap for those organizations to onboard onto this wonderful technology called artificial intelligence? That mismatch has to be covered, that gap has to be covered. It is a major challenge. One small mistake in your spelling of your name from SURENDER to SURENDRA will make all the difference. We heard the esteemed speaker earlier say how it was important for artificial intelligence to even identify the victims of Balasore train accident. That is how important the whole thing has become. So if the onboarding of the legacy systems to the modern systems, or the reverse integration of the modern systems to the legacy systems, it has to be done precisely. It has to be well thought of. Lack of expertise and talent. We may have smartphones in our hand, but are we so smart enough to use all the features? Have you ever questioned us? Say, for example, a small feature. So many of us sitting here. Does the phone recognize that we are in a conference? Does it go on to the auto mode, silent auto mode automatically? No. But then how many of us have to be reminded, please kindly switch off your phone or put it on silent mode? So who is smarter, the machine or us? Let's question ourselves. So we need to train people to accept this technology, adopt this technology, and thereafter execute this technology. We cannot be having people as just basic data entry operators understand the kind of video AI or the kind of digital India path we are on to. And this is a huge skill gap. Almost 40% talent deficiency exists as on date. I'm sure the esteemed panel will have much better statistics. Another aspect to consider, the cost of investment for a medium or a small scale industry, this cost becomes very prohibitive. But he's got a major business. He is handling part of the whole maximum part of the GDP. Let us take these four things, whether it is descriptive or diagnostic, predictive or prescriptive. How do I see value as a business, as a small business or a medium-sized business? Today, you go to a pawn shop, he also has that Paytm machine which reads out the amount coming to him. Why? Why is the acceptability there? Because he found value in that. That a customer comes and if he goes without paying, I'm at loss. So he's taken that machine. So if we have to have a jump from what happened that the customer left without paying to what will happen if I don't get an intimation, he has to see value. And we have to bridge this gap, whether it is from descriptive to predictive or diagnostic to prescriptive. Ethical and legal issues. They were talked earlier also in the session. It was talked now also. Very important aspect. The threat landscape is very live to the AI environment, to the AI ecosystem. Why I say so? Because it is all data, and data, as they say, is new gold. And if it is new gold, it has to have ethical practices in place. It has to have the legal governances in place. These are some of the responsible AI principles. To the extent, we would have all seen these movies. I'm sure you remember. Where it was projected as very demonly. The same machine which could have been put to use in a much better way was shown to have very different purpose. What does perception go out to the public? We may be a very learned group here, but what is the general perception outside thereafter? Oh, I'll just 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I'll try. Okay. So these are the questions which we need to ask. The ethical questions. Are there biases? If a Facebook target campaign could be run for the US president, can it not happen here? What are we seeing in Manipur? The kind of misinformation which is going on. The Twitter is full of those bots which are posting and reposting. WhatsApp, they have built in a safeguard now. You cannot forward a multiple forwarded message many a times. So ethics in AI is very important. The Association of Computing Machines, they have come out with this principles of responsible algo systems. It is available on the net. I'll just try to rush so that we don't miss security and compliances. Data security versus data privacy. What data belongs to you should not be misused. And what data you have given me on trust, I should safeguard that. So these are again very, very important aspects. These are the AI Bill of Rights, what consumers who share the data is. Policy research areas also affected. Audit is another very important aspect of the entire ecosystem. It was talked about earlier also. Transparency. Transparency has to be built into the system as to what is happening. Are there any checks and balances? Is the data being used or abused or misused? This is what the AI governance in the United States says. We also have our things in place, and we are much better off in the world as of date. So responsible AI, it boils down to 4 things. Job redundancy, another factor that once AI comes in, there'll be many jobs lost. Why are we seeing a job loss? Why not seeing that so many jobs will be created? So there are those challenges at the workplace. People need to match up. Even if State Bank of India, from a white elephant, it could be a delivering elephant. so was this technology will deliver. Business perspectives. Again, we've talked about how the companies are using the AI. Organizational support. If the organization is not ready to adopt it, if it is not ready to pump in the cost, if it is not ready to change its employees to accept this technology, how will this technology on board? And if there are biases, if a company runs into a loss because of an AI algorithm, will anybody on board? So these are the top barriers. So there's a framework which is called the ARI framework, which is AI Readiness Index. Once a company is ready with this AI Readiness Index, it is ready to take on this technology and use this, exploit this technology. Internet of Things. Suddenly we have Alexa switching on your TV. It's always listening on device, data being thrown in. If I say, hey Siri now, most of our iPhones will wake up now. So if that was it, what if you have an always looking device? Your personal devices become your own surveillance devices. What about that? So this is the IoT ecosystem. This is the snapshot where everything is getting interconnected. The path has just been taken. AI has multiple advantages, and we need to ride this wagon. Every aspect you can think of, it has a place. And these are what the trends are going to be. He just mentioned the video AI and the smart governance, smart cities, so on and so forth.
We can.
I'm so sorry. Just
Yeah.
last two slides. This is the ChatGPT, how it gives you, and the buzz. Okay, this is a very important thing. Q1 of 2022, 2023, and Q2 of 2023. You see the difference, how generative AI has captured the whole thing. And China, they have said that they will become the world's innovation center for AI by 2030. Lastly, we have IIT Kanpur also in this list. So they are doing also a wonderful job. I remain. You can scan this QR code for my contact details. I'll leave it bigger for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel sir. Yeah. So one of the differences of, just to, like I said, I contradict everybody, so I'm going to contradict you. So one of the things that he was talking about was the fact that you have to get the data. We talked about the earlier part of AI was when you had to get the data ready. You needed a lot of knowledge to start using AI. The transformation that we have seen over the last 1 year, I would say 9 months to 12 months, is that the interface has changed. And that interface has made AI accessible to everybody. It has democratized. Earlier, you needed a mainframe to start computing. When desktop computers came, people got liberated. So the current version of AI that you're seeing is like the advent of desktop computers from mainframe. Earlier, you needed all kinds of knowledge to operate a mainframe. But suddenly, when desktops came, people could do regular things. And the first few years of desktop, most people were playing tic-tac-toe on the computer. That is where they learned how to play it. And what we are doing with ChatGPT today is playing tic-tac-toe with ChatGPT. Very frankly, that is the 99% of use of ChatGPT is of absolutely no commercial use whatsoever. People are doing all kinds of silly, stupid things, which is fine. Because the 1% who are using it for real work is the value that is going to get multiplied over and over and over. And soon we are going to see that penetrate into every aspect. So I'm going to invite the next speaker who's going to join us online is Mr. Debjit Ghatak. He's a center head for Bridge Disa Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence at IIM Ahmedabad. And he currently heads the Center for Data Science. He comes with 12 years of work experience working on core telecom and cloud technologies. Debjit Ghatak holds a bachelor's degree in electronics from BITS Pilani. And he has built his engineering background. He pursued his master's in business administration at IIM Ahmedabad, and he currently heads the center. So over to you, Debjit, and we'll take questions after the session. Thank you.
Right.
You can start preparing for the questions, and we'll go straight into it.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sumit. Am I audible?
Carry on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And Okay, is my screen visible right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sumit. Thank you, BIF, for inviting me today. So this is the Brisdisa Center for Data Science and AI at IIM Ahmedabad. It was established in 2021. We have Professors Ankur Sinha and Professor Aninda Chakraborty as the chairpersons of this center. So just a quick one, the center activities primarily around academic research, industry connect, where we look to collaborate with the industry to do multiple studies. We are also involved in policy enablement, and we do multiple activities when it comes to knowledge dissemination. So what I'm going to talk about today primarily is a study that we recently concluded on India's AI readiness. By that, I mean, we studied 130 plus organizations. We interviewed and we surveyed the CXOs and CXO -1, primarily from the data analytics and the digital transformation verticals of organizations in banking, in consumer goods, and in industrial goods, and across sizes as well. So today I'll be primarily presenting the findings of the study. It is a collaboration with Boston Consulting Group, where they bring in their knowledge from on the ground, and we bring in the academic rigor.
Debjit, can I request
Yes.
you to go straight into findings and things? We are trying to rush the session because we are running a bit late. So I would
Sure.
request you to just go to the main output sections of your presentation.
Okay, absolutely. So the motivation behind the study was economic development, global competitiveness, technological advancement, policy formulation, and social impact. I'll skip these. These are the co-authors of the report. The study approach was to focus not just on the use cases or one key aspect. I think today we spoke a lot on a large variety of use cases, innovative ones, but our focus is primarily on how to derive value from these use cases, how to lead an organization-wide initiative so that there is some palpable impact on the top line and bottom line. So quickly, I would just directly go to the maturity levels that we explored. Level 1 is a company has not started the AI journey, all the way up to level 5, when we are talking about the AI maturity comparable to the best globally. If we are comparing a bank, then it's top bank globally. So that's what we are looking at when it's a level 5. So quickly, if I go to the findings, then we see across in the last 3 years, what we have evaluated is all organizations have made significant improvement. These are the 4 personas of organizations that we have. We have the leaders, who are obviously they have been good before and they have gotten even better in the last 3 years. And at the end of the spectrum, we have the laggards, the organizations that really did not have much of a plan before, but they are trying to catch up. In the middle, we have 2 interesting set of organizations, one that have continued to steadily improve. And we have the leapfroggers who used to be at par with the laggards with not really much of a plan. But in the last 3 years, they have transformed themselves. They have brought in the right data initiatives and they're already deriving significant value. So what we are trying to explore today are 2 things. One is what we can learn from the leaders, and the other is the ones that have leapfrogged, how they have managed to do so. So quickly, I think I'll skip this actually in the interest of time. The macro stuff, everyone has spoken about the benefits. We know if India has to be a 5 trillion economy, then every organization across industries need to adopt AI. So a quick look at the spider chart shows us that 3 years back, while the organizations were somewhere there in maturity and the leaders were at the top, we have seen this expand significantly in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, a large part of the large organizations, they have come up a lot. So, but still, what is the landscape today? We see that 67% of organizations are laggards. They don't really have a plan beyond 1 or 2 use cases. So most organizations speak of a couple of use cases and that's it. But how to tie it up to total processes, getting value at the top line or bottom line, That's not really there in India as of today in 67% organization. If we split it across industrial goods, consumer goods, and BFSI, we see that even in BFSI, we have 50% organization that are laggards. And industrial goods and consumer goods, it's expected that 3/4 are laggards. We see that the leaders mostly come from banking, which is expected given the type of sector it is, heavily data dependent, regulated. The RBI monitors almost every aspect. So because of that, they are data driven. So we have about 22% that is at par with global leaders. That is what we see in the BFSI. In consumer goods and hygiene, we see about 5% are actually at a leadership level. So quickly, I'll just say that what are the learnings from the leaders? So leaders have a use case first approach. What they try to do is they try to stitch together a business case that they want to achieve, and then they try to find the use cases that will help them. It's not the other way that they find some use case like probably a generative AI or something else interesting, and then they think, where do I put it? No, they are focused on their business goals and they go backward to tie it up to the AI use cases that they need. The second is, once they have what they want, the kind of use cases they want to implement, and they know what kind of AI they want to use, then it is important that they have the right processes in place, right people in place, and they have the right change management in place. This is something that clearly differentiates the leaders from the other organizations. So the second part of it is to follow a playbook approach. Even if we have a business use case, one needs to break it down into multiple aspects. Because it's a long journey. It has a longer gestation period. The data has to be collected. It has to be analyzed. There's a lot of feedback in the loop. So this is not a 6-month journey. It takes years. It takes years to get the true impact of it. So there has to be considerable funding. Milestone planning has to be done. The data and the business teams need to work together. That is very important when it comes to that. So I'll again hurry through. Yeah. Quickly, in the BFSI sector, what we observe is that in the banking, we see the maximum amount of leaders. In the banking, we have significant technology adopters here. In insurance, we have a good segment of players, but we don't see a leader here. So hopefully we'll see something getting better there soon. And in financial services, we have a mixed landscape. What is interesting, I would like to add, is when we talk about the size by sizes, we initially expected probably the larger organizations are the ones that will be the leaders. But we see in the mid-size, we have a large number of leaders. Why is that? Is because it is much easier for a mid-size organization to adopt AI, because their change management is easier and they can do things faster. So that is the reason we see this happening. At the same time, they have the CapEx they can put in to achieve these results. Whereas in the large, smaller size organizations, what we expected was to see a lot of laggards. But what was interesting is we found that almost 50% organizations have made remarkable improvement in the last 3 years. This is because adoption of AI is not an option for most of them. If they have to survive, they have to adopt. So that's why we see a large number of leapfroggers. So probably these are the ones that will survive in the next 3 to 4 years. So quickly, I'll rush past and over to consumer goods section. What we see, as I mentioned, was about 5%. That's it, about 5% are the leaders here. And why are we insisting that AI be adopted? Because we see a considerable impact on their EBITDA and on their revenue. So it is clear that once anyone adopts AI and has the processes and change managed to back it up, we will see significant margin expansion. Now, why is it relevant for India? It's because to be globally competitive, we need to have better products, better quality products, have a greater margin so we can further reinvest. That is very crucial. And similarly for industrial goods, that I would say, whether it's the heavy industries, we see that the basic things are not in place in many organizations. They rely on vendors to achieve point use cases. Point use case can give a value to certain level, but not much more. Organizations definitely need to build in-house teams to work with the vendors. It is not an either or. Both are needed. We need vendors for scale, for speed, for innovation, whereas the organization should develop its own capability so that they are able to tie it all together into their business strategy. So just quickly to sum it up, what we see it as is 10% probably, just 10% is algorithms, 20% would probably be technology and the architecture and the data systems, and 70% of value that would be derived would come down to the business processes and capabilities. So quickly to sum it up, the road ahead for India is that there's a lot of training that needs to go in from the leadership, from the top. If the training is there, only then there'll be conviction to invest. Only then the budgets will be allocated and the teams will be made, and there'll be patience in these Indian organizations to wait and to slowly invest and develop these use cases to derive value. Without that, it will be very difficult to see actual good results beyond point use cases. And then secondly, there's a dearth of AI specialists. Most organizations look to hire immediately or look for vendors. But what is needed is every organization needs data specialists who also understand the domain. If it's steel, they understand the steel. If it's tire industry, they should understand that and data as well. This requires investment by these organizations to develop these kind of talent. So hopefully it will happen going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debjit. What we have right now is just a couple of concluding remarks and maybe 1 or 2 questions, ma'am. Can I take or no? No questions. Here is what I'm going to offer. Since I have already asked you for questions, I'm going to make myself available after the session. We will take questions personally. We will just wait around for you to come up over here. Again, I want all of you to go back today from this technical session knowing 2 things: that there was an AI which required a lot of interaction. Now there is an AI which is democratized. It still requires knowledge. We were just talking about the ChatGPT that you're hearing today. The ChatGPT of March was a lot more accurate than ChatGPT of June, July, because it is training on itself, and that itself is causing a lot of deterioration of service. So we are going to see the euphoria to go down significantly over the next few months, and people will realize that you can't train on yourself. It's called incestuous behavior. People in the industry, people who've been working with AI for a long time knew this quite some time back. So I'll give the stage back to you, ma'am, and we'll keep ourselves ready over here for questions. If anybody has, please come back. Sacrifice lunch for 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for this, sir. And I would request you to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation to our speakers on behalf of the organizers. We present to our speaker, Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder and CEO, Aviros. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. We present to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO, TechBridge. Thank you, sir. To Colonel Surendra Kumar Rohilya. Thank you very much indeed. And we will be sending over the mementos to our speakers who were present with us online. I would now invite Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Sumit D. Chaudhary. And may I request for a group photograph of the panel, Mr. Shashidharan to kindly join. And ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to kindly join us for lunch. The lunch break is of 30 minutes only. I would request everyone to be seated back as we will begin the next session at 15 minutes past 2. Thank you very much indeed for your time. And as announced by our chair, our speakers are here. If you have any questions, queries, or doubts to be sorted out with them, you may kindly come up to the stage before you proceed for lunch. And for the kind attention of our eminent speakers of the upcoming session to kindly load their presentations with us before you proceed for lunch. Thank you once again, and enjoy your lunch and join us back in time.
I need to have this. कोई है इधर? जरा टेस्ट करना है, एक तो एक वीडियो चलाएंगे नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए। ये पढ़ा देना चाहिए, किसी के ऊपर ही रख लूंगा मैं। एक तो मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन तो एंड में होगा, लेकिन पहले हमने एक वीडियो
Flying itself. It's processed.
ऑडियो
react 100 times faster than the human.
ऑडियो HDMI से लेगा या माइक से लेना पड़ेगा?
Stochastic motion is an anti-sniper. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors, and just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside is 3 grams of heat explosive. This is
ऑडियो
how it
HDMI
works.
से लेता है या नहीं लेता है?
Why? Because we are thinking big. $25 billion
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to kindly be seated inside the hall? We would like to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already running behind schedule. We would like to get started with the next technical session as soon as possible. May I request the hotel staff to kindly ring the bell once again? And our ushering staff to kindly request people to be seated back inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated back inside the hall. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, requesting all our participants to kindly be seated inside the hall. We are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that we are already running behind schedule and would like to get back on time as far as possible. Requesting everybody to kindly be seated. Good afternoon and namaskar. So we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next technical session, which is on AI ethics and governance in India. And may I invite on stage our distinguished chair for the session, Mr. N. Kishore Narang. He is the founder, mentor, principal design and strategist and architect, Narnix Technolabs Private Limited. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our chairperson for this session. I also invite our eminent speakers. I invite Sri Avinash Agarwal, DDG Standardization, Convergence and Broadcasting and Radio, TEC Department of Telecommunications. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Professor Nishit Srivastava. He is Associate Professor, Computer Science and Engineering and Cognitive Science, IIT Kanpur. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting Mr. Kanish Gaur, Founder, India Future Foundation. Mr. Gaur is here with us. So ladies and gentlemen, after that sumptuous lunch, which was served to us by the hotel, we are all set to move ahead with the next technical session on AI ethics and governance in India. And the time duration for the session is only 45 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by our distinguished chair, presentations by or addresses by all our eminent speakers for maximum 10 minutes each. And we shall have question and answers in the end if the time permits. But before I hand over to our chairperson, I have the privilege of introducing him. Mr. N. Kishore Narang is the founder, mentor, principal design strategist and architect, Narnix Technolabs Private Limited, is a technology philanthropist, ethicist, innovation, standardization, and sustainability evangelist. He is a technology advisor, mentor, design strategist and architect in electronics and ICT with over 45 years of professional experience in education, research, design and consulting, running an independent design house, Narnix, since the year 1981. Hardcore research and design development experience in solutions, systems, products, hardware, software, and firmware across diverse technology and application domains, proactively contributing to IEC, ISO, ITU, IEEE, and BIS, along with various industry consortia and leading many diverse international standards, projects, and committees. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, warmly welcoming our distinguished chair and our eminent speaker. I hand over to our chairperson to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session, beginning with his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon. I think this is one of the most difficult sessions, and I think the topic is also so boring, ethics and governance. I don't know why it was placed like this, but I think what I'll do is I'll try to give you some kind of a shock therapy to wake you up before you start feeling drowsy. And then that's why let me get up and show you something maybe that will raise your interest in this topic before I set the context. Can we play the video?
We have something much bigger. Yes, we have a review. It's like device. These things have cameras and sensors, just like your phones. Social media apps. It does facial recognition. Inside you is 3 grams of sugar. Yes, that's how it works. Did you see that? That little bag is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents. That is an airstrike of surgical precision. It's one of a range of products. Trained as a team, they can penetrate buildings, cars, trains, and people. Pretty much any counterweight. They cannot stop. Said, why? Because we are thinking big. $25 billion outright. So take out entire just characterizing, release the form, rest is the time.
This short film is more than just speculation. It shows the results of integrating and miniaturizing technologies that we already have. I'm Stuart Russell, a professor of computer science at Berkeley. I've worked in AI for more than 35 years. Its potential to benefit humanity is enormous, even in defense. Allowing machines to choose to kill humans will be devastating to our security and freedom. Thousands of my fellow researchers agree. We have an opportunity to prevent the future you just saw. The window to act is closing fast.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So you saw, are you awake now? So you can see the kind of implications we have when we talk about ethics. This is one of maybe the extreme one. But by the way, it's not far from reality. Okay, it is not, this was a simulation, but it can happen to anything. But coming back to the basic topic of AI, it was a concept which was originally sounded like something like a science fiction movie. It has in fact become a reality. And from being considered a disruptive technology about a decade back, it is already on the way to becoming a profound technology by weaving itself into our everyday life. Okay, talking about ethics, I don't need to. I think there's been ample talked about. So I was wondering, what is anybody going to leave anything for us to talk about governance, ethics? Since morning, I've been hearing more or less in the first session, at least everyone talked about all these aspects. But I think we have some eminent speakers, and we will start with listening to them. And I will not try to put anything in too much in context right now to steal their narratives. And whatever they have not covered, maybe I'll try to, share those things along with my personal perspective, which I'm sure is going to be quite different from everybody else, the way I heard in the morning. So I have something to add on the ethical aspects. But I think let's start with our presentations. And to start with, let's have Mr. Avinash Agrawal, DDU Standardization, Convergence and Broadcasting Radio from TEC. And to just give can you set up a laptop? And to give a brief about Mr. Avinash Agrawal, he's a ITS officer of 92 batch with almost 30 years of extensive experience in telecom, IT, and broadcasting, while serving in different positions in Government of India. Presently, he is posted DDG Convergence, Broadcasting and Radio and Standardization at TEC, DOT and Ministry of Communication. TEC, as you know, is India's standards setting organization, where his role includes framing standards, guidelines, and test procedures for the telecom equipment and emerging technologies. Previously, as Additional Director General IT at Prasar Bharati, India's public sector broadcaster, he headed various digital transformation initiatives for the twin networks of Doordarshan and All India Radio, also successfully. And he has been delivering he delivered the global digital platform and news on air mobile app. This involved live streaming of 230 plus radio channels, live TV, test news in multiple languages, podcasts, etc. He also served as a state project as head Haryana and senior GM of Bharat Broadband Network Limited for the rollout of BharatNet project under the Digital India initiative for providing optical fiber cable and TV. He's also the vice chair of National Working Group 3 related to economic and policy issues of International Telecommunication Union. He also chairs the working group on anonymizing of data supported by Ministry of Electronics and IT. And he did his BE in Electronics and Communication from MNIT Jaipur in 92 and MTech in Computer Science and Technology from IIT Roorkee in 1994. Mr. Avinash Agrawal. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Just give me 2 minutes, like he's
Sure.
putting up the presentation.
Okay, to use the time usefully in the meantime. So what is AI ethics? AI ethics is a set of moral principles to guide and inform development and use of artificial intelligence technologies. Because AI does things that would normally require human intelligence, it also requires moral guidance as much as human decision making. An ethical issue is a problem or situation that requires a person to choose between two options, where both options are morally wrong. Ethical issues can be divided into 3 categories: personal, professional, and social. Are you ready? Let me know when you are ready. Okay. And then we always talk about why ethics are important in technology. Ethics are standards that help to ensure people behave honestly. We want the same from our information technology. We expect our technology to work for us, not against us. It continues to be developed, monitored, and utilized in a way that relies on foundation of ethics. And some of the things that you already have been hearing today is, some of those aspects are some of the real concerns about the ethical aspects are transparency, justice and fairness, non-maleficence, responsibility, privacy, beneficence, freedom and autonomy, trust, sustainability, dignity, solidarity. And these are the kind of risks that AI poses in front of us, and some of them have been already touched upon today. And some our esteemed speakers will be looking into right now. And we are still away.
Just give me a second.
So we, on one end, I'm really always amazed in any conference, seminar and all that. On one end, we are talking about the disruptive technologies. Okay, beyond today, tomorrow, day after, we are walking in space, precision control at the space, this thing, aerospace and defense and AI and all that. We talk about, remote robotic surgeries and all that. And on the other hand, we fumble with the basic idea. Where are we going wrong? So is it the artificial intelligence or natural stupidity? I don't know, but I think are you ready?
So they are just displaying it here.
Okay, so I think this is something in every conference we see at least couple of times we have these issues. And I think, okay, I think we are on. So I'll stop my discourse and we'll continue later on. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Avinash.
Thank you, Narayan sir, and thank you BIF for this opportunity. So I will be talking very specifically about one of the initiatives taken by TEC. So topic is related to the new standard that we have released very recently related to the fairness of AI systems. Just a very brief overview of about TEC, like we are the technical arm of DOT, also the standard setting organization for telecom and related ICT, de facto sector specific national standards body, responsible for implementing the mandatory testing and certification for telecom equipment, also for voluntary testing and certification of telecom equipment interfaces. You are also the designated national inquiry point for World Trade Organization's technical barrier to trade for telecom sector, and complaint resolution for preference to make in India for telecom services and products. On the standardization part, TEC formulates the standards for telecom, broadcasting, and related ICT. We are also ratifying and adopting international standards like 3GPP, 1M2M, and others. We are also formulating technical regulations, contributing to international standards organizations, specifically we are the nodal organization for ITU-T. We are having mirror national working groups corresponding to the ITU-T study groups. And we are also designated by TRIFE for testing and certification of conditional access systems, subscriber management system, and other things in the broadcasting. So this is the standard that we had developed with lots of public consultations, and it was released by our Secretary Telecom on 7th of July in the national workshop on standardization just very recently. So just to give a brief background about the biases in AI systems and why it is important to assess fairness in AI systems. As we know that AI systems are now being used in almost all domains and in all applications, and sometimes we are even not aware that AI is being used or we are being subjected to the outcome of various AI systems, AI-based systems. So it is there in telecom, it is being used for delivery of public services, for e-governance, and even maybe for judiciary. So when we are talking of such a level of AI applications and decision-making, and even in telecom also, like we are seeing that day by day, the use of AI is going to increase, not just at the subscriber end, but also at network management and optimization of network and other places. So the ethical aspects also become very important. The AI systems would learn from training data sets. They could be real life data or synthetic data, and then they also keep learning from their experiences. So the biases could creep in when we are using imperfect data sets for training, or when the algorithms are being used. So the biases of the developers could also be present. Then if the usage is not proper or it is skewed, then during the usage also, the systems would learn from the data which has been generated while the usage, and so that would also be one of the sources of biases. And when we talk of biases, we are normally thinking of the demographic attributes like age, gender, race, and others. So these are very important, but then there are other attributes also, maybe like if we are talking of some real-time system or some automated system, then perhaps parameters like temperature, time also could be there, which could be protected attributes. So it is not just an ethical issue, it could be a legal and social aspect also, like if you are talking of public delivery of services or judiciary using it, then it is legally required to be fair, and just similarly, it has social implications also. Just to give a glimpse of the policy framework, so we have this National Digital Communication Policy of 2018, which specifically mentions about AI and about leveraging AI and big data for a lot of things. And in this clause 2.3, it specifically mentions for creating a framework for testing and certification of new products and services. So the NDCP covers this, and of course, NITI Aayog already had this national strategy for artificial intelligence, which was released in 2018. And then we also have the approach document part 1 and then the part 2. So the focus is always on responsible AI, creating frameworks, promotion of responsible AI practices, and AI for all. So taking a cue from these two policies, and based on feedback we received, we have developed the standard. So this is exactly what we have done and what we propose to do. One is to fill the gap regarding fairness assessment of AI systems to facilitate startups and MSMEs, implement the mandate of NDCP and complement the Niti Aayog's national strategy for AI. For the three parts that have been mentioned, first part we have done, framing a standard for assessing and rating AI systems for fairness. Now the next two activities are in the pipeline, which is like assessing data-driven AI systems for fairness and bias on a voluntary basis, and also issuing fairness certification or rating as a benchmark of fairness, again on a voluntary basis. So in TEC, we follow a very exhaustive consultative process, and this particular standard took almost 1.5 years to develop. We started with a research paper, then public consultations, held 2 rounds of open house sessions, again public consultations. Then we constituted a working group which had experts from the industry, academia. Our chair was a very experienced person who was dealing with AI fairness only, and the academia also were there who were specifically dealing with not just AI but fairness in AI. So in AI also we selected those who are working in this particular domain only. And then after that, again, a round of public consultations, and then it was finally released by our secretary on the 7th of July. And I would like to mention that some experts present here also contributed, specifically to mention about Broadband India Forum also. They also gave us very constructive suggestions, and others also, the industry representations, as well as the companies and academia. So it is a collective inputs from all of the experts there. Just a glimpse of the salient features, like it aims to help develop AI developers determine system fairness, and we are giving some scores. So fairness score is there. It could be self-assessment or a third-party audit. We are not prescribing anything out of the moon, and we are just saying that it is adoption of well-prescribed approaches in the fairness community, which are already prevalent in different parts of the world. Then we have included the Indian context also. So it recognizes the need to examine fairness in the Indian context. And it takes the risk-based approach to examine the potential sources of bias. So like, it is not just one procedure for all types of AI systems. It is basically like we are approaching this, doing it in a 3-step approach. The first step itself is to assess bias risk based on the risk spectrum. So it is kind of a questionnaire which the developers and the auditors would sit together and then assess the system, and then find out that what is the risk potential of that particular application. Based on that, then the second step is there about determining the thresholds and benchmarks, and then the third step comes the testing. So it is not just testing procedure, but it is like evaluating the risk, then identifying the benchmarks, thresholds, like whether 10% is acceptable, 20% is acceptable, which matrices can be used. And then we are coming to the actual testing. So because I have a limited time, I will just come to the last slide, which is about what are the next steps, because the standard is already there. Now what we should do, and here I would seek collaboration from all those experts present here about the opportunities available. One is that based on that standard, now if we have to evaluate any AI application, the first thing is to develop tools which could be like libraries or software development kits or APIs, which can be used. Those could be open source, or those could be closed source, but with an APIs. So that is one aspect where industry and academia can come and we can collaborate and develop these tools. Second part is that we want to have association with labs, maybe from IITs, IIITs, academia institutions, or from industry, who can come forward and assume the role of fairness auditors. So because ultimately someone has to do the audit. I am talking of the third-party audit, or within the organization, of course, you can have independent teams who can do the auditing there. Then the standard is there, but this is not like covering all aspects of AI. So there are different types of ML models, and then we have different types of data sets also. Right now, we have emphasized on the tabular kind of data, but it has to be extended to different types of data modalities. So this is again an opportunity where we will be working on extending this standard to different AI models and different ML models. Again, we can work together. And also, like, especially those who are from the academia, it is a request that we should emphasize on including fairness specifically and ethics in general in the curriculum. So, because if we talk to the students, they are very much interested in AI, but the focus is sometimes on the mathematical aspect, on the development aspect, but not too much on the ethical aspect. Like it is there, but sometimes the focus is not balanced. So this is one more point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash. I think it was a very interesting topic that you touched upon, and it's a good initiative, a step in the right direction. Of course, the journey has just begun, and I think I'll comment on these a bit later, but let me first introduce our next speaker, Professor Nishit Srivastava, Associate Professor, Computer Science, Engineering and Cognitive Science, IIT Kanpur. And he also runs the Center for Developing Intelligent Systems and coordinates the AI for Healthcare vertical within Gangwal Medical School at IIT Kanpur. His primary research interests are the scientific study and engineering design of intelligent systems. Practical applications of research include design of recommended systems, forensic analysis methods, and anomaly detection algorithms. Work products emerging from his lab have won National Intellectual Award and are deployed in organizations across India. In the meantime, talking about fairness or bias, I think these are very nuanced subjects. I think, okay, we are ready with the presentation. We'll get on with that. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kishore, for that very kind introduction. And thank you for this opportunity to speak among such an august audience. I want to talk about the governance of AI systems and some problems that we are facing globally in handling them. And I'm going to essentially postulate that this is an area in which very little work is actually happening, and India has the opportunity to be a leader globally. The elephant in the room here is that trusting AI systems can be hard because it's a little bit like medicine. So you have some medicine and you just sort of assume that because the regulator has approved it and because the doctor has prescribed it, the medicine is going to work, but you don't know why it works. That's different from a clock, where you know whether the clock is working or not. You can see if it is telling you time. So in some situations, trusting AI systems can be hard, particularly when you think of AI as software. So sometimes it is very much like software when it's simple, but sometimes it can be complex. And particularly in modern AI systems, it can be very complex and not interpretable. And so how you do governance around such systems is an open area. There are also some fairly catastrophic failure examples of complex AI systems that have passed through multiple standardization and regulatory processes, and they still end up falling down and falling down badly. So one of the examples that I love to show is the instance of Epic Systems. This is the largest EHR, electronic health records provider in the United States. They serve literally hundreds of hospitals in the US. And what they found was they had this algorithm to predict sepsis. It was working beautifully in their testing. They deployed it countrywide, and it turned out that it actually works about as well as flipping a coin. In fact, even worse. The problem is that nobody realized at the time of testing that one of the primary predictors of sepsis that they were using was prescription of antibiotics. But this is a lagging indicator of sepsis. When a doctor is prescribing antibiotics in an inpatient setting, it is typically because they expect that the patient already has sepsis. And so they had low positive predicted value in real world settings. And then there was lots of embarrassment. They had to take the product off the market. So this is one example of a failure mode that is very common in modern AI systems: data leakage. Some data enters into the training data that should not be in there, and nobody notices because nobody has the technical expertise at the governance stage to flag that distinction. Another important failure mode is improper verification. This is a concept that's a little bit philosophical, but this example should sort of point this out very easily. this algorithm Compass. It's developed by this correctional systems company called Northpoint. It's used across the US. And it uses a mix of data points to build a recidivism risk model that says, is this person likely to be committing a crime if you release him on bail? And then this is used to make bail or jail decisions in some states in the US, in the US correction system. When this model is validated externally, it turns out that it's about as good as you recruit random Joe Schmo off the internet and you get them together and you show them these offenders' profiles and you say, are they likely to reoffend or not? This has about the same accuracy. About 2/3 of the time, it tells you correctly they will reoffend or they will not reoffend. So what is the problem here? The problem here, the basic problem here is that people and institutions are hiding the complexity underlying real-life decision-making under the shiny patina of an algorithm. This is something that happens everywhere that I look in this country. So bureaucrats, technocrats, academicians, oh, the human is biased, so we'll stick an algorithm in there which will regurgitate what the human was doing, but because an algorithm is doing it, now it is objective. It's not objective. You're just automating the bias. So the basic point here is that algorithms cannot reduce uncertainty in settings wherein humans themselves are uncertain. Yes, here's a 24-year-old black man, and he had a history of prior convictions for smoking marijuana. Will he commit a crime? How can you say? There's many other factors here that we cannot take into account, that the algorithm is not taking into account. So there's always this subjectivity, and you can't paint an AI face on top of that subjectivity and say that you've done something that's actually valuable. So the issue here is you have examples of AI systems that are misbehaving. These are systems that are not being developed and offered by fly-off-the-wall startups or shady operators. These are excellent, very well-run companies with excellent quality assurance and risk management departments. They follow all the relevant standards. So how does this happen? So you can say, well, what you could do is you could describe the model, let's say the sepsis model or the bail model. So, but then the company says, oh, but this will violate our IPR. The model is the secret sauce. If we reveal the model, anybody can replicate this, right? So now let's say that there's an industry standard that standardizes model descriptions for a particular class of models. Let's say that, for example, the EU AI Act, the draft of which is now in public circulation, it says you have some high risk systems for which a certain set of regulations may apply. So let's say you do that. Now, Epic can choose to follow this standard, but how does it know that it should follow the standard? What is the process that has to be undergone to say, well, this model should follow this standard? And similarly, how does a regulator require vendors? On what basis will that regulator require models to follow that standard? This is information that is currently missing. What you could also do is you could say third-party testing, but again, you run into that same problem. You could say, Epic can choose to follow a particular standard which says this is how you do third-party testing and these are your metrics for success. But why would Epic do it? What is the incentive for doing it? So that incentive system, since standardization is always just a voluntary exercise, we choose to follow standards because we think that it's going to do something useful for us. The problem is that in the AI community and in the AI ecosystem, there's a serious problem about ensuring the functional correctness of the systems themselves, not the processes that are involved in doing that assessment. And so if you take an approach like, let's say you use a management system standard. So you say, oh, for each identified use, the organization should consider as appropriate all of these possible sources of risk. And then if you go in deep, you can say, evaluate whether the selected models generalize well on production data. That's an excellent sort of check. You can always say, instead of just relying on in-house testing, we will also rely on testing in a live environment. And that's great if you can do it. But this consideration can operate at multiple layers of care. So if you don't really care about this, you can just get some intern to run the model on your production data for a week and pick out the best 3 days to report. If you really are serious about doing this sort of validation, you could participate in a double-blind field test conducted by a regulator. So there are layers to this. And which layer is appropriate for this product in this market for this particular application? We don't have a language to talk about this yet, and I want to flag this as a serious concern. You can also use a risk-based approach. You can say low risk, high risk, extremely high risk systems. That's the approach that some of the EU countries are taking. The problem with this is this is fundamentally enumerative, and we have no basis. So I have a new product. I have no basis for saying, well, it goes where on this list. So these are I mean, the existing tools that we have at hand, they have limitations in addressing this problem. But fundamentally, what I think, and this is something that we are working on actively, which I'll talk about, we think that AI governance and regulation is an emerging space where there is no clear solution that is a winner at this point. And the fundamental question that has to be answered is, should AI systems be governed like software, or should they be governed like products, like medical products, for example, based on their consequences? Secondly, should guidance for AI systems benchmarking and testing be designed thematically, which is this particular class of AI systems should have this sort of guidance, or should it be sectorally, like healthcare AI has to do this, education AI has to do this? These are questions that are being debated. And should normative standards, once they come out, should they be adopted aggressively or conservatively? Historically, in the software industry, standards are always adopted conservatively because they themselves evolve over time to meet the industry requirements. On the other hand, medical standards take a lot of time to come together, but then they are applied very, very vigorously. So we are right now in this penumbral zone with respect to AI standardization. Is it like a medicine? Is it like a piece of code? And we have to navigate our way through this to reach a point of clarity. And so these are the questions that we at IIT Kanpur are engaging with. I was very happy to hear that TEC is working on standardization of AI, and they want IITs to be doing testing for them, because we are doing this testing. So the Center for Developing Intelligent Systems, we have audited multiple AI applications, keeping many of these considerations in mind. And obviously, this is very ad hoc. I mean, we're the first people to be doing this from outside the IIT system, from within the IIT system. But hopefully, as time passes by and we collaborate with a bunch of you, this will evolve into a setting where we have some regulatory framework that does not curtail innovation, but that improves the trustworthiness of AI systems so that India can be a leader in AI in the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nishit. And just to add, which he did not talk about, he's a very proactive member in, we have a committee in BIS, LATD 30 on artificial intelligence. He's a very active member leading a project here, and also which is a National Mirror Committee of ISO IEC Joint Technical Committee 1 as Subcommittee 42 on artificial intelligence and data. So he's also leading a project there. So I think we need more and more focus on these things. But when you talk about ethics, I think it is more of a social topic, first of all. If you do not understand, and today for AI ethics is a social technical, but then ethics per se is a social thing. If you do not understand ethical aspect, ethics per se as a person, as a professional, I don't think we'll be able to handle the AI ethics aspects in a skillful manner, in a judicious manner. But I'll stop at that and continue with our next speaker. And our next speaker is Mr. Kanishk Gaur. He's the founder of India Future Foundation. Okay, so he's a renowned cybersecurity, public policy, and a digital technology expert specializing in cybersecurity, data protection, privacy, policy regulation, safety, and digital laws. He's a host and tech commentator on leading news channel. He regularly writes for India's top news journals, The Economic Times, The Financial Express, Business Standard, and The Print. Mr. Gaur, the dais is yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We had two fantastic rounds of presentations from esteemed panelists where they gave frameworks and data and science on what should be done on the governance and ethics of AI. Right? Before we go there, I'll highlight that I am trying to bring about a point which is from the industry today, what are some of the challenges that we face. And, Professor hails from one of the IITs, IIT Kanpur, right, sir? So I had an interesting meeting with one of the professors from IIT. He was teaching a class of students who were completing their research. And he told me that among the 60 students who he taught and were supposed to submit their research, 48 of them failed. You know why 48 of them failed? Any guesses here? Why 48 students failed out of 60? Sorry? No, not same kind of answer. Any other guesses? Yes. Can we have applause for that gentleman there? So 48 students were caught using ChatGPT, right? So today, all the academic research which is happening in institutions of eminence and other private institutions is thanks to ChatGPT. Anyone has tried using ChatGPT in this room? Wow, so many hands, so many hands. Wow. And anyone tried using the paid model of ChatGPT, GPT-4? We are a little conservative when it comes to spending money. So I saw only 5 hands. Okay. So I'm the 6th person. I use the paid version. And a lot of times I use the paid version to learn more about GPT-4. It's an interesting tool. Right? So one of the biggest thing that I've learned with GPT-4 is that it can create biases. If you are a person who is doing research, it can lead you to an argument, an implication which can be completely misleading. It won't even know how to analyze certain characters. So when you start using some of these tools, you have to literally teach them like you teach kids, or you have pets at home. You have to teach them like, dogs or cats. Otherwise, they will give you outputs which can put your job at risk. I know of people who are financial planners. I know of people who are investment bankers who are risking big money because today, instead of relying on their team, they are trying to use GPT-4, right? What is the other competitor of ChatGPT? Anyone tried using Bard? Okay, people have started using Bard as well. Now, have you ever thought where your data goes when you use a ChatGPT or Bard? Who has access to this data? OpenAI. And why are they giving you this free of cost? What is in it for them? Right? Earlier, they were just checking your emails, your searches, your audio. But today, you are intentionally giving away all your privileged private information to Bard or to GPT-4 or ChatGPT. What does it entail for you? How is it, how you are helping these companies and how you are helping AI? Anyone? Anyone? Can anyone give this gentleman a mic? Yeah, if you can get a mic, that'll be fantastic.
Basically, you're giving them the data, not at an individual scale, but if you combine all the things together, you have digitally created a recreation of yourself and you're feeding it a data continuously unbiased. Why? Because it's just free. So you think it is free, but you're just giving everything away.
Thank you. You're giving away free data as an individual, but you are today, as together as society, giving too much information. There are so many platforms that you access: social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. You've got databases like Aadhaar. You've got databases like the election database. You let ChatGPT or Bard combine all of this intelligence. You know what it will tell? What can it tell about you? It can predict what action you're going to take. It'll tell who you will vote for, why you will vote for, what kind of content you should be fed to take certain decisions. So what it is creating biases within the society, and we are purposefully doing it. Do we have any laws to protect this? There are no laws. Where does this data set rely? Is it in this country? Is it where it is? Have you ever thought? So where we were talking about election interference, Israeli companies doing election interference, Cambridge Analytica. You don't need a Cambridge Analytica today. You need generative AI, sir. The next 2024 election, you will not need a large IT team from a political party. You will need just generative AI to create fake videos and create propaganda. Today, there was a video out of Manipur, which has created so much of havoc. Anyone about the Manipur video? Imagine there are 5, 10, 15 such videos which are fake and they are propagating in this country. It can lead to riots. So that's the kind of risk that we are living in today. People are aware about the stage of AI that we are using here. What is this? This is generative AI. So we are today at stage 4. There are 7 stages of AI. The first stage of AI was rule-based AI, where you used to define the rules and tell what you need to get the answer from. The second was context awareness. If you were using Google search was allowing you context-based awareness. Then we had domain-specific, which scientists who just spoke were using. Domain-specific for healthcare, for medical research. And then we came to reasoning-based, where AI was able to sense where you are. Google Maps uses reasoning-based intelligence. But today we are intentionally moving to stage 5 of AI, which is generative AI. And it puts all of us at so much amount of risk, because when this generative AI will transform to a super intelligent AI and start misusing this data, and it will not rely on a human master, is going to be a big risk for us. And the last but not the least is the 7th stage, which is the conscious stage of AI, where AI becomes singular. Singular AI, conscious AI, it will try and wipe out whosoever it wants, because it can create biases. It can decide who are needed in the society, who are not needed in the society. So it can cause mass havoc. If India thinks today alone it can create algorithms, frameworks to govern AI, we are living in a fool's paradise, because most of this data does not reside in this country. This data resides somewhere else. We don't even have data localization today in this country. And all of this data is somewhere else. So what you need today is a United Nations Convention where countries come together and discuss how they are discussing on regulating AI. Sweden decided that it is going to burn Quran, right? And they burn Quran in the name of religious freedom. You know what kind of action it has created? It has led to so many riots. Today, the embassy of Sweden in Iraq was burned down because so many videos were created that Sweden is trying to attack the Muslim population, and it is only going to follow. So the world today is getting more polarized because of fake news, misinformation, which is spreading because of use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what is required is collective intelligence. One, in terms of deciding what we will share with AI. There is personal identifiable information, something which you don't want to even share with your wife, your husband, your children. Let's keep that secret. Let not generative AI know all of this, because unknowingly we give too much of information away. And this information is again misused for creating false propaganda. This information is misused for doing more effective ads, and it is only getting automated. Anyone who's fired any professionals after using ChatGPT or Bard? Any one of you who's a leader or potential employer? Anyone? Who has lost most of the jobs today when generative AI has come into the picture? Has anyone looked at the kind of job loss, what has been created today? Any guesses? Most of the people who have lost jobs are people who write content, people who do SEO, SMO, people who do content editing, because all of this generative AI is taking away from them. So what? It is making people lose jobs. But we have another analogy. Okay, we will get suddenly super intelligent, but working with AI requires you to spend money. How many in this room were willing to spend $20 on generative AI chat GPT-4. Only 5 or 6 people. Rest, everyone was dependent, right? So it is creating a new divide. People who have money, people who will use AI against others. So it is creating a great divide. The other part, we have women in this room. How many women have accessed AI-based services? How many women are involved in developing these AI-based services? GPT-4 or BARD, as per my research, is developed by average white males who do not understand how a female brain functions, works. They have not been taught empathy, kindness. It has not been taught how to respect. So the human values today are missing. Forget even going to the gender diversity side of it, which we call as LGBTQI, which is the next flag which everyone is putting. Even getting more women to work in cyber, in AI, is one of the biggest challenge. As a cybersecurity professional, one of the biggest risk I foresee is that GPT-4, generative AI or BARD is creating more cyber criminals, because you don't require people to do cyber crime. Cyber crime can be done by machines. All you need to do is tell them, hack this system, write this piece of code. I was trying to use GPT-4. I found that there are hacking tools available on GPT-4, which could tell what are the potential vulnerabilities in any web application that is there across the globe. You don't need to learn cybersecurity. All you need is GPT-4.
Mr. Ganesh, I know it's a very interesting topic and we can go on. But
Yeah.
we need to
Last but not the least, another aspect which I saw with GPT-4 is you could use GPT-4 to find out if people are compromised. So your passwords, where they are lying, how they are lying, you don't need to go to dark web. You can just put it on GPT-4 and you can find out where this is heading. So last but not the least is we need to be intelligent in terms of what we share with AI and have more regulations which could be implemented on ground and are practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ganesh. So I think we heard quite a lot of interesting thing. I think no, I have my own presentation. Come on. I hope you will not deprive me of that. Just sharing. Anyway, we can see. So till I set up my video cable. Okay, so I think we have heard quite a lot of things about this thing, but one thing is which I was talking about. It is first a social issue. Are we sensitive enough? Are we mature enough? Are we objective enough to appreciate what are the ethics? And again, it's a very nuanced subject because it changes with context, with use case, with person, with the geographical location, and any context changes, your ethical nuances change. So how do you deal with in such a complex scenario, nuanced scenario, with this kind of a topic? Okay, can you please project it? And I think since morning we have been hearing different aspects of ethical aspects. I'm going to talk about a very different aspect. I was actually disappointed also and surprised also that we did not hear that topic, that word from anyone. And the topic is sustainability. And so the thought is AI the new plastic? And why I'm calling it a plastic is very, very simple. You know, half a century back, when plastic came, we embraced it like anything, isn't it? It was so useful, so cheap. We could use it, plastic for pipes, strong and light and flexible, and what all, we could create anything out of plastic, and we embraced it. But half a century later, where do we stand? This is where we stand in context of plastic. We have about 8.3 billion of plastic, this thing generated, out of which 6.8 billion is a plastic waste. Okay, out of which only 9% has been safely recycled. About 20% has been, safely disposed, incinerated or something. The rest is all floating in on our planet, in marine system, in our earth, maybe, you can say dug into this thing, into the earth or whatever. And my concern is that all this AI, is it not leading the same way? And why? You will say why? Because the kind of ecological impact it is having and what it is having, this is where it is going to lead if we do not stop our AI over enthusiasm and overhype in next 50 years. What is it? You see the planet burning with data overload. And why it is coming? It is coming from the kind of compute we have to use to leverage AI anywhere. And that takes me back to the evolution that we never expected. Is this the evolution we expected? No. But this is where we are today. The way we are, the more we are growing, the more we are hurting the planet, the greenery, the ecological biosphere and all that. And incidentally, nature no longer runs the earth. We, the human species, does it. And unfortunately, climate is not politically strong enough to fight the carbon itself. And that brings us to a moot question, future of life on earth and particularly mankind. Why? Because we have seen in the last couple of centuries, all these technologies, have, of course, they have helped us a lot of this thing, but they have also brought us to this situation that we see today as all this environmental and other problem that we see. And a lot of people even think we are at a point of no return. But technology has created problems. It has solutions also. But are we cognizant about that solution? What kind of solution, what kind of thought process do we need? And that's what it is all about. And now we talk about digital transformation. Everywhere we are going digital. What is the digital transformation all about? If you really ask me, it is, so this is all about three clusters of transformation: improvement of infrastructure, addition of digital layer, and last but not the least, business process transformation. But what it is all about? The sustainability is actually the true destination. And resilience is the core characteristics of, this digital transformation. Smart is merely an accelerator. We always get hyped with smart this, smart that, smart city, smart manufacturing, smart everything. And standards are the chromosomes of digital infrastructure. And when we say standards are not only technical standards, they are also about these ethical aspects, these governance, documents, guidance, and all that. And then normally people associate digital transformation with IT and OT integration. No, we have network technologies which have evolved into very such complexity and evolution maturity that they need due understanding of them. And then IoT, okay, everywhere. It adds a new layer of consumer interface and all that, but then also it adds a lot of vulnerability surface attack area into the core infrastructure. And the latest WizKid on the block, AI. Whenever we talk about or consider digital transformation in any paradigm, any domain, we need to look at all these five as a collective group of things which are influence and need to have a right kind of a strategy for digital transformation. So what it is all about? Is it a technology? No. It is not a technology. It's a complex paradigm with domain-specific implications because we are living in an ephemeral world and things are changing every day. And these are the disruptive technologies which we are banking on and very happily relying on for our digital transformation in the new era. We're talking about digital twin. We are talking about metaverse. What are they going to use? They're all going to use the big compute power. And my submission is to the House is, let us learn from our past mistake. Otherwise, history always repeats itself. Past failures have shown us this. There's the ozone layer filling, the gap going in this thing. Are we going to make the similar mistakes in the new disruptive technologies? Hopefully not. Sustainability has to become an embedded ethical value. I'm not going through this. I'll share this slide deck you can go through. But interestingly, when we talk about ethical aspects about AI, sustainability is at the lowest level. There's hardly any work done in that. And this is what attracted me 2 years back to work on this topic. And I did a lot of research. And when I started researching, I saw there was some work in nooks and corners happening. And you know, a lot of work has been already done now in last couple of years, measuring AI carbon footprint and all that. And you also heard that Google rejected the stochastic palette for findings, even fired the co-author Gabru. And then a lot of things happen. And there major pushback from industry on factual claims on particularly sustainability aspects. And this is something which we need to look at. This is some quick figures, and these graphics you can collect it from the internet, but I'm just showing you the kind of resource energy intensity of AI and on different benchmarks. Let's talk about GPT-3. Since morning, I've been hearing about it. So I just did something in the morning sitting right here. About 240 tons equivalent of 136 return flights from New York and to Paris. If you use it to send 1 million emails per month for a year, if you just use ChatGPT-3 for only this purpose. And looking at otherwise generic GPT-3 that we are using from this thing, if it is a 1.4 kg of CO2 equivalent carbon emission from one GPU, and since GPT-3 estimate about 30,000 GPUs, it's a 1.4 into 30,000 is equal to 4.32 tons of CO2 for 24 hours. And in last 240 days since GPT-3 was launched, it has already created a catastrophe of 1,000 tons of carbon emission, extra emission, which was not needed by our planet, by the society, along with all other implications that people have been talking about. Is it not is it a funny thing? No. So the question is AI for sustainability or sustainable AI? What is more important? What do we look at in a more basic manner? It is something like riding the AI tiger. What we need to tame the tiger. But once we start riding, will we ever be able to tame the tiger? And we are talking about governance, ethical this thing. Will we be able to do it? Yes, we can do, but it is going to be uphill task because we are already late for this journey. Okay, I'm not going to all this, but there are a lot of discussions going on green AI and red AI, energy accuracy versus efficiency. And this is something very interesting. The work has been done. A lot of work has been done. This is in Rice University. There was some very interesting work in supercomputing context, inexact computing. This was basically about you can save the energy if you're willing to compromise on a little bit of unnecessary accuracy, because we go for too much of exactness. Do we need that much exactness in every use case? We don't. If we do not, can we compromise on a little bit of our accuracy, go a little inexact and save much more energy? And this is the same kind of paradigm we need to apply to our this, and all about a lot of talk about sustainability. But what is happening? I think I heard a slide in the morning about SDGs. SDGs are not the goal. They are the means. They are a bridge towards a regenerative system. Today we are in degenerative system. SDGs will just help us go to regenerative ecosystem if we really are keen on. But we can and we need it for the sake of our future generations. We need a circularity AI approach, and because that is what only will actually start controlling the GHG emissions from AI if we want to deploy. These are some of the things we worked on that we need to calculate if you want frameworks. There are some already frameworks being done. Okay, and these are the kind of policy challenges that we need to address. And ultimately, what are the imperatives? We need to balance the environmental cost with social benefits, balance of environmental impact of AI, how to keep AI at the optimum level and not have it overused. I'm not against AI, but I'm saying, can we have a bit of optimization? Would it be accurate that there are often system barriers between developers of AI and the usage of power that makes the latter invisible to the former? Small adjustments early in the trajectory of technology have large consequences. We must introduce environmental perspective early into the culture of engineering technologies. The ideas of optimization and measurement quite well. Aligning AI to human values means picking the right metrics. And this is a body that I would like to talk about. Oceanis is an open community about ethics in autonomous and intelligent systems. This was promoted by IEEE initially, but now it is a roving chairmanship leadership kind of committee where all the national SDOs and global SDOs are member, and independent researchers are also being welcomed. Anybody want to join this? And this is where I did this piece of research of is AI the new plastic? And we did a lot of this thing, and this particular, so executive summary is already on the website published. The detailed paper, about 50 pages with 100 plus references, is being properly formatted for publication in a month's time. So please go to this kind of ethicsstandards.org and look at what else we can do. And anybody interested in contributing, please come there and join. And talking a little beyond AI, all these technologies that we talk about, they all have major environmental impact. IoT, we find it very innocuous, but add it at a city scale, country scale, it needs a few more additional power station to feed your so-called tiny IoT devices and all that. Do we have that? Do we need that? Green ICT, a lot of false claims. Clean energy. Okay, we will have all the green energy, renewable energy used for all the data center. How green is that green energy? There's solar panels. I think there were a lot of major issues in the solar panel manufacturing. The kind of environmental impact of solar panels itself is a very interesting study in itself. 5G, 6G, they are all talking about sustainability, but nobody's addressing it. Carbon footprint of ad tech that you see, that's a very interesting to look at. And one other thing, you send very innocuous emails. Every email has a 4 grams of carbon emitted out of this, and saving repository. So we have a lot of these things, and then last but not the least, a lot of greenwashing issues that these big powers are always very happy with. What we need is a system approach to address these, a holistic thinking. I'll not bore you with this, but I think I'll stop at only this thing. Call for action it's not for researchers, it is not for SDOs, it is for all the stakeholders, government, policies, standards, intergovernmental and NGOs. Everyone needs to sit together, contribute with their perspective, and look at this larger problem and see how we can work on it. And this is my last slide, that we humans need to radically change our relationship, not just with the planet, but with the objects with which we fill our lives. We need to change how we think about technology and innovation, and rather than allowing technological advancement to steer our narratives, innovation and technology should help us build bridges between the worlds we inhabit now and the ones we imagine for tomorrow. And I think ethics, and particularly not only in AI, but any other disruptive technologies, metaverse, digital twin, you talk about blockchain, anything, you need to rein in these disruptive technologies in a very, very comprehensive manner if we want a safe, healthy, sustainable, resilient future for our next generation. But I think we still could not cover a lot of things. And given a time, I would have loved to cover a lot more things and ask a few questions from the esteemed panelists. But I think I already see, anyway, so I think I'll stop at that, but happy to take a question if they allow us.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We wish we could let the session go on and on. It was very interesting with some very eye-opening presentations, addresses by all our eminent speakers, but unfortunately, we do not even have time for question and answers. And I would request our chair, Mr. N. Kishore Narangji, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to all our eminent speakers on behalf of the organizers. As a token of gratitude and appreciation, we present to Shri Avinash Agarwal, DDG Standardization and Convergence and Broadcasting Radio TEC Department of Telecommunications. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. We present to Professor Nishit Srivastava, Associate Professor, Computer Science and Engineering and Cognitive Science, IIT Kanpur. We present to Mr. Karnesh Gaur, Founder, India Future Foundation. Thank you. And may I invite Dr. Shiv, Principal Advisor, BIF, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our chair, Mr. N. Kishore Narang. I would request all our panelists and Dr. Shiv to kindly step forward for a group photograph, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are straight away moving towards our next session, which is on technical presentations of AI-empowered blockchain applications. And I would now like to invite our session chair, Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, Honorary Principal Advisor, BIF. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I invite Mr. Raj Kapoor, Founder and CEO, India Blockchain Alliance. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And joining us on the virtual mode. In this session is Ms. P.R. Lakshmi Iswari, Senior Director and Head CDAC Hyderabad, MIT. Ma'am, are you there? Can you hear us? And I would also invite on the panel Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava. He's IT advisor, Government of Uttarakhand, Road Safety Ambassador, World Economic Forum, and former CEO, NHAI. And do we have Miss P.R. Lakshmi Swan join online? She's online, sir. Has she joined? Okay. Warm welcome to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time duration once again is only 45 minutes. I would request all our eminent speakers to kindly conclude in 10 minutes each, as we have one more session left after this, and we have to close the proceedings by 5 p.m. So, a quick word of introduction for our session chair. Dr. Sarath Chandra Babu has 4 decades of experience in R&D government and academics. He worked as Executive Director of SETS under the Office of PSA to Government of India and CDAC Bangalore, and Founder Director CDAC Hyderabad. He worked at DOE, Government of India, MIT, in R&D promotion at various levels. He contributed to the first digital exchange by working in R&D and ITI Bangalore. Started his professional journey as faculty at RSC Warangal. He was responsible for R&D initiatives in the areas of e-learning, cybersecurity, ubiquitous computing, IoT for smart cities, etc. He is responsible for many first-of-its-kind R&D projects at national level, organized many events in cybersecurity, ubiquitous computing, AI, blockchain, and many more. He received the prestigious Vastwick Award for the year 2019 for his contributions in IT and communications. He has published 75 publications in various national and international journals and conferences. So, ladies and gentlemen, handing over to our chair, Shri Dr. Sarath Chandra Babu, and for you, sir, to kindly carry forward with your opening remarks. And may I once again remind, we have 10 minutes only for each presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and welcome you all to this session on AI-empowered blockchain applications. And first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I am very much enthused to see my fellow panelists having expertise in very relevant to the subject of the panel discussion. And also they are in 3 different directions. One from the government, and another from the industry, and another from the R&D labs. With these 3 speakers, I am very sure that they are going to make us, demystify the doubts about the 2 important technologies, AI and blockchain. People consider AI and blockchain are 2 different types of technologies. One is probabilistic, and another is deterministic, and one is more secure, and another is we are not very sure. And one tries to approach the decision close to the reality, and other one is only works on the reality. So these 2 technologies, which has become an important aspect, though blockchain technology has come quite some time back, it is yet to reach the level of acceptance, mainly because of the concerns that has come due to the cryptocurrency, because there is a technology which has come with the, basically for the Bitcoin, and then it has become very popular. It is considered to be a revolutionary technology similar to the internet. Okay? So I think many people talked about history of AI, and it has been there 1950 with Alan Turing publishing the thinking machine kind of a paper. A machine can think. That is what, at that point of time, there was a lot of, questions on that kind of a thinking. And he could actually, through a paper in 1950, address all those questions in 1950 itself. Alan Turing, you are all aware, right? So similarly, we had I think his name, Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008. he has introduced the blockchain technology. And AI had a lot of winters, AI winter they call, because when something is going on, suddenly there are doubts and funding stops. And AI being an expensive technology, and I mean, to do the research as well, it was totally dependent on the government funding. So whenever government funding stopped, the research stopped. And I think in the 80s, somewhere in between, neural networks have come, but due to one paper which said that the partition cannot be an exclusive or small problem. It cannot be linearly separable. And that paper made everyone to say that, okay, the neural networks will not work. And AI as it is without neural networks like expert systems and all that was prevailing, especially in the medical field, a lot of work happened. And we, as somebody was mentioning today's morning, we also had, while studying in IIT Delhi, there's Alan Rich book was very silver color, nice, interesting book. And Professor Kankan Biswas taught us. And so what I'm trying to say is the AI as a technology, and we all right from the morning listening to everyone, it exists. But I think when multi-layer perceptron in the form of backpropagation technology, Rumal Hart has introduced, at that point of time, everyone started, okay, is a kind of a thing possible. But what limited is even a small problem, which I was working for my analog circuit fault diagnosis with some 100 examples to train. That time, not even Pentium 80386 machine. It was, I used to give it for training and come next day, still it was running. So this is the kind of, it's a very small problem. Whereas when you consider the problems that we are addressing, so what is now changes, as everyone said, data is availability of data, and also the machines, computing power and the storage capacities. All these things has resulted in the possibility of making it reality. I feel ChatGPT is of course a revolution, but it could be, the kind of utility of that, people had a lot of doubts. And in fact, ChatGPT opened eyes of various governments, whether it's AI research, whether we should go ahead and all. Somebody, even the topmost person has submitted his resignation. So these kind of things happen in this kind of an area. And this is one side. And blockchain technology, which is really, though it has come for the cryptocurrency, but there is definitely appeared to be a very interesting technology thing, like it is a peer-to-peer communication, and there is a trust in the data that you have, and there is a transparency, and also there is a traceability. Trust, transparency, and traceability with security. So these kind of core principles with which blockchain is come, and so people would like to look at. But there are some disadvantages. Scalability, there is a problem. Performance issues were there, and also energy consumption because of the, kind of winning algorithms. People, the miners, mining has to happen and all that. So all these things are disadvantages. Whether AI as a technology can help in solving these problems. So it's a kind of discussion that can happen in the panel. And we have three important, interesting areas we are working. Mr. Raj Kapoor, founder and CEO, India Blockchain Alliance. Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Iswari, Senior Director and Head, CDAC Hyderabad. Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, IT Advisor, Government of Uttarakhand, Road Safety Ambassador, World Economic Forum, and former CEO, NHA, Invite and FASTag. So these three speakers, as I told you, are into different sectors, and they would definitely enlighten us with this area. I do not want to take much of the time. Now we'll start inviting the speakers. I'll start with inviting Mr. Raj Kapoor, and would like to briefly introduce him. He is the founder and CEO of India Blockchain Alliance, the largest Indian emerging technology tech think tank, and an advisory board member at over 50 blockchain companies, including Floex, Sperium, and Cypher Blockchain. I might have not pronounced them properly. Okay. He is a global blockchain and cryptocurrency and fintech educator, certified Bitcoin professional, blockchain solution architect, and friend of disruptive ideas. Protem Chairman for Organization of Blockchain Technology Users. He is also the Chief Blockchain Consultant for Tata Elxsi Limited. He is skilled in AI, robotics, cybersecurity, IoT, and cloud computing. He regularly speaks at international and national tech events. He is also a regular contributor to several leading publications. Being a founder and CEO of India Blockchain Alliance, who else could be the better person to talk on blockchain as a technology and also AI impact on that? Welcome.
Right, folks. Is my presentation ready? Somebody was supposed to give my presentation at the back. Shiv? Who's the culprit? In the meantime, hi, my name is Raj Kapoor. Naam to suna hi hoga. Okay. I'm going to take, ma'am was very clear, 10 minutes for everybody. I won't take 10 minutes. I'll take 7.5 minutes. Save 2.5 minutes. Saving is good. Indians are good at saving. So let's start right here. We have the session is finishing at what, 5:30, Shiv? All right, so I'll keep it nice and small. All right, so who's going to put on my presentation, ma'am? All right, you're doing it. Today, we're talking about two very unique technologies, AI and blockchain. Voraciously wild technologies with absolutely no regulations around it. That's really scary and it's fun because actually they're nothing but an expression of ourselves. We are all the same, like the technologies, wild and voracious most of the time, but then we got to wear our coat and tie and come and speak here as well. There you go. So I was speaking on this, while he puts this up, I was speaking at an event about 5 days back and somebody named these two technologies, blockchain and AI, Bunty and Bubbly. I like that very much. And I agree with that person. I was speaking, I think it was in Bangalore. And after that, even I thought, yaar, sachi mein, ye sachi Bunty Bubbly jaisi jodi hai. They are wonderful together, but they can be disruptive. The previous session was all about rules and regulations around blockchain, around AI. Bilkul theek hai. We all have them around us and we need them. It keeps us right and focused. Okay, we have the session and the time starts now. I'll keep it simple. I've got more slides than I want to talk about, but I'll talk about 3 or 4 really good things which are happening in India. Let's not just talk about the world. Actually, there is more happening in India than we all know in the blockchain AI space. And I'm going to talk about those things right now. All right. Let's give the tribute to Mr. Stephen Hawking first. And I love what he says. I believe what he says. AI is likely to be the best or worst thing to happen to humanity. How many of you agree with me on this? Put up a hand, probably. Doesn't take too much effort. Yeah, that's it. A lot of people. Just one more before I go further. Because after that, it's not Stephen Hawking or Bill Gates. It's going to be Raj Kapoor. Next. Here's what the founder of Google Brain said. He said, AI is like electricity. Just as electricity transformed every major industry a century ago, AI is going to do just that. Trust me, as we speak, in the last 6 months to 8 months, I'm working with cybersecurity, I'm working in supply chain, I'm working in utilities, I'm working in green carbon credits, I'm working on God knows how many projects in this space. But that's been a revolution. Why? All of a sudden, AI has become the hero. 3 years back, it was crypto. Now it's AI. We talk about that more, but let's look at the foundational technologies and let's do away with the glitter and glamour of the space. What is the utility of these two? I'm going to share some of those with you. First of all, why do we need AI blockchain solutions when both these technologies are really powerful? All technologies are for that matter, but these two making waves, and why not? For good reason. 4 reasons why. 1, encryption. 2nd, auditing. 3rd, transparency. We need that. And 4th is risk detection. The reason for these technologies coming together are these. there has to be a reason why technologies converge. These are the 4 reasons. I'll take it a little step forward quickly. 6 minutes left. Encryption. AI runs various prospects of security under development of algorithms. Now, I'll keep it in simple words. You know, AI has got a lot of algorithms, a lot of mathematical calculations, everything, a lot of training. How do we know the data is accurate? How do you train it for accuracy? Where is the audit process? That's where blockchain comes in and says, listen, I'm your auditor. I'll keep you in check. So we had a talk, somebody was talking prior to this on 2 things, which I'll pick up from here. One was the security aspect of it. Blockchain can ensure that we have at least some sense in this madness. We can make some sense out of it. I can go on a lot on that, but then that would be very technical. I don't want to be technical. I want to tell you some real good story at the end of this whole thing. I'll take it to the next one. The relationship with AI works from the other side, where blockchain supports tracking and traceability, which I told you in the beginning, and understanding and explaining the decisions of AI. That's encryption. Encrypted data on blockchain becomes the most secure way of us saying yes, whether the information coming out on AI is reliable or not. That's the first. Second, auditing. I love this one because I'm doing a lot of work in this space, in the AI space. Auditing. When you blend blockchain with AI right from day one, you will have an auditable process. How was it trained? Who trained? Who created the algorithms? How else would we know it? If today I train, my algorithms, Raj Kapoor is the biggest star in the world. Well, I keep on saying that. Amitabh Bachchan may disagree. I can train it. I can train whatever I like to AI. As I said, somebody said, you can start training a dog or a monkey or a parrot. Yes, you teach a parrot anything, he'll parrot it. AI is like a parrot right now. You train it the way you like, it'll give you outputs the way you like. So audit means you can check it from time to time. There is accountability at every stage. Blockchain plays that important part. Next, transparency. All people in the food chain can now see who's done what. And I think that's important. Otherwise, how do you know who has fed in what information in AI? There are so many data points. How do we know? We don't know. We just assume, all right, it's AI. You put it in a bracket and accept everything. That's rubbish. We should not be doing that. That is a recipe for catastrophe. We should not be hurtling down that path. Transparency is must, not only in anything, in everything. Risk detection, again, everything follows. Because now with an audit process, with transparency, the risks can be identified and mitigated. This is possible only when you have a single source of trust, and that comes through blockchain. I can extol much more. Let's keep it at the 4 more primary points. Now, let's look at some very nice empowered applications. Mind you, I won't stick to the script here because I found some more interesting ones than the ones I made a presentation some time back. First, and this is one of my favorites because, well, I'm also personally involved in it. I'm an advisor to the group, to this, so I would be a little biased, but at the same time, we're trying to create a real good problem, solving a problem. We're all listening to me and other speakers right in this hall. When we go back out of that hall, what's the first thing you'll think? Bus, taxi, car, traffic, rain, all sorts of things. You'll forget 90% of what's been said here today. I'm telling you for sure. Well, I hope you don't, but here we go. Now, in an organization, we have hundreds of employees. What are we doing now? In this application, I'm replicating the avatars of all these employees. All of us sitting here can become avatars in the next session. And whatever we are speaking gets imbibed into you. That is blockchain and AI working in tandem. Now imagine employees working across the globe. If an employee leaves, especially a key employee, you lose a whole bunch of knowledge along with him. Here, AI locks it on the blockchain. So today we have a virtual office replicated and all the knowledge of all employees keeps remaining with the organization. How many of us are, that's a great use case of using two technologies. Great use case. We are conserving knowledge through technologies. That's one of my favorite ones. That's why I put it right up in front. It's called Blackbird.ai. Next, oh, sorry, that is not Blackbird. Sorry, that was Thought AI. Now we go to Blackbird. We talked about fake news. You'll be very happy to know we're going to be working very closely right now with Press Trust of India, setting up a center of excellence at Press Trust of India to actually not only identify the fake news, but identify the sources and then do remedial action, not only for videos, not only for news, but for every line there. So even if if, for example, 1 pixel gets changed in the whole video, we will be able to identify when, where, why, how, who. That is good. We talked about all these fake news and fake videos which come. Trust me, they are bane. I just, by the way, as a matter of fun, 3 days back, I was in Goa. We had a big concert there. I actually replicated Elvis Presley on the stage through AI. That's fun, but you can then replicate everybody else saying wrong stuff as well. So that's very dangerous as well. Blackbird AI solves that problem. I'll go to another one. I've told you about the Twin protocol. That's the one where we are making the entire organizations and enterprise on the blockchain and using AI, lock that power within the organization. I'll tell you another one. Before I come to this one, which is my favorite, there's one which we are doing with one of the governments in Africa. We have put, for example, the entire toll collection of the entire state on blockchain and using AI for actually creating models for the future in terms of how best we can be, even from a road perspective. So we're collecting all weather data, we're collecting vehicle data, everything, including the age of the vehicle is captured. So we know, and the pollution is captured, all using blockchain and AI. Why am I talking about these? Because these are creating an impact. I can tell you a lot of them which creating a lot of nuisance, but I'm not going to talk about those. That's not the forum today. I'm talking about impact. And my final, and I love this one. Somebody just before that, sir, you were talking about 2073 data explosion. But here is a warning for all of us here. We won't be here till 2073. We are not going to see any data explosion in 2073 because our oceans are dying. Our oceans are dying, and we have only 12 to 14 years of good life left if we don't take care of our oceans. Now, that's scary. Today, we are all sitting here. Do you think 12 years from now, our children will be enjoying the same thing? I don't think so, if we don't wake up now and smell the coffee. So we've created this entire platform, and so that's what I was talking to you about. We created a platform in Europe right now. I work with a lot of European governments, etc., on creating solutions on blockchain, AI, and other technologies, not just AI and AI. In here, we've used 3 technologies: blockchain, AI, and analytics. What do? We use data from your mobile phone. Every one of us got a mobile phone. You switch it on, and you are actually helping the world. How? With a little app called Sea. That's the name. It captures humidity, water levels, coastal erosion, everything. All the data points are captured while we are doing our work normally. Now, isn't that a great thing? Because then we lock that on the blockchain. Why blockchain? Because now nobody can tamper with that data. Nobody can manipulate that data because blockchain is immutable. It has also, as I said, an audit process right from the beginning. That's really important. And then we use predictive analysis and data analysis to actually create models for mitigating floods, landslides, and n number of things. In fact, one of my articles was picked up by a newspaper specifically on the Delhi floods. We've had a terrible spate of floods. We could have had a better handling of this had we got this platform in place. Uttarakhand government, and so he knows, Srivastava knows, is also finding out solutions for predicting landslides, etc. Oh, well, we already have the solutions. we should be looking at bringing them here. Why do we have to learn from a Europe or a USA? Well, we all have it here. That's built by us. We are Indians. When we talk about an Atmanirbhar India, I talk about an Atmanirbhar India for this. I think we can become an AI blockchain capital of the world. And that brings me to my last story. My story is why I moved to Goa. And that will only take 2 minutes. By the way, I live in Goa, the most beautiful state in the world. I've been a lot of places. Now, why? Well, there's a big reason. Well, in May 2023, no, this is just the future. Don't have to worry about that. You can read it or not, but listen to my story because I think all of us would be very interested in that. In May 2023, the government of Goa and ourselves as India Blockchain Alliance signed a very specific agreement to create the world's best technology in the state of Goa, where we are putting up 5 ships in the sea, which are going to be used as incubation centers for AI, blockchain, and other emerging technologies. That is never happened before. We are creating the largest district in the world for emerging technologies in Goa. And that is something which is really my passion, because that's where we can do research. And we're getting a best of universities from the United States, Australia, all coming down, setting up a world campus for emerging technologies and forensics, especially in blockchain and AI, because there are no frameworks around there. So that's where we are going to be doing a lot of work. So that's my story of Goa, where we're putting, and the whole project is called Web3 on the Sea, where we're going to have incubation. We've got VCs, we've got people from mentors, from global mentors coming in there speaking, and we've got the government backing to it. That's the best part. The government of Goa, very progressive. And you know what? We are working with the Delhi government here to work and create a global nomad visa for foreigners to come and settle and work, live, learn, and play, all in Goa. How many of you would love to go to Goa? There are some people who don't want to go to Goa. I'm really surprised. Seriously. Okay, how many of you don't want to go to Goa? That's because no hands. I'm happy with the last answer. So, right. So, all of you here, that's my invitation to all of you. You guys want to come to Goa and see a miracle in action? Well, it's happening. In 2 months since we signed this off, 62 companies have already decided to relocate part or most of their offices in Goa. Guys, Goa is a great place. It's a great vibe. But more important is giving now technology. Technology does not pollute. So we are not putting industry in Goa, not killing the greenery of that beautiful state. We are putting it the technology capital of the nation. That's it from my side, guys. And well, where am I? Oh, my last slide went off. Anyway, oh, that's okay. So guys, welcome to all of you to Goa. Anybody wants to come? Here I am. Work with me. Happy to do so. Enjoying and enjoying again. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And we go.
Thank you, Raj Kapoor, for interesting and very, with vivid explanation of various applications of how blockchain is inspiring AI applications. And so I am very sure that this would help all of us to look at the importance of blockchain technology and its advantages. Thank you once again. And I would now introduce the next speaker, Mrs. P.R. Lakshmi Iswari, Senior Director and Center Head of CDAC Hyderabad. Come on. She would be joining us online. Her areas of interest include R&D in end system security, embedded and IoT security, mobile device security, and blockchain technology. She, along with her team, developed and deployed various endpoint and mobile security solutions, successfully developed a property record management solution and smartphone-based online voting solutions using blockchain technology. Currently, under consortium project, she is involved in implementing the National Blockchain Framework Initiative of MeitY. She is associated with CDAC for the past 23 years in various R&D, solution development, and capacity building initiatives. Earlier, she worked as lecturer at NIT Warangal in Computer Science and Engineering Department. Over to Lakshmi Iswari.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Respected chairman of the session, dignitaries on the dais, delegates of this particular event, a very good evening to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving this particular opportunity. So the topic of this panel, as you are aware, it is about AI-empowered blockchain applications. And so I will be sharing my experiences in this particular domain. The agenda of this session goes like this. So just a brief overview on blockchain technology. Then we talk about what kind of applications can adopt this particular blockchain. And we briefly talk about National Blockchain Framework and applications, so which is an initiative from our Government of India. And then some experiences are kind of the things like with respect to AI and blockchain, convergence and focus while adopting these particular technologies. This is the kind of thing, and I'll try to limit myself to 10 minutes. So as we are all aware, like actually, like when we talk about enabling the various services in our society, so we always look for trust, and that's where actually we have the various institutions which are built, like in terms of schools, banks, various organizations and all. So which enable or provide a layer of trust for carrying out all these societal activities smoothly. So most of the time we try to depend on these centralized systems, so which enable this particular trust. And then there we face some of the challenges in terms of some kind of compromise of the layer itself, or sometimes actually hacking of that particular system where the data and all is compromised. That's where actually the developments happened, where by amalgamation of various technologies like distributed systems, the cryptographic algorithms, all these things. So these distributed ledger technology has evolved. So the purpose of this particular thing is to provide this particular layer of trust through the distributed system, through the layer of technologies, rather than trying to depend on one particular entity. So that's where we are depending on these peer-to-peer networks, and the technology provides that particular validation and through the consensus across the various nodes. And then instead of storing at a central place, we try to store particular all the transaction details across the nodes. So over the period, we have seen that the people started developing the permissioned and permissionless kind of applications. And then the various stakeholders involved in this application, they can verify the transactions. And then also we have the audit trail, which is put on this particular blockchain, which is a kind of advanced data structure, which provides immutability as well as the time sequence storage and other things like that. So now we have these self-executing programs. So smart contracts, see, along with the data, we are also trying to provide immutability or kind of tamper-proof storage of the programs. So that is one way where we can try to trust the programs, whatever are enabled. So these are technology which is becoming very quite popular, and people are adopting this particular thing. So now when we look at this particular thing, if you see this, like if you see the traditional systems and blockchain. See, many times we keep thinking like, see, we have already a very good the centralized systems which are available. So like the database systems and all, they're available. Why we need to go for a blockchain? See, there are various, like if you try to compare, there are a lot of differences. See, in terms of data handling, this traditional system support, we have the create, read, write, delete operations, whereas when you come to the blockchain, so create, read, but the write is in terms of append only. We cannot go and modify the data wherever we want. So that kind of data structure is implemented for this particular ledger. Similarly, centralized control is not there. Multiple stakeholders are involved, and data integrity is though the advanced database and are supporting, but it is not as much sophistication as the way which is blockchain is providing. So no code integrity in the traditional systems, whereas code integrity and verification is there. DCDR backup are provided separately for fault tolerance, whereas here it has got a built-in fault tolerance. No cryptographic based assurance as such for verifiability in traditional systems, whereas these kind of things are supported in the blockchain by default. And also when it comes to performance, you have very high performance with traditional systems, whereas that is not the case with the blockchains, medium to low, that we need to look at it when we are trying to look for applications. Cost also, definitely there is an increase slightly more when compared to, because you're trying to replicate and maintain it across the various nodes. So, and even in terms of the storage also, okay, slightly more than whatever it is. So when you look at the way the blockchains are implemented, see, we know about public blockchains like which are popular through the cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin kind of thing. But when you look at the way our systems are, the various applications we work in our societal cases which are under regulatory aspects. So definitely we need to look at some kind of control, or basically the authorized people involving. But at the same time, we would like to take the benefits of this, the distributed nature, consensus, and other aspects like that. That's where the private blockchain are getting popular, which are lying in between the traditional systems as well as the public systems. So may not be as decentralized as such, but we continue to have the privacy and security aspects, and at the same time taking the benefit of the blockchain, but the complete anonymity and pure decentralization will not be supported. So now with these things, actually, if you look at it, if you want to adopt the blockchain, actually, we need to see that what kind of applications where we can adopt the blockchain. So this is very, very crucial. It's not that, okay, in every application there is a need kind of thing. So when your workflow involves multiple entities, multiple departments, organizations, and kind of thing, and it is basically not in a continuous fashion, and then they share, and all these entities share the data, and they keep updating this particular data, and later, like all these activities across these things, you'd like to need to carry out the verification at a later point of time, and these interactions are time sensitive, and there is a dependency on the transactions. So business process, they are fragmented across, and you are looking for a dependency on these kind of things. So when you have these kind of things, and you can use the blockchain in enabling decentralization, immutability, verifiability, and automation kind of things. Okay, so I think this is very, very crucial. Then actually what we are I'm just trying to work present now is that, like, see, over the period, the different applications are developed by using the different platforms. Some have used for education certificates, some for farm insurance, some for some kind of supply chain applications, or sometimes the land record applications like that. The people have adopted different platforms in developing the applications. So most of the cases, people are preparing some kind of POC and pilot, but later expansion becoming a problem. Also, there are a lot of challenges in terms of the skilled manpower in trying to work in these technologies. Even setting up a blockchain network requires very high-end skills in understanding the various aspects of this particular technology. So considering all these aspects, what we felt is there is a need for, because when you say distributed system, and also the infrastructure need to be distributed, geographically distributed. On top of it, we can try to enable this blockchain network for building the different applications. And it should support multiple platforms, and it should support the technology stack with open APIs so that we can onboard the applications easily. And then easy integration when you want to build applications, because we depend on these e-sign, e-praman, and other aspects. So in order to authenticate the stakeholders and other things like that. So, and then interoperability, see what happened, across the applications, there is a need for communicating with each other. So interoperability kind of thing across chains and all. Also increase in performance, scalability, security, and other things like this. And also addressing the challenges in skill. So with this, actually, with the support and guidance of Ministry of Electronics and IT, a national blockchain framework is almost completed. And most probably next month, we will be launching this particular thing. So we are started actually hosting it on the infrastructure, which is being set up at NIC data centers. So the current, like initially will be providing this particular platform with two platforms, this framework, and later we'll be extending that. So there are various research challenges which we are trying to address, and we are also enabling the REST APIs through which people can build application. So these are similarly, like security assessment of the entire stack. The entire stack will be assessed. Basically, like if you look at it, the blockchain is a kind of new technology. So definitely there are new vulnerabilities coming through this technology. So there is a need to see what are the vulnerabilities at various layers of hosting the blockchain application. Those capabilities are built, and we have even come out with some of the tools for checking the vulnerabilities in the smart contract and other things like that. So this is the framework, so which is being developed, and it is a combined efforts of various organizations, CDAC, NIC, SETS, IDRBT, IIT, IIIT, Hyderabad, and other agencies with the support of Ministry of Electronics and IT. So what we are doing is like, what is the value addition is like, so the framework will help for the faster and secure application development. Blockchain as services enabled, so we can have rapid end-to-end prototyping of the applications and enabling production grade blockchain application setup through this one, and security ready components. So because we are enabling various security audit and other things like that, and also we are providing interplanetary file system as well as integrating with existing blockchain government services like this. So we are sensitizing the various government departments in making them understand the importance of the technology and what are the potential applications where we can use and how we can onboard all these things like that. And then addressing these challenges, okay, research challenges. And also we are contributing towards this particular BIS standards in terms of building the use case repositories as well as contributing in the various meetings of this particular BIS. So let me throw some light on this particular thing, property registration management. So I think I will discuss on one application because it is connected to AI and blockchain. So one is we have done for property registration management system. The one more is the smartphone based e-voting solution, which I will try to go in detail, and verifying source of mobile applications, which is another. All the three applications we have successfully completed. The third one, we are trying to work with the banks. Basically, the idea is there are many fake applications. Many times citizens face challenges in trying to look at whether it's the original bank application or fake. So that's where the trust is coming from the blockchain. So then second one, when we talk about smartphone-based e-voting solution, so these are our requirements. See, we cannot provide the end-to-end these things just with the blockchain. Blockchain will provide only meet some specific requirements, but we need to do a lot of things along with that. Like we are using artificial intelligence for liveliness detection as well as the face recognition of the person who is trying to vote. And similarly, end-to-end security through the PK infrastructure and various cryptographic algorithms. And then the secret ballot and other aspects and the tamper-proof storage of the votes and other things like that. For that, we are trying to use the blockchain at the end. So these are data integrity, code integrity, and voter authenticities, device security, all these kind of things we have done through this. This we have implemented in Telangana, in Khammam districts, we have successfully carried out the dry run. Our idea is to try to make it as a service and enable it on the cloud, so that we can try to look for a different type of elections, though we may not go directly for a general kind of elections because it takes some time. So these is the things. See, a lot of things we have done, hardening at the mobile level, end-to-end the security, as well as see like blockchains at the back end, all the various third-party services are Aadhaar, T-Poll, Telangana Poll Server, SMS service, OTP, face recognition, liveliness, and then artificial intelligence we use for liveliness detection, face recognition, security, hardening of mobile, and other things like that, cryptographic algorithms, and other things. So like this, various government services and other things. So with this, we have come out this particular architecture and we have successfully implemented and carried out the field run. So these are some of the screens. So which are like, we have considered the requirements for the citizen as all those aspects, and we have designed this particular user interface in 3 languages, Telugu, Hindi, as well as English. So there are 2 phases, registration phase as well as a voting phase. So registration phase, the person will be verified through the T-Poll as well as Aadhaar data. After the verification, proper verification, then he will be opened with a voting window on the day of voting for casting the vote. So these applications got a lot of awards and recognition, also Scotch Award and even Technology Sabha Award. And also it is included in the technology report of ISO standard. Out of 22 use cases, property record management is one of the use case. The e-voting solution also got a lot of awards from the various entities. So coming to this AI and blockchain. So if you look at it in the previous application, we use both the technologies towards our problem to address that particular thing. So whereas if you look at it like analyze the things, So AI, we depend on predictions as well as assisting in decision making for humans. So basically, you're trying to improve the efficiency and automation. Whereas blockchain with the immutability aspects, decentralization, cryptographic non-repudiation, because any entity trying to carry out some transaction, we have a non-repudiation, cryptographic non-repudiation to prove at a later point of time, and smart contracts for automating the things. So through that, they are enabling single source of truth, time efficient, security and privacy, automation, auditable and transparent view of transactions and data. So convergence, definitely the security, transparency, automation, auditability and efficiency, all these aspects can be brought through these two technologies. And coming to the convergence, actually, there are two things. Both can coexist in an application like the way which I explained just now for the e-voting application, or we can also have AI for blockchain and blockchain for AI. So when we talk about AI for blockchain, at the smart contract level, we are trying to put the code which are self-executing programs which are stored in a tamper-proof manner so that they can trigger at a specific event and all. So we can have more intelligence built in. Our smart contracts can be made more smarter by putting the AI models at that particular layer. That is one thing. Also, because when you talk about a blockchain in the ledger, that is a blockchain ledger which is stored in a tamper-proof manner and time sequence manner, lot of transactional data is existing on chain. So from that particular data, depending on the type of application, we can derive the decisions, predictions from the on-chain. Both analysis and both actually, it's not only like AI models, even a lot of data analysis also can be done on that. And for different applications, you can have the business intelligence generated out of that particular data. Coming to blockchain for AI, see, to address the challenges, basically the problem for us with AI is fake data problem. So once you have the fake data or some kind of injected kind of thing, then in that case, you end up with the wrong models and that impact the entire solution. So that's where authentic way of providing data for training models, that can be one this thing, so which helps for the provenance of data, we can be verified at a later point of time. Because we are trying to store historic data in the blockchain, so you can try to verify it also. So like that, they can, in both ways, it is of help, along with the coexistence in different applications. So, but one thing which I would like to share is like, so when we are adopting these technologies, they are relevant, but one most important thing is identify the pain points for the specific problem which you want to solve, and what is the relevance of this particular technology in addressing that particular pain points. So whether it is really helpful to us or not. And another important thing is it so like in every solution we can go for a blockchain? May not be, because the reason is performance and efficiency, time efficiency, requirements of the applications need to be considered. So because you build a big system, but tomorrow if you're not able to give the performance, that is another challenge. Also the cost benefit analysis. Presently there can be a system which is very, very cheap, but they're thinking about a solution with a sophisticated technologies without any value addition or a business value, it will be a problem. So this is some things which we need to look at it. And another thing is, when you talk about sustainability aspects with these two technologies, definitely in tracking the carbon emission kind of thing, it will support, blockchain will support.
Lakshmi,
And similarly, AI, as we are aware,
Lakshmi, are you able to hear?
especially. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's almost done, sir. It's completed actually. Okay, so shall I take 1 minute, sir?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so basically when we talk about sustainability aspects, like AI especially, like we can use it in terms of energy consumptions and optimum utilization of it, especially in the data centers. Also emission aspects and other things like that. When we try to analyze the data from the blockchain, supply chains and all, we can even try to look at the demand requirements, and that's how the even wastages and all can be avoided. So that's how these things, technologies also try to take care of some of the supply, the sustenance aspects, so that you can build a better solutions, and which help us towards the environmental sustenance also. That's it, sir, from my end.
Yeah. Thank you, Lakshmi, for enlightening us with the blockchain basics to various aspects, and also bringing out clearly blockchain-enabled AI and AI-enabled blockchain, and also informing us the status of government projects, especially the unified blockchain with multi full organizations working together. And also, glad to know that e-voting pilot was successfully done in Telangana state. Thank you very much for your inputs. I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, IT advisor, Government of Uttarakhand, Road Safety Ambassador, World Economic Forum, and former CEO. He's a globally renowned technology leader, an eloquent speaker, and a best-selling author. Member and advisor of top international and national organizations. He is passionate about technology and enjoys innovating and implementing large-scale IT-enabled solutions to solve citizens' problems. He successfully led the implementation of many flagship e-governance projects like FASTag, e-tendering portal, e-measuring book, citizen-centric highway information mobile apps, geofencing of highways, and AI-powered NHA data lake. It's a very interesting background, sir, and I'm very sure that you will enlighten us on this subject, the government angle, and the kind of infrastructure that is being built, etc. Welcome, sir. Please.
It won't be taking more than 7 minutes because I think already we are running behind. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So since before I start, I have been reminded of the time. So let me be very focused on time. Enough has been said about the convergence of AI and the blockchain, both revolutionary technology, or I say most transforming technologies of the current age. Yeah. A lot of hype about AI. We recently learned 2077 was going to happen. AI may overpower singularity. I mean, there are always two opinions about it. Some people say it's like electricity. It's not going to do damage. It's going to be helpful only. And I believe in that positive note. It's all fantasy in movies. It's okay. AI takes control of the humanity and it vanishes. That probably may not, because that consciousness which we possess as a human probably may not be ever taken over by the machine. Anyway, I will be very briefly going through what AI. I need not to explain anything to anybody. The audience are too expert to know AI. And by the time so many sessions, you must have learned a lot. So let's not blockchain, nothing to say. It's a distributed ledger and it's with transparency, immutable. But how these two put together are going to create a new synergy. I'll be taking lead from what Ms. Raj Kapoor was just saying. He has done something. I'm going to give you in a very simplistic way 4 or 5 applications where this convergence I foresee is going to do. And one use case which I will be sharing with you in Uttarakhand, where we started predicting the landslide using the artificial AI and some IoT devices. Few cases has been fantastic, and in recent cases, you might have seen more cases in Himachal and other. But fortunately, because of these AI predictions in Uttarakhand, the casualties or the landslide accidents has been lesser. I must say, because we were predicting it and we were giving the, right now the predictions has gone up to maximum, we can say of 1 day or maximum 1.5 day max. That is based on the cracks, which the landslide doesn't happen all of a sudden. That land has decided I have to slide and it moves. It doesn't. There are a pattern it follows. It swells, the cracks develop, the cracks it's widen, and finally it goes. So that can be checked using AI, and sufficient warning can be given. So we gave a few warnings. What we are trying to increase this span. If we can predict 3 days in advance, or as the max possible. Right now we are, what we are doing, we are preventing the accident. We are closing that route where landslide is likely to happen based on the analysis. But going forward, if the window is more, probably we may take action to prevent it. We can, if we can, we do some cementing, we can put some barriers and prevent the landslide to happen. That will be the ultimate. Here, blockchain was not used, but it was purely AI. AI and blockchain can do two things together. When we do a lot of AI, the data is on which your AI engine runs gets finer and finer, more predictive with better accuracy. But what Mr. Raj Kapoor was saying, putting a lot of data in open space is going to create a problem. With the data, the privacy, as well as the transparency or alteration of data. So here blockchain, which is on the nodes in a transparent way, this can be a great help. Blockchain, and there is a study which says, which was done in 2022, I am not repeating it, it's visible, but this is one of our basic concern. And as we move forward, AI can be regulated by blockchain in a term. If I use a layman language, the AI you can predict, I mean, you can control using the blockchain through nodes, through transparency, who is manipulating, who is using the maximum data. That's again AI in the blockchain can check the random use of AI and give you adequate security in advance. Improving scalability and efficiency. There's a challenge with the blockchain as of now. And you can see the blockchain applications are not scaling to this, being a fantastic technology. Barring those cryptocurrencies, nobody ever knows about the usability of blockchain for business, for the e-governance or any other models. We use all other technologies, but blockchain very randomly. Challenge another is the scalability of this. Here, AI can play a big role, and it can improve the efficiency of a blockchain to a great extent. And marriage of these two are going to create another very scalable and transparent model for that. The smart contract and AI. You can see the, as per one report, around 40 billion was the logged in the the contracts. When I was at NHAI, the contract, because of disputes, there were approximately 25,000 crore rupees were logged into various disputes. Even in the smart contract, as per this report, DeFi, 40 billion. But when the AI comes in, it can transfer the data in a blockchain on a real time using the AI. So the AI predictability helps blockchain to take a dynamic decision in a faster way, which is a passive otherwise. It takes its own process. Unless until some node is created, data is fed in blockchain, it's not going to take it forward. But this real-time data can be fed through AI, AI analytics, getting data from various IoT, and updating the smart contracts, the blockchain contract, which can avoid the disputes and lead to better efficiency in the contract management. Another use cases which comes with the blockchain, except in the health sector, that too in a very limited way. Otherwise, blockchain's got a fantastic use in a health sector. In fact, Government of India, I was part to a committee at Niti Aayog, where we thought we'll be giving a health card and the health services should move on a blockchain. With the privacy of the patient, the data is transferred to various levels of screening by the different doctors and institutes. Unfortunately, it couldn't happen. I mean, it's happening, but it's a very slow pace. That is the challenge with the blockchain. But if you think for a country like India with 140 crore people, with this slow pace is going to take a lot of time. This challenge can be mitigated with the use of AI. AI can predict the pattern. It can predict the, I mean, where requirement is more, which sector, which area, a lot of issues are coming up, where the government focus and a policy should be. So it can, the convergence of AI and blockchain, in fact, can be one of the biggest boon for the government taking the e-governance services to next level. I was involved with the first level of e-governance services, which was basically reactive. The people used to ask, you go to any government portal, you have to fill a lot of data and get the, for example, driving license or anything. Somebody has to approach and then it. But this can convert the e-services into a proactive, where government knows what is required by which citizen, whose child is going to be with from the birth certificate. They know this child is born on this particular year. So when he or she is attaining 5-year age, and then it is proactively throwing the message to the citizens that these are the nearby schools in your area. These are the ratings. Now you can approach for the admission of your child. So these kind of things, a lot of, for example, very recently I came to know in some area of Delhi, conjunctivitis is going on, but that's not known to everybody. So people moving toward that side, automatically flash comes. That's the proactive citizen service. That be careful, the conjunctivitis, which is a communicable disease, is spread. And you can wear a glass or you can take precautions to avoid it. So these are the very good applications for the AI and blockchain when we put together. Data privacy, I already spoke, so I won't be the data privacy is one of the, so in conclusion, what I believe, this is going to create, open a new avenues. It's entirely, because AI gets regulated through blockchain, if I say in a very simple language. But AI adds a lot of value to the blockchain processing. So it creates transparency, it creates accountability to the AI, and it enhances the processing power of blockchain. That's going to be phenomenal with e-governance services. I mostly advise to the government, so I know it's going to be a different transformative game coming with AI and blockchain put together. It's going to be creating. So ladies and that's all I just want to discuss. So I hope I didn't take much time. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. Welcome.
So thanks to speakers, Raj Kapoor, Lakshmi Suri, and Akhilesh Srivastava. They have brought out the not only the AI empowering blockchain, blockchain empowering AI. In fact, the first two speakers, the focus was more on blockchain empowering AI. The last speaker has brought out very important issues of how AI empowers the blockchain. What all we understand is AI and blockchain together, they make everything strong. And we know that in future, we're talking about Web3, which is a decentralized internet and read-write, not only read and write internet, but it's also owned. That is, the data of yours should not be used by the 3 or 4 great stalwarts. It should be yours, and that right can come in Web3. And that Web3 to happen, AI and blockchain is going to be the base core technology. And metaverse is one thing where these two technologies would be used. So I do not want to take much time. I'm sure already the sessions are running late by 45 minutes or so. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank the speakers for their illuminating us with their experience in a very such short time and trying to meet the time constraints as well. And once again, thank you all for patient listening, especially because in the panel, normally it would be more interactive, but due to the paucity of time, we are making it one way. But I am sure that the speakers would share their emails, and so you can interact with them, and off the dais also you can interact. Thank you all once again. Thanks to the organizers for a wonderful summit being organized on such an important subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. May I request you, our chair, to present mementos to our eminent speakers. We present to Mr. Raj Kapoor, founder and CEO, India Blockchain Alliance. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, IT Advisor, Government of Uttarakhand, Road Safety, Ambassador, World Economic Forum, and former CEO, NHAI. And I would invite Mr. Satyan Gupta, Treasurer, BIF, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to our chair, Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu. Thank you, sir, for moderating this session. And I would request all our panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated as we straight away move to the last session of the summit, which is on AI-enabled 5G, 6G ecosystem. And ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished moderator for the session, Professor Kiran Kuchi, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Hyderabad, is moderating this session on the virtual mode. Do we have him here with us? Can we get him online? A warm welcome to you, sir. And I would like to invite our eminent panelist, Mr. Rohit Jain, Vice President and Head Technology, Airtel IQ, warm welcome. Inviting Dr. Sri Hari Vasudevan, Principal Data Scientist, Ericsson's Global AI Accelerator @India, warm welcome, sir. Inviting Mr. Manoj Gurnani, CTO Nokia, very warm welcome. And Mr. Jishnu, Principal Architect Technology in CTO's Office, Tejas Network, warm welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the last session of today's summit on AI-enabled 5G, 6G ecosystem. Time duration is 50 minutes only. And our chair, Professor Kiran Kuchi, is from IIT Hyderabad, founder WiSig Networks. And he started this company, WiSig Networks Private Limited, which focuses on advanced 5G technology. He's a key member of TSDSI and Bharat 6G Alliance, leading efforts to develop 6G standards in India at 3GPP and ITUR WP 5D. He works closely with the Government of India to shape the country's 6G plans, has also authored over 200 international patents, including crucial ones used in 2G to 5G standards and the products. With those words of introduction, I hand over to you, sir. And I would like to just apprise you that we are running short of time. I would request you to kindly close this session latest by 5:30 p.m. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Can you confirm if you can hear me well? Can you hear me well? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. It's first of all, my apologies for not being able to be present. Something came up in the last minute. I'm privileged to moderate this session with many experts here, sharing their views and experience on this very important topic, machine learning or artificial intelligence and potential applications in 5G. But I would like to actually share one slide that just was recently published by ITU Working Party 5D, if you allow me. I will show you a picture rather before we start this session. Let me just show you the picture. My friend Jishnu is here. He was present in this picture taken in Geneva just a few weeks ago. Can you see this picture? I hope you can see this on the screen. This is the photo taken in Geneva right after publication of the IMT 2030 vision and the requirements. You can see all the contributors there from across the world who worked very diligently over the last 2 years to publish this vision. And you see that famous hexagon here, which used to be a triangle in IMT 2020. You see that, the triangle is a subset of this new hexagon published by ITU. And more importantly, one of the vertices of this new hexagon that's going to lead to 6G is integrated AI and communications. This is very important. It is what is called a usage scenario of IMT 2030. And whatever the standards that are developed and the products that are developed and deployed in 2030 will adhere to this vision and the requirements. And one of the key requirements and the applications here is ubiquitous intelligence, ubiquitous computing, and integration of sensing and communications. I'm sure the speakers will talk much more about these aspects, but these are the words and acronyms I'm lifting right out of the IMT 2030 vision document. I'll stop here. We have a great set of speakers. I would let them say more about this very important topic and emerging a new topic that is expected to play a very significant role in 6G, in the definition of 6G standards, development of 6G networks, and maybe, as well as the devices that employ machine learning in various forms and shapes. With this, I will introduce the first speaker. Let me first introduce the first speaker, Mr. Rohit Jain, Vice President and Head of Technology at Airtel IQ. I'll say a few words. With 16 years of experience, Rohit excels as a technology professional, leading Airtel IQ, delivering top-notch CPaaS solutions and improving customer experiences. His AI and machine learning expertise led to innovative contributions like SpeechX Analytics and a multilingual chatbot. Under his guidance, the platform maintains an impressive 99.99% reliability, that's very high, for billions of monthly transactions. Passionate about continuous learning, Rohit embraces the challenges and opportunities at Airtel, eagerly anticipating future technological advancements. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiran. So without taking much time, I haven't prepared a great slide. So I'll start with, so I had a dream 2 days back, an AI dream. In that AI dream, I woke up, and as I woke up, I saw a very comprehensive health report that is generated by an AI using the nanobots that are flowing in my bloodstream. Then as I walked out of my apartment, there was an autonomous car, self-driving car, that picked me from my apartment and was scheduled to drop me at my office. In the car, I had a virtual assistant, right, that gave me an update of the global news and the calendar that I had for that day. While I was looking outside the window, right, there were a lot of billboards, etc., in the languages that I don't understand. But my smart glasses actually translated all the text real time, right? When I reached office, I had a meeting with my global team, and in the team, there were people from different nationalities, different languages speaking, but I was conversing with them in my native language, right? All in real time. Everything that was happening was like I was meeting them in person. So guys, why is this possible, right? This is not a dream. This is the near future. And this is going to be possible only by AI, complemented by 5G. The apps that are going forward to come, right, they have massive data requirements, and all that data requirement and the low latency that they need, right, that can only be possible through 5G and 6G networks. So while I talked about these apps, right, the apps that are going to basically use 5G are virtual reality, precision medicine, remote surgery, interactive AI assistant, real-time translations, edge computing, and many more. So as I think the 5G network evolves, right, there will be multiple and different use cases that will be coming along, right? So I just talked about how AI is enabled by 5G. So let me take a step back and talk about how 5G is enabled by AI. So you all know Airtel, right? India's biggest telecom network, right? And Airtel has around 350 million users, right? Spread across the country, speak different languages, right? And Airtel is also now has launched 5G in almost all the cities in India. How AI is helping telco, right, like Airtel, is first is customer service. So, having such a large customer base, it's almost very difficult to basically have a call center dedicated, right, that can speak to each and every customer complaint. So what Airtel does is, first, we have our conversational AI. So what I mean by conversational AI, all the conversations, right? Let's say if you call a call center in Airtel, right? All the conversation that happens on Airtel call center, they get through a speech analytics system, which translates or transcribes all the calls, and it rates the call on the quality score. So by this, we are able to provide best of the class customer experience to our customers, all through by AI. The next is, if you have used Airtel Thanks app, right, you will find there is a chatbot. So most of the queries that you have for your plans, for your queries, for your complaints, right, are generally answered by chatbot, which is multilingual. So this is the power of AI, how we are able to serve 350 million plus user base through AI. The next is network optimization, right? Having such a large network, right? There's a massive amount of network data that basically transports, right? And you need AI in order to basically analyze all the network data and make necessary changes so that you can provide best of the network experience. The next is network security. So if you see everything, right, everything is data, right? Data is moving right through our 5G networks, right? If the network is not secure, right, it's useless, right? So what we need is sophisticated AI algorithms, right, that basically checks network for anomalies and basically ensure that the network is very, very fully secured. The next is network slicing, right? Everyone has different data requirements, right? So how AI can be employed is AI can analyze the network usage of the individual and create virtual network, right? So that the need of every individual is catered, right, to the best. Besides having a great infrastructure, 5G infrastructure, right? I would also like to touch upon, there are 3 more parts of this ecosystem, right, that are very, very crucial. The very first one, AI platforms, right? So having an AI platform where developers can learn, train, develop, and deploy, right? This kind of AI platforms, there are many cloud organizations that are building, right? Is very, very important to have a very sound ecosystem of AI with 5G. The second is IoT devices, right? So a lot of AI apps that we talk about, right? They work on data that will come from IoT devices. So we need a platform, a very strong IoT platform that basically gives all the data through the sensors it has. The next is the data analytics platform with huge data coming in, right, from our 5G networks, right? There is a need of having a very, very strong data platform in order to crunch and analyze this data. In the last, what I want to say is that AI and 5G go hand in hand. I would like to take a comment from Mr. Raj Kapoor. He said Bunty and Bubbly, right? So if Bunty is blockchain, I would say Bunty 2 is 5G for AI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiran, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rohit. Nice comments. Well said. Let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Srihari Vasudevan, Principal Data Scientist, Ericsson's Global AI Accelerator at India. With expertise in statistical modeling, data fusion, and machine learning, Srihari has a strong scientific track record with 40 publications and more than 10 patents. He applies his skills in various domains like robotics, mining, natural resources, and financial transformation. Currently, he focuses on AI/ML solutions for 5G telecom and strategic studies for 6G. Passionate about social impact, he develops AI/ML solutions for healthcare, education, and sustainability, enjoying collaboration and education through mentoring, teaching, and public speaking. Thank you, sir. We'll be glad to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible? All good? Yeah, thank you for having me here. I'm very grateful to be able to represent Ericsson in this forum, full of eminent speakers and a great panel. So I think Rohit's talk actually gives me a nice segue. So we are looking at some of the interesting applications that AI and 5G are going to bring about. But coming from an Ericsson standpoint, let me take a slightly different complementary viewpoint. How is AI going to enable all this? Okay, so we are looking at it as what can AI do to 5G and 6G? Okay, how is it going to enable it so that these applications are realizable? I'll come to that. I'll approach this problem from that lens. Okay, so let's start by why do we need AI for 5G and 6G? Long story short, with every generation, with every new generation, you have more devices, more users, higher data rates with lower latency expected. Okay, so as soon as you have these increasing demands coming up, okay, it effectively becomes an effective resource utilization problem, where the resource is not necessarily just a spectrum. We're also thinking in terms of energy efficiency. Okay, as soon as you have more users, more devices, more network traffic, you also have more dynamics in the network. So you need to be able to adapt to the changes in the network much more and much faster. Okay, so till now we have largely been reactive. So when something occurs in the network, you respond with according to some policy. Okay, so the reactive automation has been the norm, but we need to go into proactive automation, and in fact we need to go towards autonomy. Human in the loop is great, but human doing everything is not great, right? So we need to move towards some level of autonomy. Okay, so that brings me to what are the key AI enablers that are going to enable 5G and 6G as we see it. Okay, so obviously, in fact, we'll start from the bottom. The applications obviously drive innovation. Okay, so there are as we go towards 6G, we'll have this whole Internet of Things, and I mean the whole Internet of everything. In fact, the whole connected machines, the machines talking to each other, sharing data and enabling different applications. Then you have the whole XR enabled, applications. You also have, Ericsson trying to enable the UN SDGs, okay, by connecting more people in remote parts. All of those things are going to drive innovation. But in terms of purely the AI technologies, I'll group them into three buckets. Okay, compute, data, and autonomy. Okay, and I'll spend a bit more time on autonomy. Okay, so and they are not mutually exclusive; they are linked. You could potentially look at it from one of these technologies in the other bucket. It's totally possible. So in the compute side, okay, we started with physical network functions. Okay, and then we moved to virtualization technologies. We moved to virtual network functions. These days, everything is moving to the cloud, right? So you have cloud network functions. So as soon as we are moving to the cloud, we bring in the whole hyperscale cloud providers, Google, Microsoft, IBM, all of them, provide cloud services. But the point is, they're not just providing a platform or an infrastructure; they also provide AI services. So if we as Ericsson are going to build our solutions in these HCPs, okay, the question is, what are the integration challenges? What are the interfacing challenges? How do they affect the latency? Because anything we do, we have to look at what is its impact in the network performance. So these are some of the challenges that we are trying to address as of today. Okay, the next thing that comes into the plan is distributed compute. Okay, so you could have compute in a big data center at the core. That's fair enough. But you could also move that compute all the way to closer to the edge. Okay, and I would argue that it's actually a better idea, because transmission of data is always more expensive than transmission of information, meaning processed data. So if you could move the processing of data as close to the user or as close to the end application as possible, okay, which means moving into the edge, then you're going to be saving big on resources. Okay, and it's going to make your compute better. It's going to make your quality of experience better. Okay, so as soon as the question is when and how or where to deploy the compute as close as possible to the user. Okay, so as to guarantee certain SLAs. Okay, now fine, I have AI models that I deploy closer to the edge. Very good, but who's going to take care of the complete life cycle management of these models? When does this model need to be updated? When should it be swapped for another model? The entire life cycle operations of such distributed model setup, okay, is a complex task. So you have this whole MLOps dimension coming in over here. Then there's the huge security dimension, which frankly is going to only grow bigger and bigger because of cloudification, in fact. So when I say security, it's both AI for security as well as security for AI.
Okay, so AI enabling security, cybersecurity. Okay, and there's also the AI models. You know, just a few days back, I came across a paper where they have a trained neural network model, and in the weights, they're actually injecting malware. So you know, you have you have to secure your AI models also. So that's another dimension that's becoming important. Trustworthy AI is another dimension that we are looking at very actively. How do you know that the AI model that you have developed is actually doing what it's supposed to do in an ethical and responsible way and not something else? Okay, so then there's the angle of data. Okay, so yes, we have petabytes of data, but as you know, telco is highly regulated, and it's not like as a scientist I get access to petabytes of data without any checks and balances. Okay, and it's a good thing, right? So, but the question is, do we actually need petabytes of data to come up with meaningful insights? Okay, oftentimes what you need is less data but relevant data. So we're moving from the whole notion of you need big data to you need smart data. You need data at the right frequency, at the right time, okay, and the relevant data for a particular use case. So we are trying to use AI to generate data that is relevant to us for a particular use case, and thereby make it smaller but relevant data. Okay. Then there's this whole concept of digital twins, which may be useful for both assessing what actions, network actions, will result in before actually implementing it in the network and causing some disastrous situation. But there's also the aspect of, can I generate more data? It is possible to use digital twins for that as well. Then there's the whole concept of domain compliant AI, and something which I believe is very, very relevant for telco. Meaning, you can't just produce an AI model and expect the telco industry to take it, because telco is a very domain-rich. It's not an emerging domain. There's a lot of expertise. There are experts who know in and out of different facets of the domain. So when I build an AI model, I need to make sure that it complies with the domain. There are certain domain expectations of how that model should perform under different circumstances. Does it comply or not? So there's a domain compliant AI angle that we look at. And there's, of course, generative AI. Yes, there are which has, of course, we think about LLMs and ChatGPT, fair enough. But, generative AI has been around for much longer than just this, the past couple of years. But yes, there are, several efficiency-based use cases that we're looking at from the text angle, but there are also other modalities. Coming from a telco angle, we also look at audio. We also look at, tabular data, which is relevant for, building some of these AI use cases. Okay. And now coming into autonomy, and I'll spend a little bit more, just a few minutes more on this, which is, we are dealing with an explosion in terms of devices, in terms of applications and data, and we need to be able to cater to this quickly and adaptively, right? So we believe that it calls for a new way of a new paradigm of bringing of AI in telco. So till now, what has been the norm is really telco native AI, as we call it, which is building AI applications for telco, which is more like AI applications for telco as in AI features in a telco application. It's a more of a bolt-on kind of thing. Okay. Whereas AI native, which I will show you in the next slide, okay, is really about having AI in all facets of of a telco solution, from the design to the development to the deployment to its operations and its maintenance. All aspects of a telco solution are designed by AI. So that is what we are looking at, okay, as of right now. And there's a public article. If you just Google for AI native and Ericsson, you will get this article, and this table is available there. You studied this AI native from many different dimensions, and what you want to take away from this is that there are different levels. At the lowest levels, you've got what you have today, which is standalone code, standalone solutions, which might be a single AI function that doesn't really talk to any other AI functions. But at the highest levels, you've actually got AI designing AI, and that is where we are headed. Okay. Lastly, I leave you with one concept, which is that of intent-based networks. One way of realizing what is called a cognitive network is what's called an intent-based network. And so this is a different paradigm. So let me put it this way. Let's take a simple example. If you have a latency problem, if the latency is beyond a certain threshold, there are fixed policies on what you can do to resolve that situation. One of them might be increasing the packet priority. The other might be move the user to another virtual machine which is less loaded and therefore is better served. Things like that. Okay. So in all of these cases, you have to specify the policy, or you can maybe learn the policy from data. Fair enough. But if you have to do it for every device or every user separately or every situation separately, it becomes a bit of a problem. A more scalable way of achieving autonomy is through this intent-based network, where me as a business user, I just specify that the latency has to be within a certain threshold. And the AI in the network over here will figure out that there are actually measurement agents that are continuously measuring the latency. If it exceeds a certain threshold, okay, automatically issues are generated. Those issues are picked up by proposal agents who leverage knowledge to know that, okay, under these circumstances, I can increase the packet priority, or I can, move the user to another VM. These proposals are evaluated. I cannot just implement a proposal without understanding its impact to the wider network. So they have to be evaluated by an evaluation agent, and the best proposal is actually taken into actuation. So the difference is, in the former case, we were looking at an imperative paradigm where I specify how the entire policy has to be specified or it has to be learned. In the intent-based paradigm of realizing cognitive networks, we are really just specifying the desired state, and we expect the network to figure itself out, figure out how to achieve that state using its local circumstances, data, and knowledge. That's where we believe this is headed. These are the transformation technologies we believe are going to enable us to realize 5G advanced, 6G, and beyond. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Really fascinating to listen to you, Dr. Srihari. I wish we had a 1 hour slot rather than 10 minutes. So we have to move on. Let's invite the next speaker, Mr. Manoj Gurnani, CTO, Head of Strategy, Nokia India, with 27 years of experience in several MNCs. Mr. Manoj currently oversees technology, regulatory, and future vision narratives for Nokia. A trusted leader known for strategic thinking, ethical actions, and successful multi-million-dollar deals with top companies as well as government projects. Additionally, he has achieved remarkable success in setting up Corient India from scratch and driving RFS's growth trajectory, all while being a long-distance runner, cricket enthusiast, and travel lover. Thank you. So let's hear from Manoj.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I think before I start, I just want to confirm, Professor, is it real you or it is your digital twin talking?
No, it is not artificial intelligence. This is
So there is actually an anomaly in the word AI because it says artificial. We all know that it's already real. So good evening, everyone. My name is Manoj. I'm from Nokia. And so the way I have structured my presentation is that I'm going to do it in 3 parts. I'll first of all talk about a little bit of technology vision. I think that's very important for us to know which direction we are going. So maybe by 2030, which direction is the world going? How will the networks look like? How will the bandwidth requirements look like? Where is traffic going? What are the use cases which are emerging? And once we, have the idea about that vision, only then we'll be able to kind of appreciate how is AI going to help us in this journey, right? So I think that's the way, my flow is going to be. So let me start with Nokia Bell Labs. Nokia Bell Labs doesn't need any introduction. It's got an illustrious 100 years history. And the main philosophy of Nokia Bell Labs is that we address the real human needs through the human intellect, which means whenever we identify a global problem, we put the best of the engineers, best of the scientists, the researchers, and they kind of address the issue. They go to the root and come up with the solution. I think that's the philosophy which Nokia Bell Labs follow. We started with transistors. I think you would have heard about William Shockley and the gentleman without whose discovery of transistor, the information theory wouldn't have existed. We talk about information theory, Shannon, exactly 75 years before. He was the one who actually gave the Shannon. And all these discoveries actually happened in Bell Labs. We are doing huge amount of work in metaverse. In fact, almost more than 10 years before, the Bell Labs researchers, they predicted that digital twins will be the reality. It's pity that we did not come up with this term called digital twins, or rather metaverse. Otherwise, all the predictions which we are making today, they were predicted almost 10 years back by the researchers at Bell Labs. And we are doing a lot of research in neural networks, even the telecom technologies, so on and forth. So let me start with the first part of my presentation, the technology vision. We at Nokia believe that there will be two enablers which the world is going to see. The first is what we call it as human augmentation, which basically means that the communication which we do today will have more augmentation. So more VR, more XR kind of flavor, which will lead to huge amount of uplink traffic, and huge amount of traffic is going to be estimated. Today we talk about petabytes. It's going to run into, by a factor of almost 1,000 zettabytes, as they call it. The second enabler is what we call it as digital physical fusion. It's basically the amalgamation of the physical and the digital worlds. Everything which is physical today will have its digital avatar. In fact, digital twins is already a reality. If you YouTube digital twin, you will already see that companies like Siemens, BMWs, they are using digital twin in a big, big way. Right from the product inception to the product management to the maintenance, almost in the entire life cycle, it's almost a reality today. Right. Soon you will actually have a digital twin becoming more sophisticated. It'll become more feature rich. It'll also take the consumer route, right? When all of us will also have our digital avatars. So keeping these two enablers in mind, we believe that there will be no one metaverse, but there will be three metaverses. So there will be industrial metaverse, which I told you is already a reality today. That will actually need operational technologies, robotics, automation, sensors. The second would be the enterprise metaverse, which is like co-design, co-create, collaboration, something which we are already witnessing today, right? Already. So we believe that the first two metaverse, they are already the reality today. The third type of consumer metaverse is going to take a little while. And for a true consumer metaverse, we believe it might take 5G advance. It'll get started with 5G advance, but I think it'll really fructify in 6G era. So keeping this vision in mind, how do we actually prepare ourselves? How is it, how all of these use cases will be possible? The network, as we all know, will be the underlying fabric, right? And if you look at the future network, it's granted that all the new bandwidth requirements, latencies, the massive connectivity, all these things will be there. Like we keep saying, it's like more of the same, only better. So these three pillars will be same. And like Professor Kuchi already mentioned, the triangle becomes the hexagon. So there will be three more pillars. The pillars of sustainability. The third, that's the fourth pillar. The fifth pillar will be that of cybersecurity and privacy. And most importantly, there will be the pillar of intent-based autonomy, right? AI, and which is what is going to be the fulcrum of all these things which will be made possible. So AI, therefore, is not going to be the enabler. It is going to be the bedrock of all the technologies if we look forward. We at Nokia Systems, we believe that our research and the innovation will be resting on the four pillars. Network fundamentals, I kind of already touched upon. When we talk about automation, I think we have a very different philosophy. We believe that automation, we don't want to replace human beings. We want to coexist. We want to collaborate with the human beings, right? That is what actually was the first point when we say human augmentation. There is no replacement which people are trying to create with the technology. So that's the fundamental pillar of the automation which we talk about. We kind of automate the low-skilled jobs so that people are able to focus on something bigger. The fourth and the most important part, and which is actually the topic of the discussion today, is the AI and the software systems. And I'm actually going to go deep into that. Okay, so AI and telecom. If I look at to a typical telecom network, given the fact, I mean, India as a country has got 4 generations of technologies, right? We have 2G, we have got 3G, 4G, 5G. Tomorrow will be 6G also. The vision document is already released. The operational complexity of such a network, we believe, will increase by a factor of 50x, right? We talk about the spectrum assets, huge amount of spectrum assets, millimeter wave, low band. Tomorrow we'll talk about terahertz. It's only going to get very, very complex. Look at the densification of the base station sites, right? Huge amount of small cells, heterogeneous networks, het nets. It's only going to become more and more denser. If you are an engineer, telecom engineer, you look into the configuration parameters, you talk about thousands of parameters when you're trying to configure your network. When you talk about the managing this network, the wealth of data is enormous. And then we have the huge amount of complex spectrum assets to manage by. All this will be humanly impossible to manage. And therefore, we believe that the rule-based software systems, which we talked about, right, they're going to very soon hit the saturation limit. So you need something more. And that answer will have to come through intent-based automation, which we call it as AI, which eventually will need to what we call it as cognitive autonomous networks. Let's look at some trends, some interesting study by McKinsey. And what McKinsey did was that they did some scenarios. They said that what happens if your data growth grows by a factor of 25% or a 35%, 50%. And you'll be surprised to know that the total cost of the ownership really zooms by a factor of 100%, 300%, when the data increases by such a factor for the reasons I just explained in the previous slide. The only answer to bring down and bring the efficiency and the productivity would be possible only through AI. And that's precisely the reason that we have started to see all the big telcos, and that's my graph on the right-hand side, clearly showing that huge amount of investments will be done by the telcos in the AI area. So having established this baseline, let's now talk about what's already happening. Now let's talk about what's happening in the operations side, right? So AI into operations. I already talked about the configuration management. The network will be learning itself. It'll be predicting and therefore trying to self-configure, right? So that's the benefit we get, more operational efficiencies. When we talk about fault management, we move from the preventive maintenance to the predictive maintenance, right? So self-healing networks. Security, again, exactly the same. Before you actually, so you are basically able to act before actually a security bug arrives. So we are talking about the networks which will think, which will sense, and therefore act on their own, which we call it as cognitive networks. Let's talk about, I think that's the first area which we talked about. The second benefit which we foresee is in terms of optimizing the networks. For the reasons I already explained, how do we do the capacity management of the network? How to ensure that the capacity goes in the areas where there is traffic? How to ensure the parameters optimization? How do you do the energy savings? How do you switch off the transmitters? How do you predict all these trends? So I think AI will actually have a huge say in terms of ensuring that we are able to optimize our networks to a great degree and therefore leading to the cost efficiencies, right? We talked about spectrum sharing. We talk about automatic beam steering, which means ensuring that the antenna beams move in the direction where the user is, where the traffic lies. So that was a little bit on the network side. Let's talk what's happening on the subscriber side. And this to a certain degree is already happening today, right? I mean, we see subscriber insights. You are able to predict the churn. And if you're able to predict your churn, you're able to actually plan your campaign management accordingly, right? You are able to devise your next product based on your customer needs. So all that automation we are already able to see. We already are seeing the chat boxes, the AI assistants, doing the job, what a normal customer care agent would be doing. So I think this is something which is already happening today. Little bit on the vendor management side, we also see a lot of AI assistants happening in managing the complicated supply contracts, right? So contract management, the use of tools like AutoML, AutoKeras, etc. So I think that's started to happen and will contribute in a big way. If you look at the journey, I mean, we are at the 5G era today. AI has just been started to use, right? But we do have some challenges, and those challenges are, we have the proprietary AI ML solutions today, right? For example, there are very good energy management solutions which are AI ML based, which are actually being used even today in Indian networks, and they have actually resulted into huge amount of energy savings. It's already being used by most of the telcos now. But for AI to be really productive, you need to train. And for training, you need huge amount of data. And it's important that if you're transporting such a humongous amount of data, it has to happen on the standard interfaces. Otherwise, we'll be creating the islands. And when we are creating a lot of islands, I think we'll never get the benefit of AI. Because if you're not able to train your networks properly, you'll never be able to do the AI modeling properly. You'll never be able to come up with some very good algorithms. So that's important. And we are starting to see the standardization and the AI ML enhancements in 5G Advanced. 6G, we already talked about. My Ericsson colleague already talked about the AI native system, which we foresee in 6G. But even before that, in 5G Advanced, we'll start to see AI ML in air interface, and we'll actually start to see AI ML in most of the other network functions. So with that, I think I'd like to conclude. I keep saying that as we move forward, AI is never going to be artificial. It's going to be the reality, and it's going to be native AI ML, which is going to be the bedrock of all the future technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you very much for the excellent remarks. We'll move to the last speaker, Mr. Jishnu, Principal Architect, Technology in CTO's office, Tejas Networks. I personally have known Jishnu for many years. We worked together in many standards fora. More about him. With 19 years of telecom experience, he holds BTech from NIT Calicut and Masters from IISc, Bangalore. Currently at Tejas Networks, Jishnu shapes the company's long-term roadmap. He actively contributes to 5G standards through TSDSI and 3GPP. He also played a crucial role in 5GI development definition. And also more recently, he contributed to IMT 2030 framework document that's defined at ITU Working Party 5D, representing India. He played a pivotal role. Jishnu filed 18 patents, received a Best Paper Award from IITE, and edited a special issue on wireless in the future for Springer's CSI transaction on ICT in 2019. Jishnu, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran, for the introduction, and thank you. I'm happy to be part of this eminent panel. So I will, being the last speaker, I have an advantage. I just have to cover things which are not covered. So hopefully I will do that. So I will just cover the aspect which we all has been discussed by other panelists. So from 5G to 6G, the main change which is supposed to happen is it will become sort of AI native. How are we taking the steps? So I will speak specifically from the standardization perspective on what exactly is happening in standards. Though this is mostly from a 5G perspective, I'll just put some effort, some effort which is happening in India, academia, as well as industry towards 6G transport as well. There is some effort going on towards what is called the advanced optical communication. So what exactly is happening? So I have 3 slides. One is on system. At a system here means that you have the core. I also include a transport aspect of it, and then the radio. Then I will explain it under RAN level, what is happening. What exactly is the information we are trying to take from the system so that that data can be fed for the AML system, which can use it to learn it. So there are 3 aspects which are being done at a system level. One is called network energy saving. Here, what we are trying to do is like, basically this is expected from the industry to reduce the total energy consumption and the CO2 emission aspect of it. See, right now, if you see how the most of the systems work, most across all the industry elements, it's like you put a threshold. If there is no user in a particular location, you basically shut down the entire base station. So there is no way where we could actually restrict it to some mechanism of threshold where I can basically ensure that the user is not there. So can I maybe allow him to connect to a nearby base station? And if he has enough, what you can say, the enough signal strength, SINR, etc., he may be allowed to connect to a bit more farther away base station so that the one nearer to him is shut down. So all those aspects would need some coordination across multiple base stations. And the other thing is like this information would also need where the users are spread out. How are the users moving around? What are their locations? So these are informations which are not right now used. If you see, many of our decisions which happens are based on what are called the received power and received signal strength, etc. So this additional information which you would be getting is about the user location, etc. Can I use it in a better way? The second thing is about mobility optimization. So one of the issues which happens is whenever I am moving from one base station to the another base station, if I know the user location and if I can estimate his velocity at what point he would be moving from location A to location B. Improvements which are done, which are called conditional handovers, etc. We could use that to ensure that he has a seamless handover from point A to point B. So this is the second aspect which is worked in at a system level in standardization. The third thing is about load balancing. So if you have multiple base stations or if you have to distribute the load across multiple things, again, across 2 base stations, a user is in between. Should he connect to the base station 1 or base station 2? So this is another aspect which is being worked in standard on how do we do it. Again, this needs some additional information, which I will explain in next slide. At a RAN level, what is happening is about channel estimation. So this is a major problem in any radio network. In the channel estimation, we actually would have to figure out what is called the CSI information, which actually includes multiple things like the rank indicator, PMI, etc. So those information, can I improve it based on the user location? And if I know that the user is especially moving towards the base station or away from it, can I do something better? This also would further get enhanced when I have the RIS coming in, which is the intelligent reflective surface or the reconfigurable intelligent surface. I would, knowing the location of the user, I can use the RIS properly. The second part, which you would have heard of, is in 5G, you do a lot of beam-based user basically connects to multiple beams. How do you hand over from one beam to another? The managing the beam is not so trivial because you have now roughly like earlier you had 3 sector, now you have say 10 sector or something like that. So how do you manage that? So this also requires some, how do you handle the latency reduction? So these are the other aspects. The third thing is that can I improve something at a positional accuracy, because you have quite a large number of improvements which have happened from 5G or 4G to now 6G. You have earlier TDOA, you have now an angle of arrival. All these informations are available. So now the positional accuracy is much better than what you could have got. And this is possible even in an indoor scenario, which even GPS was not able to provide you the location. So now I can use my radio base stations around to get a much better positional accuracy. So can I use this to improve the scenario? So all of this is where AML is being used both at RAN and system level. From an optical perspective, where it is being used is basically there is something called elastic optical network. The elastic optical network is like, if you want to see how it gets evolved, is you add more and more transponder, muxponder card into an existing system. So you basically increase, if you have an 100 gig, and optical is also evolving at a much faster pace. So you have the 400 gig coming in, 800 gig supposed to come in soon. So each of this, you put an additional transponder, muxponder card. So you are creating more path. How do you ensure that you distribute the traffic across multiple of this? So there are all of this, if you see from a AML perspective, these are all time dependent things. So there are some of this which are also, you can see the eye diagram, which we call. So if you can look at the eye diagram, make an corresponding image thing, you can use it for network correction or whatever. So those are usually done by CNN, but most of the other things are done by RNN based models. The last thing is, what exactly are we doing, right? All of us are getting into this whole thing. There was a whole bunch of things about ethics, etc. Here, we are not doing anything quite more than what you would have already been giving. One is that we are actually taking UE measurements, which includes, in addition to all the RSSI, RSRP, your serving cell ID has always been part of the information which are shared. We'll get more location information, which is like how fast are you moving, or what direction are you moving. All of those information are also used for that. The second part is about how do I minimize the drive test. So it's basically, this is also has been happening from 4G time. The whole idea is, do I need to send actual person to measure the channel? How do you assign, like, that's a very complicated problem of how to tilt my antennas, ensure that there is coverage everywhere, and you get that signal. So that part is being looked at. The MDT part of it is being looked at. The third thing is the interface, which is like basically what are the additional XN interface, which are the interface between two base stations. How do you share that information so that even if you deploy Ericsson, Nokia, or Tejas equipment, all of them can work together and provide same level of capability. So basically, if you see from all of this perspective, there is nothing scary in this AAML. This is just a basic things which are being enhanced, so that there are some aspect of it which are not very predictable from a human perspective. In the sense, I can say, for example, it's not like we are not doing handover. Handover, you put a threshold. Below that threshold, you usually do the handover. But where to put the threshold? That's are all the issues which are being looked at from an AML perspective. So from this, where we are going towards is like, as mentioned by both Manoj and Shriyadi, is like you're going to a complete AI native thing, not just in network, even the operation, everything. Can we use AI to make the network more efficient? And the last part is what the diagram which Kiran started off. This was recently concluded in the meeting which happened in ITU. So we have an integrated AI and communication coming in, which along with all other aspect of it would basically be what hope all of us would be launching by 2030, which includes all this function. And AI is one aspect, which is clearly one of the differentiator. So all the things in blue there are new. All the things in green are from the earlier things. These are being enhanced. The newer one you can see includes sensing. So sensing is one aspect which would also help in AI. So sensing information can be provided to the AI to do more aspects. So like as was mentioned, digital twin, we could actually have a complete city being represented in a digital way. So that would help, like as was mentioned in morning by Uttarakhand thing, that can we completely have a digital twin of the city and then use that. Other things continues to be there. So all of us need connectivity. I find that speed here is quite pathetic. So those issues still continue to be as important as ubiquitous connectivity. So there are efforts being done to integrate satellite. There are efforts being done to add newer technology called RIS. So all of those would further help to improve the connectivity. Along with this, if you get more information, I should be able to process more information and hopefully run the network by itself, completely becoming autonomous. So yes, there are some job losses in the sense whoever is operating the network will not need so much of people to run the network. And hopefully that should help all the operators to provide all of us a cheaper connectivity as well. With that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Jishnu. I think we're reaching the end of the session. I'll have some remarks. First of all, I must acknowledge that the discussions today are really thought-provoking and a very interesting set of discussions, and the expertise brought to this session is really phenomenal. And what's remarkable though is that we are looking at 2030 and maybe some solutions rolled out, a few years before that. But we're having a conversation in 2023. It's very rare, such conversations to take place on advanced technologies. So there are a few observations I have apart from what's being discussed today. The neural network based techniques, if you go back a few years, what I'm noticing is that it has taken about 5 to 6 years when first claims have been made about the success of these technologies, whether in speech, video, or natural language processing. It took quite a while before we start to see the benefits now today, and then it's still a work in progress. Going by the same analogy, if you start now in 2023, there's a good chance that you will start seeing the benefits of this technology towards 2030. But that's not going to be a smooth ride, because some of these algorithms, especially the ones based on neural networks, it needs a lot of data. And who is going to give the data to the researchers? So this part, I think, needs a very careful thinking, not just from the standards definition point of view, but also defining an ecosystem point of view. So I don't have an answer, but I think this is something worthwhile thinking about. That's what comes to my mind. And I also thank Mr. Shivkumar and TVR really putting up this session with such a good team. Perhaps, this needs to be done more frequently, as frequently as we could. Probably share some thoughts and ideas, and this could potentially lead to, some benefits to researchers and the ecosystem on the whole. So I really look forward to, maybe next time speaking about these topics in more depth, and also we can probably arrange some talks that can go into some of these exciting technologies in more depth. I'll stop here. If there are any remarks, we can take some questions also. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're extremely sorry. We are running really out of schedule. We do not have any time left for question and answers. So I would like to invite Dr. Shiv on behalf of the chair to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation and gratitude to our speakers. We present to Mr. Rohit Jain, Vice President and Head of Technology, Airtel IQ. We present to Dr. Srihari Vasudevan. We present to Mr. Manoj Gurnani, CTO Nokia. And to Mr. Jishnu A, Principal Architect Technology in CTO's office, Tejas Network. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be sending across the memento of the chair, sir, Professor Kiran Kuchi. Thank you once again. I invite now Dr. Shiv to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Yeah, and after the group, we'll have a group photograph first. And after that, Dr. Shiv to kindly propose the vote of thanks and close the proceedings of today's summit.
I take this privilege, and it's a great honor for me to put the vote of thanks. It has been, I believe, a great session. When we were planning to design the session, then we thought what and how we should make the difference. So accordingly, we incorporated different type of topics. I would like to thank all our distinguished guests, all our chief guests, then the guest of honor. I would like to thank all the speakers, eminent speakers who have flew from across India from different places. I would like to also thank each and everyone, the audience, the team BIF, team Bharat Exhibitions. So everyone have put a lot of effort in order to make this happen. So thank you very much. Thanks to our TV Ramachandran sir, Madam, our chairperson, Aruna Sundarajan. She put the context in the right perspective in the beginning. And TV sir he could not join because of some ailments, some issues, but he had been behind the basically success of this program. He had thoroughly and every moment he had been reviewing with us and putting us to the task. So that had made us a lot of. So thank you everyone. Thank to our DG, Devashish Bhattacharya, Senior Director Arun Mukherjee, all the Director Government Affairs, Anand Gupta, our team, who has supported, Nima, Seema, Swapnil, Mohit, everyone, and also in the Bharat exhibitions, Sasidharan, Ranjit, Sapna, everyone have supported that. That's how basically we have come up with this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, thanking each one of you for your participation and making this event a huge success that it was. We would request everybody to kindly have a cup of tea before you leave the venue. Have a safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar. And we look forward to seeing all of you in our next event very soon. Thank you once again. Good evening and namaskar.